Grant to those who lead our nation the same spirit of wisdom. We may listen with carefulness, decide with understanding, and live with integrity. The people of this land may grow together in unity, in mutual understanding, and in charity to the world. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. To the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever.
This one, who was this? Suspending standard orders, we will have a supplementary. Wait, this one. This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, July 25th, 2023 to be deferred. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Announcements by Your Honour. Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions. Papers.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to lay the National Insurance Board's principal recommendations for the revitalization of the National Insurance Scheme.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to lay the Barbados Arms Trade Treaty Initial Report.
Government notices.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice of the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill 2023.
Private notices. Notices, questions. Reports from select committees. First reading of bills.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill 2023 be read a first time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Statements by ministers.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, the 17th Actuarial Review of the National Insurance Fund, the Unemployment Fund, and the Severance Fund at December 31st, 2020, was laid in this Honourable House on August 9, 2022. I should remind members that the National Insurance Scheme manages those three funds along with the Catastrophe Fund and the Sugar Workers Provident Fund. During the 3 years under review, the number of contributors decreased each year, while the number of pensioners and the total pension payout increased each year. The review's assessment suggests that current contributions and benefit provisions generally provide a very good level of benefit adequacy and income protection to most workers and pensioners. The legislated annual adjustments of the earnings limit and pensions have been effective in replacing most of the price inflation felt by pensioners and maintaining adequate coverage for higher paid workers. In other words, pensioners have generally been able to use the cost of living allowance increases to adjust to temporary price rises. For the review, 4 sets of 60-year projections of Barbados's population and the National Insurance Fund finances were performed so that a range of reasonable prospects for the fund could be assessed. These projections were based on there being no changes to the current contribution rate and legislated benefit rules. Except for the most optimistic scenario, projections indicated that between 2022 and 2025, total expenditure would exceed total income in each year. As a result, the fund would need to rely more heavily on investment income to help meet expenditure each year. Of critical importance, eventually, investments would have to be liquidated to meet the deficit, and as a result, depletion of the fund was projected for between the years 2034 and 2041. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that a number of factors have contributed to where we are today. There are demographic factors, population factors. Our population is aging and has begun to decline. Allow me to share some statistics. In 2015, there were 2,874 live births, 2,538 deaths, and 3,481 persons taking the Barbados Secondary School's entrance examination. 2,874 live births, 3,841 taking the examination. In 2020, there were 2,349 live births, 2,713 deaths, and 3,381 taking the Barbados Secondary School's entrance examination. In 2021, 2,207 live births, 2,895 deaths, and 3,336 taking the Barbados Secondary School's entrance examination. And in 2022, 2,274 live births, 3,349 deaths, and 3,091 taking the Barbados Secondary School's entrance examination. Our total deaths per year now exceed total births. In 10 years, the number of children taking the Barbados Secondary School's entrance examination will be 33% less than the current amount. These statistics make very clear the serious challenge we face. There will be fewer and fewer workers to contribute and support persons who are living longer and longer. We used to say that our population was over 280,000 and that we were heading toward 300,000. The numbers now say that our population has started to decline. Another contributing factor is the reality that when the NIS was originally designed in 1967, the average life expectancy was 68 years. In 2004, when the last adjustment was made to the NIS, life expectancy was 75 years. Today, it is 78 years average and expected to continue increasing. These two trends mean that we are simultaneously suffering from a reduction in the contributor base. In other words, the number of people who are paying national insurance, while paying out more in benefits to an increasing number of pensioners. There are also factors around employment status. The informal sector is growing. A higher percentage of persons are not tied to an employer, and many do not participate in the social security system or contribute to NIS. Statistics suggest that less than 15% of self-employed persons contribute to the scheme. And there are governance factors. The structure of the NIS splits responsibilities between the public service and the National Insurance Board. This, as you can imagine, causes challenges in management, allocation of resources, and accountability. This government has acted as a responsible government should, like it has since being elected to office in 2018. We took the people into our confidence and starting in July 2022, undertook an extensive series of consultations. The National Insurance Fund is strong currently, with assets of approximately $4 billion, with average yields on investments of 4.3%. Even though the fund is not in crisis now, we know that we have a date with destiny between 2034 and 2041. We've refused to kick the can down the road and instead took a decision to ensure that the people of Barbados will have a social security system that is sustainable and will be able to provide benefits for all, particularly the most vulnerable. This administration has made it clear that for every major decision, we will consult with the public. In order to make the eventual reforms to revitalize the national insurance scheme a reality, we met and consulted with a wide range of stakeholders, including the social partnership, leaders of faith-based organizations, the Democratic Labour Party, the Alliance Party for Progress, independent senators, the Executive Committee of the National Union of Public Workers, the Executive Council of the Barbados Workers' Union, Unity Workers' Union, Barbados Association of Retired Persons, the staff of the National Insurance Department, former ministers, chairpersons, and members of the National Insurance Board, members of the private sector, and managers of media houses. There were also 3 well-attended town hall meetings which were held at Combermere School, Alexandra School, and Princess Margaret Secondary School. Another town hall meeting was organized by the Democratic Labour Party at its headquarters. Additionally, suggestion boxes were placed at locations across the island, and the option to make submissions via email was also facilitated. 2 public surveys were conducted, which together received over 2,500 responses. The stakeholders and town hall meetings and the other avenues provided allowed for scores of suggestions on how the national insurance scheme could and should be revitalized and placed on a sustainable footing. There was consensus that we all had a responsibility to ensure that those who contributed were able to benefit when the time came for them to receive benefits. Suggestions and proposals received address retirement age, contribution rates, the basis of pension calculations, participation by the self-employed, population trends in the country, investment policies, enforcing compliance, timely action to address any challenges, the need for audited financial statements, the composition and governance of the National Insurance Board, and the ability of the organization to be nimble and responsive, among many others. A core group was established comprising Rawdon Adams, Wismar Graves, Sir Roy Trotman, Marsha Cadell, Member of Parliament, Professor Justin Robinson, Senator Crystal Drakes, and the actuary Derek Osborne. This group reviewed all of the submissions and the survey results and crafted a suite of suggestions based on achieving the best possible balance between benefit adequacy, contribution affordability, and fund sustainability for revitalizing the national insurance scheme. The suggestions were shared with a working group that included persons from the private sector, a regional development finance institution, and senior management of the National Insurance Department, and further with a larger advisory group of stakeholders from trade unions, academia, civil society, and the public service for further discussion and comment. The National Insurance Board was then tasked with proposing a final suite of measures for submission to the Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the National Insurance Board has made its submission to the Cabinet, and the Cabinet has agreed proposals included in the report that I laid earlier in this honorable chamber, and which also forms an annex to this ministerial statement. These measures are designed to ensure the sustainability of the scheme and to make good on the assertion that national insurance is more than a contribution, it's our lifeline. The recommendations will first stabilize the National Insurance Fund and then maintain the size of its projected reserves at a level equal to or greater than 2 to 3 times the value of annual benefit expenditure. Allow me now, Mr. Speaker, to share some of the main proposals that Cabinet has agreed. First, I need to make it clear that there will be no increase in the contribution rates for employers or employees. The percentages deducted and paid to national insurance will remain as they are now. I also need to say, Mr. Speaker, that for existing pensioners, there will be no change in the calculation of their pension benefits. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier that when the NIS was created in 1967, life expectancy was 68, and the pensionable age then was 67. Was 60. 60. Life expectancy was 68, and this is in 1967. Life expectancy was 68, pensionable age 60, based on the idea that 8 years was an appropriate differential between life expectancy and retirement age. As of 2020, life expectancy had improved to 78 and is expected to continue improving. The pensionable age is now 67, making the current difference between average years lived and retirement age 11 years. The measure, therefore, being recommended here is a 1-year rise of the pensionable age in 2 steps. In 2028, the pensionable age will become 67.5 years, and in 2034, the pensionable age becomes 68 years. Mr. Speaker, the public was very clear that while changes would have to be made, there was no desire to have 70 years as the pensionable age. We have done our utmost to honor that desire. Today, the first age to qualify for a reduced pension is 60 years. There will be a change to this age in 3 steps. In 2025, that first age to qualify for a reduced pension will become 61 years. In 2028, that first age to qualify for a reduced pension will become 62 years. And in 2031, the first age to qualify for a reduced pension will be 63 years. There will be an increase in the number of contributions required to become eligible for a pension from 500 weeks, approximately 10 years of contributions, to 750 weeks, approximately 15 years of contributions, with no effect on those who are 60 years or older on January 1st, 2024. For comparison, Mr. Speaker, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Lucia also saw it necessary to fix the number of contributions required at 750, and others in the region who are currently at 500 are moving in a similar direction. For persons less than 60 years old on January 1st, 2024, the number of contributions required increases by 30 weeks per year until 2030, and then becomes 750 weeks in 2031. It is understood that with most persons starting to work by their early to mid-20s, the requirement for contributing to the National Insurance Scheme for at least 15 years is entirely reasonable and brings us in line with international benchmarks. In this transition, however, we are making sure that persons who are already 60 years old or will be 60 years or older by January 1st, 2024, will not be affected. The National Insurance and Social Security Act will be amended to indicate that the National Insurance Board will develop a funding policy, and any adjustment being proposed to the policy by the board must be laid in Parliament. The Minister responsible for Social Security must respond to the board's proposal within 6 weeks of the document being laid in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the fact that we are where we are today, reforming and revitalizing the national insurance to past inaction. As far back as 2014 was when benefit expenditure first outstripped contribution income. Yet no corrective action was taken, despite flashing warnings. To stop this damaging delay happening ever again, a funding policy and a compulsory adjustment mechanism will be incorporated into the National Insurance and Social Security Act. These amendments will ensure timely intervention to keep the fund on track to meet its revitalization goals. There will be a change, Mr. Speaker, where the wages used to calculate the pension benefit will be the best 10 years rather than the best 5 years. Many persons were opposed to what is considered an abuse of the system, where some persons contribute at the maximum for 5 years and then stop and are still able to enjoy a maximum pension once they've completed the full number of contributions. Going forward, the basis upon which we calculate pension will be the best 10 years. There will be an aggressive approach to encouraging and enforcing compliance with the legislation governing the National Insurance Scheme. Officers from the compliance unit will be in the field, and the office will use all measures at its disposal to ensure that the law is being adhered to, including using garnishments or the law courts. A critical aspect of the revitalization of the National Insurance Scheme will be the implementation of a new regime that is more flexible and simplifies the process for self-employed persons to participate in the NIS by way of making contributions and receiving benefits. We expect that this will result in higher enrollment by self-employed persons in the National Insurance Scheme. Before I go on, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to reiterate that the classification of a person as self-employed is not determined by any construction company or any other company's management making a unilateral decision that a carpenter or a laborer or a steel bender is to be treated as self-employed just so that the responsibility and cost of Social Security is evaded. There are set criteria based on case law, and these are used by both the Labor Department and the National Insurance Department to make the determination. Good employers know what these criteria are and abide by them. The new regime for persons registered as self-employed will provide an innovative approach and formula for converting contributions into weeks and wages, and a corresponding mechanism to determine short-term benefit eligibility. I will use an example from an industry that I'm pretty familiar with to make the point. A taxi driver will ordinarily generate decent cash flow during the December to April period. They may make some money again in between July and August. Currently, if the taxi driver does not make contributions in May and June, or September to November, for example, the system will say that he or she is delinquent and owes contributions and will levy penalties, not taking into account the seasonal nature of the business. The same goes for entertainers who may earn most of their money during Carnival or crop over, or artisans who may work on a house for 3 months and then may be out of work for a month before the next job begins. And in the third decade of the 21st century, gig entrepreneurs have a similar challenge. In the first phase, Mr. Speaker, we expect that self-employed persons will be able to pay their contributions without having to complete schedules or specify a period. They will be able to make their payments via bank bill payment, credit card, check, or cash. Confirmation of receipt of payment will be sent via email. There will be an online interface which allows the self-employed to view submitted contribution payments. And there will be the ability to pay at any time of the year. Thereafter, we expect that self-employed persons will be able to make payments using the NIS portal or using EasyPay. The contribution payments of all self-employed persons will be converted into earnings. Self-employed persons will be notified of their short-term benefit status each year. Short-term and long-term benefits will be computed using the new payment regime, and self-employed persons will be able to apply for and receive clearance certificates. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share with this chamber and with the people of Barbados that a cabinet paper on the introduction of paternity leave benefit to allow the granting of paid paternity leave has been prepared and will soon be sent to the cabinet. Additionally, the NIS regulations will be amended to allow persons who have not made the requisite contributions to qualify for a pension to be able to catch up or become current, with the understanding that a premium will have to be paid for that privilege. Mr. Speaker, When we came to office, we found out that national insurance contributions for public officers had not been paid since 2015. National insurance contributions for public officers had not been paid since 2015. This government has paid up the $250 million that was owing. At the same time, we have been staying current with payments. Because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, this government has recapitalized the Unemployment Benefit Fund to the tune of $143 million. Prior to this administration's coming to office in 2018, prior to our assuming office in 2018, government owed NIS $83.5 million for non-contributory pensions. Government owed the National Insurance Scheme $83.5 million for non-contributory pensions. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say to you and to the country that the outstanding debt has been cleared. $66 million has also been paid toward the training levy. Some of the matters raised by persons related to the governance of the scheme. During our consultations, we shared the hybrid nature of the current structure, where some functions related to the Ministry of the Public Service and others related to the board. It is not fully the NIS, not fully a government department, not fully a state-owned enterprise. We are, Mr. Speaker, in the final stages of transitioning the current structure into a commercial state-owned enterprise. Mr. Speaker, a country's social security system is intended to be a safety net for persons in their time of need, whether for maternity or in cases of illness or employment injury, or importantly, for old age pensions. The sustainability of the system is critical to the well-being of citizens. The government of Barbados, this government, will continue to do right by the people of Barbados. We today share measures that were designed through extensive consultation, careful modeling, and deliberate assessment. We share measures that are human-centered, and we share measures that take into account our realities. We are confident that these measures will serve to revitalize the national insurance scheme and protect our people for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Congratulatory and obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notice of motions for adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of Standing Orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. Government business is the order of the day.
On Jordan. Mr. Speaker, order number 6 on the supplementary order paper. Order number 6, sir, in name of the Honourable Minister for Labour, Social Security and the Third Sector, to move the second reading of the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill 2023.
Honourable Member St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I crave your indulgence in having order number 6 and order number 5, given the interrelationship, the fact that they're really inextricably linked in terms of our pension reform measures and process. I'd like to request, Mr. Speaker, that we treat these two orders as a cognate debate.
The question is that order number 6 and order number 5 be debated as a cognate debate, given the fact that they're inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. 5 and 6 shall be treated as a cognate debate. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just shared with this honourable chamber a statement that spoke to the revitalization efforts of government as it relates to the social security system, the national insurance scheme of this country. I indicated that coming out of the 17th Actuarial Review, we recognized that a number of things had to happen, because we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we manage not for ourselves, but we manage in trust. We are stewards elected to ensure that the business of the people of this country is looked after. We've been elected, Mr. Speaker, to manage the affairs of all segments of our population. And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, you hear us speak so often about not discriminating. You hear us speak about rubbing shoulders and listening to people. You hear us speaking about consulting with our population. As we recognize where we were with respect to our social security system, we also were recognizing that there was a challenge with the current structure of administration of our social security system. And the amendments that we are debating today speak directly to the matter of ensuring that the administration of our social security scheme, that the administration of our NIS is done in a professional way and is done in a way that avoids the challenges, avoids the missteps, avoids the lack of action that has taken place in the past. Now, the need for these amendments to the National Insurance and Social Security Act, while I have shared already some of those reasons, I think I need to go into maybe a little bit more detail in terms of how we have gotten to where we have gotten. In 2014, Mr. Speaker, the lights started to flash. The actuary and the actuarial review said that we had gone to the point where action ought to have been taken. No action was taken. No action was taken. In 2020, the 17th actuarial review, the lights were flashing even more quickly. And we knew that we had to act. Now, Mr. Speaker, in 2014, when the lights began to flash, a decision was obviously made that action could be postponed for somebody else to do. That hard decisions did not need to be taken because they could fall to somebody else. They could end up on somebody else's plate. The 17th Actuarial Review said something similar. 2034 to 2041. Now, many of us may not be here in 2034, 2041. But, Mr. Speaker, this government, the government that I am proud to be a member of, is not a can-kicking government. And so while we could have said somebody else can deal with it, we decided as true stewards of the resources of the people of this country, true managers of the affairs of this state, that we would act, and that we needed to act both decisively but in full consultation with the people of this country. And that is what we did. Mr. Speaker, we conducted over 20 engagements with all segments of our society. We conducted, as I indicated in the statement, we've been consulting for approximately a year, consulting, refining, modeling. We have been fully engaged in this process for approximately 1 year. And that is why we feel confident that the measures, some of which are included in the bill that we are debating, but all of which are connected to the system of administration and management that we intend to create with this bill, it tells us that we are on the right track. And we are confident that the measures will serve to stabilize our social security system and make that system sustainable. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the numbers tell a story. And I recited some statistics in my ministerial statement. I think I ought to say something more about them. The reason why we have included a mention of live births along with a mention of students taking the Barbados Secondary School's entrance examination is because we can, through those statistics, get an idea of where our population is going over say, the next 10 years. So when I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that in 2015, we had almost 3,500 children taking the examination, what I'm essentially saying is that 11 years before that, there was approximately 3,500 persons being born, approximately. There are persons who would have passed in between, there would have been migration in and out, but approximately 3,500 children. Now, in that same year, 2015, about 2,900 children were born. So we have 3,500 taking the examination, 2,900 born. That means that all things being equal, 11 years down the road from 2015, rather than 3,500 children taking the examination, there will be 2,900 children taking the examination. Those children, Mr. Speaker, go on to become workers and contributors to the National Insurance Scheme. By 2020, rather than 3,500 taking the examination, the number had dropped to approximately 3,400. Rather than approximately 2,900 births, 2,350 approximately. We can see the trends. In 2022, where we are now, not 3,500 taking the examination, not 3,400 taking the examination, but just over 3,000 taking the examination. Live births, not 2,900, not 2,350, 2,274. In another place, and using another phrasing, somebody would have said, Houston, we have a problem. Our total deaths are also exceeding our births, but that follows because our population is aging. Less births, our population is now skewed into the upper categories. And like I said, I was one of the most shocked persons, Mr. Speaker, when I found out that our population is actually declining. Because as we go to meetings, whether locally, on Zoom, internationally, we speak about our country, we have grown accustomed to saying that we are 285,000. Some people take the liberty to go to 290. And there has been this feeling that we are approaching 300,000 as a population. The numbers suggest that rather than moving from 280 and going up, that we are regressing. And the preliminary numbers suggest that we may not even be at 270,000 persons. Now, what does this mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that there are less people paying international insurance, but more people having to receive benefits. Now, we are happy and proud that our people are living longer. We are happy that we live in a society, in a country that has provided the standard of living, the access to health care that has moved us from 68 to 78. And all the trends show that this number will continue to rise. We are very happy that that is happening. But we are also, at the same time, concerned about our base. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the discussions that we must have, and we must have in the very near future, is how do we address this matter of the base, the number of people, the number of human beings who are contributing to the National Insurance and Social Security system. The numbers that I shared and the fact that we have a declining population tells us very clearly that addressing the matter of non-participation by those in the informal sector, in other words, those who are self-employed, those whose work arrangements are such that they may consider themselves casual, take a job here, break a work here, a little hustle here, persons involved in what sometimes people don't see as mainstream, but vital aspects of this country's economic activity. What is referred to as the informal sector, even if we got to the point where everybody in the informal sector was contributing, the fact that our population is declining, the fact that the base of people, the number of people available to make contributions is declining, tells us that we have a challenge that goes beyond compliance by those who are currently not participating. And that is why I say that there will be a time, there must be a time in the not too distant future when we address the size of our population. Now, the National Insurance Scheme has some challenges in relation to governance. Challenges that speak to staffing, for example, the ability to attract to a scheme that is managing assets of approximately $4 billion. We need to understand what we're dealing with. We are dealing with a fund that is managing assets of approximately $4 billion. Mr. Speaker, the ability to properly manage that fund, to ensure that the staffing is right, to ensure that we can attract the competencies that are necessary at the levels that are necessary is fundamentally important if we are to ensure that for my generation and your generation, and for generations to come, there is a system of Social Security, there's a national insurance scheme that is so well managed and that functions so well that all of us and all of those who will need to rely on it in our time of need will be able to do so. That matter of the governance of the scheme is addressed in some detail in the bill, Mr. Speaker, that is before this honorable chamber. Now, the structuring of the National Insurance Department will be built on a revitalized and sustainable national insurance fund. As we, well, I should probably, this may go without saying, but maybe I need to say it. Every good structure needs a good foundation. If the foundation ain't good, the structure ain't gonna work. We've had situations, Mr. Speaker, all of us in this honorable chamber, where after some disaster, Hurricane Elsa being the most recent, the freak storm before that, where attempts were made to replace or to repair roofs. And those who are skilled in construction, and the Honourable Member for Christchurch West is skilled, beside extractions and fillings, also skilled in construction. But many people, many work persons, said they cannot do anything with the roof because the sides of the house can't bear the weight of a refurbished roof. If the support systems are not good, that which is expected to govern and cover will not work. And that is the reason, Mr. Speaker, why we are at the same time speaking to the revitalization of the National Insurance Scheme and placing that scheme on a sustainable footing while speaking to the governance of the National Insurance Department and creating a structure that is fit for purpose, but that is also standing on a fund, on a scheme, on a social security system that works, that makes sense, that is able to support and do what the governance structures would want it to do. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we examined what we heard in our various consultations, like I mentioned, our consultations were extensive consultations. Everybody who you could talk to, we talked to. We used every avenue, whether it was calling persons to meetings in groups, like I indicated earlier. We spoke to the association, the Barbados Association of Retired Persons, because this matter is a national matter, because this matter is not a partisan matter, because the matter of the pensions and the benefits to our people cannot be made into a color like red or blue or yellow. And I deliberately, Mr. Speaker, have decided this morning to wear a tie that includes both blue and yellow and red. This matter is one where we took everybody into our consultations. And so beside agencies like BAR and the trade unions, we met with the trade unions, all of the trade unions that we hear about. We also met with the opposition political parties. We thought that that was critical to ensuring that we heard all segments of society. We met with persons across civil society. We met with persons in faith-based, leaders of faith-based organizations. We did this, Mr. Speaker, because consultation is how we operate. Consultation, listening to people, getting their views, getting their ideas, is in the DNA of this government. We spoke, we had our town hall meetings where we invited the public to attend. One in the north, one center, one in the east. We facilitated a request by the Democratic Labour Party to have their own town hall meeting. And we thought that made a lot of sense, because even though we understand that this is not a political exercise, we also recognize that because we are the ones who have been elected to serve, there may be those who may not feel comfortable coming, even though it's a public town hall meeting, coming to the town hall meeting and participating. And so we facilitated a town hall meeting at the Democratic Labour Party headquarters. And Mr. Speaker, there are those who would prefer not to leave home at all. And we also facilitated them by allowing both for the streaming of the town halls, but allowing for the making of suggestions using emails, and then we place drop boxes. And ultimately, as I said, well, not ultimately, and additionally, we also provided where persons could participate in the surveys that were done, the 2 surveys that were done. And 2,500 responses, Mr. Speaker, tells me that the population was engaged and involved. Now, in making the foundation good, so that the amendments and the resultant structure of the National Insurance Department can be not just a reality, but can be one that makes sense, we've had to introduce some measures that will allow for the firming up of that foundation. Like I said, we did not procrastinate. We did not kick the can down the road. We determined that because we were elected to serve, we determined that after hearing the people in all of our consultation, that the people gave us the mandate to ensure that the national insurance scheme was put on the right foot, that it was made into a sustainable system, sustainable scheme. We've decided that there will be no increase in contribution rates. Persons touted that during our discussions, whether there would be contribution changes, increases in contribution rates. We decided that there will be no changes to those contribution rates. We also made a decision that for existing pensioners, and this was important, for existing pensioners, there would be no change to the calculation of the benefits to accrue to existing pensioners. We spent some time, Mr. Speaker, discussing, modeling, quite a bit of time working through what I refer to in terms of our pensionable age. And we recognize that when this scheme was set up, now the National Insurance Scheme, in the context of social security systems in the Caribbean, is considered one of the most mature, if not the most mature scheme in the entire Caribbean region. This scheme was set up in 1967. When it was set up, like I indicated, the life expectancy, average life expectancy, was 68 years of age. That was the average life expectancy. And the pensionable age was set at 80, so that a person would become entitled to a pension at 80, would ordinarily retire at that point, and would have an expectation to live for about 8 years after retirement to enjoy the evening of their years. But because...
You said 80?
Sorry?
You said 80? Or you meant 60?
60. Sorry, 60. The life expectancy was 68 in 1967, the pensionable age was 60. 60. So that 8-year differential was the period of time when persons would be able to enjoy the fruit of their labor, so to speak, what had been put aside, what they contributed to, and be able to live out their sunset years. That life expectancy has increased, has improved over time. And Mr. Speaker, I am happy that it has. In my family, I don't have a lot of long livers. My children don't like to hear me say this, but I am a person of very practical affairs. I know that I have lived the majority of my life already. But my mom is 80 years old. She is still alive, thank God. And we're happy when our people are able to live longer. We like when our people are around for longer periods of time, or our parents and our grandparents. And that has been the result of investments in our healthcare system. Our standard of living, our access to healthcare, our ability to take care of ourselves, to be able to engage in those activities that bring balance to life. All these things have contributed to our increasing life expectancy. We do not want that trajectory to change. We want life expectancy to continue to increase. What it does mean is that we will have to find a way of providing pension benefits to persons for a longer period of time. And so, Mr. Speaker, our work was not to adjust life expectancy. Our work is to make sure that we have enough money in the fund to support persons who are going to be living longer and longer and longer. And so, recognizing that the life expectancy has moved from 68 and is now round about 78, the average life expectancy, and heading toward 80 over the next few years, we have, yes, a good age. My mom is helping to bring that average up, and I hope that she'll be around a long time to help. Yes, and the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, they are around, and I know the Honourable Member for Christchurch, where Central is doing what he can to help keep people going for as long as possible. But Mr. Speaker, all of our efforts, and those efforts, Mr. Speaker, sorry, not the Honourable Member, but those efforts are appreciated because we want our people to be around. And like I said, our responsibility is to make sure that we can support them as they stay around with us to help us longer. That differential, which was a generally accepted differential in the times when the scheme was set up, that 8-year differential has now become 11 years. And there are consequences to that. Now, sometimes there are people who say that, I'm going to say, and I don't know if people say it to make themselves feel better, but I realize that when I say I feel better, people say that 50 is the new 60. Is that the right way? 60 is the new 50. And 70 is the new 60. And 80 is the new 70. Meaning that people are able to enjoy quality of life for longer periods of time. And like I said, it makes me feel better too, because at my age, I am now just in my very early 40s. and I feel good about that. But the differential means that a good government, a good social security system has to work out how we are going to be able to fund it. That is just a very practical matter, because money doesn't grow on trees. We have to fund it somehow. And so we heard very clearly in our town halls, we heard on the call-in programs, we heard from our interaction with various interest groups that nobody was interested in a pensionable age of 70 years. And so, Mr. Speaker, we took that as a guide. As a government that responds to our people, we knew where our people did not want to go. And so we've made a decision that we would increase the pensionable age by 1 year, but that we would increase it over a period of time, by 1 year. Now that 1 year means that if it had been done today, the differential would become not 11, but 10 years. And this is a point I want to make. If today we increase the pensionable age by 1 year, that differential would move from the 8 years that it was in 1967 to 10 years today. However, that change is not being made today. The pensionable age will become 67 and a half in 2028. Now, Mr. Speaker, according to the trends, in 2028, the life expectancy, the average life expectancy, will be more than it is today. And so the differential may not be 10 and a half years. The next step of increasing the pensionable age, moving from 67 and a half to 68, occurs in 2034. 2034. And again, as the trends from our statistics indicate, we will not, in 2034, be at a life expectancy, an average life expectancy of 78 years. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that based on the trends, at that time, the differential is likely to be the same 11 years as it is now, or even maybe greater. And that is something that I want to make clear to all of us in this chamber and to all of Barbados. The differential, the period of time between pensionable age and average life expectancy, that differential is not likely to decline, but is likely to increase even as the pensionable age moves from 67 currently to 67 and a half in 2028 and 68 in 2034. Now, part of building the structure to be able to handle these amendments, Mr. Speaker, and to handle the amendments in the bill that is at order number 5, which bill speaks to the public sector pension reform activity. Part of building that foundation speaks to developing systems that encourage persons to participate for as long as they can. That said, it is understood that for some reasons, persons ought to leave service at an earlier age. And while we do not encourage people to move out of work earlier than is necessary, we recognize that there are those who may have to do it for various legitimate, well, all the reasons may be legitimate, but some may be forced into a position where they have to do it. Currently, to qualify for a reduced pension, a person has to be 60 years of age to qualify for that reduced pension, because obviously if you leave the service early, it means that there is a period of time when that worker is not contributing to the National Insurance Fund. And so that is the reason why we talk about a reduced pension. We are changing that first age to reflect both the need to create sustainability in the fund, but also to recognize that increase in life expectancy that I spoke about. And we change that first age to 61 in 2025, to 62 in 2028, and to 63 in 2031. Again, moving that age, but moving it in steps, moving it in stages. Mr. Speaker, the matter of increasing the number of contributions required to enjoy a pension from 500 weeks to 750 weeks really speaks to a contribution period of 15 years, approximately 15 years. And for most of us who started to work maybe between 18 and 25, those 15 years take us to 40. And we believe, and based on all that we heard in our town hall meetings, we are certain that the public believes and agrees that 15 years of contributions is a reasonable amount of contributions to become eligible for a pension. 15 years of contributions. And so that is one of the measures being taken. But even in making that increase, that change will not take place in one fell swoop, because we recognize the need to phase the changes. We recognize that in any system where there's going to be change, that there needs to be a process where people can get accustomed to the change incrementally. And so we change by 30 weeks each year. So from 500 weeks to 530 weeks. And from 530 to 560, we change and we increase the number by 30 weeks each year until 2031, which is the year that 750 weeks becomes the requirement. Now, Mr. Speaker, adjusting by 30 weeks per year is also very reasonable, given that in every year there are 52 weeks. So what we are saying is that for a person who does not even work a full year, a person who works for a segment of the year, that person is still easily able to qualify in this situation. We did not change it by 52 weeks each year to get to 750. We've made the adjustment 30 weeks per year. 30 weeks. out of every 52 weeks. Once you've contributed for those 30 weeks, then you are in line to qualify for the pension. Now, I spoke about the compulsory adjustment mechanism. That is important, but I know that others will speak to that. But essentially, the people of this country said to us in our meetings, in our engagements, that they are dissatisfied with signals being sent that action needs to be taken and that governments would refuse to take the necessary action. Mr. Speaker, we listened, we have heard, and in this amendment bill, which we debate today, is the provision for that compulsory adjustment mechanism. Mr. Speaker, it will become the law of this land that a government cannot, with our national insurance scheme, kick the can down the road. We are done with that. The involvement of those who are not currently contributing to the national insurance scheme, to our social security program, is a matter that causes the country a lot of concern. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, in our engagements with the public, particularly in the town hall meetings, there was expressed significant concern about those people who do not contribute or who contribute below what they should be contributing to the scheme. And so we recognize that we had some work to do with respect to our self-employed. And like I said before, I'm referring to people who are legitimately self-employed. And like I've also said before, well, before today, in this honorable chamber and in other places, I expect, and I'm happy that among the strangers who you have allowed, and strangers using parliamentary language, among the strangers who you have allowed to enter this honorable chamber today, is a full complement. As a matter of fact, it is standing room only on your side, Mr. Speaker. A full complement of the hard-working people who have made all of this possible. From the Ministry of Labor, Social Security, and the third sector, particularly from the ministry, and let me identify, even though they are part of the ministry, the National Insurance Department. They are here with us today. Ministry, board, ministry, and the National Insurance Department. But I've said to them, particularly the Labor Department and the National Insurance Department, that we have to be aggressive in ensuring that the bad players in this country, and I'm not saying that most of the players, most of those who are employers or involved in business are bad. I'm not saying that at all. But there are some bad ones. And the Labor Department knows because people complain for them. The National Insurance Department knows because people call and ask if there are contributions. And here, but nobody has submitted anything for you. I have said to them that they have to be aggressive, and if they're to be faithful to the demands of the people who we serve, they will have to be more aggressive in ensuring that employers who engage workers to help them carry out their work, and by that to help them to build wealth, they must ensure that those workers are treated fairly, that they are allowed to contribute to the social security system, that they're allowed to contribute to that social safety net, that they are allowed to participate in the national insurance scheme. There will come a time when they need to, as we say, draw benefits. For those persons who are legitimately self-employed, we recognize that the system was much too inflexible. As a matter of fact, it was an archaic system. It was a system built when people were tied to the plantation. And those who were not tied to the plantation, like in the country where I come from, were living in town and tied to some business place in town. Outside of that, there were those who were vendors who looked after themselves by selling produce. But the vast majority of persons who were working were tied to institutions. We live in a society where that is no longer the case. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have created a system that will allow for flexibility. Flexibility for those who are self-employed, allowing them to be able to contribute according to their business structure, according to the seasonality, according to the peculiarities of work that is not a 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 attached to some other organization kind of work. We will, and we've set ourselves to have this completed in very short order, that persons who are self-employed will be able to make their contributions, and those contributions will be transformed into earnings, so that the $100, the $150 that is given as a contribution, we will work a system where we can say this represents earnings for X number of weeks, so that out of that, calculations can be made to determine benefit eligibility, so that out of that, we will no longer have a situation where we're saying that people are in default, that they haven't contributed, and that they ought to be penalized. We are developing a system to suit the times. We are developing a system to suit Barbados and Barbadians where Barbados and Barbadians are at in 2023 and where we will be beyond. Mr. Speaker, I think that I will speak now to some specifics of the bill. I've already shared that the matter of making sure the foundation is good is absolutely essential as we speak to the governance, that overarching system. Now, currently, we have a National Insurance Department, we have a National Insurance Board. Years ago, when I joined the board representing, well, in another life, representing the private sector, I was told that there was something also called the National Insurance Office. That begins all the confusion. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, we will be transitioning from a department or a hybrid between a department and a board to a commercial state-owned enterprise. And this bill will establish, once it is passed, obviously, and eventually proclaimed, a national insurance and social security service. The management of the National Insurance Department have been quite adamant that they see their role in this country, they see their role in society as providing a service for the people of this country. And I must, Mr. Speaker, applaud them for recognizing their role and for, to some degree, insisting that that nomenclature be included even as we transition the organization. And so the body corporate will be the National Insurance and Social Security Service. Now, the bill outlines the functions of the service and the functions of the service to manage and operate the system of national insurance established by the Act, is responsible, of course, for policy, organization, administration of the system. It is responsible for staffing in all of its facets. It is responsible for approving budgets, responsible for the execution of those budgets, responsible, Mr. Speaker, for ensuring that the national insurance scheme, that our social security, that which protects us, is done so, is managed in a professional manner, one that allows for all Barbadians to feel comfortable that their contributions, that their money, that their social security is being properly managed. And so the service will have annual plans prepared and also have annual and mid-year reports prepared. Now, the bill also speaks to some of the divisions of the service, the staffing for various divisions. In our consultation with our stakeholders, the private sector, and the trade union movement, we took an initial proposal and we made some adjustments to it, recognizing the fact, Mr. Speaker, that what we're talking about is, to use a word, but it's not really a word that I want, but it is serious business. And the reason why I use that while trying to think of a different term is because there are businesses in this country that manage maybe $10 million in assets, some maybe $100 million in assets. Mr. Speaker, when I say this is serious business, those tasked with managing our national insurance scheme, those tasked with managing our social security, are managing assets of approximately $4 billion. That is not chicken feed. That is not small money. These are major amounts. And there are major amounts set aside to be of benefit to all of us, to our parents and grandparents, and to our children and dependents who are to come in perpetuity. That is what this is that we're talking about. So the management of this service must reflect the fact that, one, we are managing significant sums, two, that we are managing amounts and assets that are for people's benefit, particularly in their times of need, and three, that we have to make sure that we can enjoy the benefits in perpetuity, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East has said. And so the management system has to reflect that. And in this bill, we identify the staff of the service we identify the major ones, allowing, of course, for the board to be able to appoint other officers as the board sees fit. But for this size of fund, for this kind of business, we've identified the chief executive officer, the chief financial officer, the chief people development officer, the chief operations officer, the chief investment officer, chief policy and planning officer, chief risk management officer, and the chief internal auditor. Mr. Speaker, we live in a volatile world. And this matter of risk management came into discussion a lot as we engaged with our social partners on the board in discussing the first draft of this bill. And we are agreed that in a world, we now talk about polycrises, in a world that seems in recent times to be hurtling from one crisis to another, this matter of risk is one that has to be taken seriously by the entity that manages our social security system. And we expect that the board of the service will put in place the requisite risk registers and all the other professional systems that must go into play if we are to ensure that the risks that are all around are properly managed for the sake of those who are to benefit from the national insurance scheme, our social security system. So those are the persons who, the staff, the positions that the bill identifies. The bill goes on to detail the roles of each of those officers, their roles, their responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, these are not matters that this government will leave to chance. The roles and responsibilities listed in this bill are not necessarily intended to form the job description, but the job description will include all of these. So I'm just saying that maybe from my people development background, because sometimes people will just cut and paste. So professional job descriptions will be prepared, but these elements are fundamental to the work of each of those officers who have been identified. Now, Mr. Speaker, you would imagine that in a transition, persons will be thinking about the benefits that I have now and the benefits that I will have as we transition to a new structure. In this bill, there is a section that says where a public officer accepts employment with the service, he, and we are still at the place where we use the interpretation at, I think he refers to both men and women. Where a public officer accepts employment with the service, he shall be employed on terms and conditions no less favorable than those before the commencement of this part. When a public officer accepts employment, it will be on terms and conditions no less favorable. In other words, Mr. Speaker, nobody is going to be disadvantaged in terms of moving from working with the department as now structured to working with the National Insurance and Social Security Service. No worker will be disadvantaged, and we have written that into what we expect to become the law. We go on, Mr. Speaker. He shall, upon accepting employment with the service, retain any right to pension. Retain means keep. So I know I'm speaking in the Honourable Chamber, but I'm also careful to understand that I'm speaking to the general public as well. So that if I do not quote, I will say that those persons accepting employment in this service will keep all their rights, rights to pension, rights to gratuity, rights to any other allowance for which that person would have been eligible if that person had remained in the public service. The workers will keep all of their rights to pensions and gratuities and allowances. All those things they keep. The bill, Mr. Speaker, goes on to speak to certain powers that the board, not the National Insurance Department, but that the board currently has. Now, I tell you that there's this hybrid kind of system which has in the past allowed for slips between, as people say, slips between the cup and the lip. But if we are going to set up an organization that is clearly a state-owned enterprise, a commercial state-owned enterprise, then there are certain powers that the entity will need to have, which will need to be spelled out in legislation. So that, for example, Mr. Speaker, the power to invest. We would recall that the National Insurance Scheme invests funds in various instruments, in various types of economic activity for the benefit of the fund, for the benefit, ultimately, of the people of the country who are contributors to the fund. Now, an entity needs the legal authority to be able to invest funds on behalf of others. And so this bill provides the service with the authority to invest funds, to determine the types of securities that are appropriate for investment, for example. And so that is one of the sections of this bill. There's also provided by this bill the power to borrow. An entity will need power to borrow because at some point borrowing may become necessary, and the bill provides for that power. It also gives the authority to guarantee loans. The bill, importantly, establishing the service, establishing the National Insurance and Social Security Service, also establishes a board to manage the affairs of the service. Now, the board is detailed in the schedule, which is at the end of the bill, but the board, rather than have members as in the existing setup, the board will have directors, like a normal board. And the board will have certain responsibilities. I spoke to some of them before. Responsibilities of staffing, responsibilities of managing resources and contracts, responsibilities to be prudent, responsibilities to monitor the performance of the service with respect to the discharge of its function. And, Mr. Speaker, a point that I made earlier both in the statement and earlier in the debate on this bill, the board shall develop a funding policy for the service. The board shall develop a funding policy for the service. But we don't stop there, Mr. Speaker. If the board proposes to amend the policy referred to in subsection 2, the minister shall lay the proposed amendment on the table of both houses of Parliament. Clause 4 says, the minister shall respond to the proposed amendment within 6 weeks of the date after it has been laid in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the inclusion of these clauses speak to a government that is serious about properly managing the national insurance scheme. It speaks to a government that takes seriously its responsibility to make sure that the national insurance scheme is sustainable and in a position to benefit those of us who are around now and those of us who will be around in the future. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to the fact and uses the language of shall. A funding policy the board shall develop a funding policy for the service. If the board proposes to amend the policy so that after an actuarial review, there may be the recognition that we need to do something about the funding policy. So, Mr. Speaker, if we were transported back to 2014, if this had been in place, and the board has said, we need, based on what we see in the actuarial review, we need to adjust the funding policy. If this had been in place, and the board had amended, the law would have ensured the minister shall lay the proposed amendment in the House. The minister would have been required by law to say to the House of Assembly, to say to the public through laying it in this House, what it is that has been proposed. Now, it is understood that a minister, through the collective action of a cabinet, may have a different perspective or may want to adjust a perspective. And so the response to the board's proposal also has to be made. The minister shall respond to the proposed amendment within 6 weeks. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of those good governance measures found that arose out of the discussions and the consultations and the work of the core group and the working group and the advisory group was that we have to ensure that can kicking, putting off action for somebody else to deal with, has to be something of the past. We are in an era of good governance. The bill goes on, Mr. Speaker, to speak to administrative matters of fixing seals and delegating functions, allowing the service through the board to acquire real property, which is kind of similar to the whole matter of the ability to invest. It speaks to protecting the board. It speaks to the power of the board to appoint committees. And on this point, in terms of appointing committees, this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, this amendment bill, speaks to the board shall appoint the following standing committees: an investment committee, a people development committee, some people will understand it more as HR committee, an information technology committee, an operations committee, an audit committee, a tenders committee, and a risk and data management committee. And again, in an era where there are risks, there are all kinds of things happening around us, it seems all the time, we thought it important, as we consulted with our colleagues and our partners, that something like a risk committee needed to be enshrined in the legislation and set up so that we, as we manage the people's funds, as we manage a large fund, as we manage the funds that provide protection for all of the ordinary people of this country, that we are on a continuing basis managing something like risk. And so the bill allows for the establishment of those various committees. So, Mr. Speaker, those are the major elements of the bill that is before the Honourable Chamber today. This bill, like I said earlier, speaks to allowing the National Insurance Scheme to be certain about its management, to be clear about responsibilities, to be not just clear about its responsibilities, but to be professional in the discharge of its responsibilities. And Mr. Speaker, as I was saying that, I remembered something else that I needed to bring to the attention of this Honourable Chamber. Very importantly, there was a time when the board, which is a tripartite board, and I'm talking about in the existing system, comprised of 9 persons. This board, unlike many other boards in this country, is tripartite because there's representation from workers' organizations and representation from employers' organizations. That setup of 9 persons, 2 ex officio, 4 from our social partners, and 3 appointed by the minister, was the setup until it was changed to 10 under the last administration, adding an additional ex officio person to the board, ex officio office to the board. We have, Mr. Speaker, in our own thinking, as well as in our engagement with our social partners, agreed that we have to go back to a 9-person board. And Mr. Speaker, this amendment bill before the House today indicates that the board shall comprise 9 directors as follows: the permanent secretary in the ministry responsible for Social Security as an ex officio member. The ministry responsible for Social Security has certain fundamental administrative responsibilities, and the permanent secretary as the chief administrator with respect to the National Insurance Scheme will be on the board as an ex officio member. The Director of Finance and Economic Affairs as the government's key person in managing all matters financial will also be a member of the board ex officio. After those 2, 7 other persons appointed by the minister. So the ex officio are ex officio. They don't have to be appointed by the minister. But there are 7 other persons appointed by the minister. 2 persons on the recommendation of the employers' organizations. 2 persons on the recommendation of workers' organizations. And now, Mr. Speaker, 3 persons, but allow me to share what in our discussion and in our attempt to create a professional organization we have agreed to do. These 3 persons, so I've spoken about the 2 ex officio, Permanent Secretary, Ministry responsible for Social Security, Director of Finance. I've spoken to the 2 persons nominated by employer organizations, 2 persons nominated by worker organizations. But the 3 persons nominated by government, appointed by government, must possess expertise or have at least 10 years experience in law, finance, accountancy, management, corporate governance, economics, pensions, or other skills appropriate to social security matters. So that these are people who are serious, who are experienced, who know what they're dealing with, who know what we're talking about, who are qualified to help to manage this kind of institution. In other words, I can't, Honourable Member for Christchurch East, appoint or ask for my daughter to be appointed to the board, or some good friend who I have who has no bona fides in managing a $4 billion entity. This is an attempt, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the very, very highest level of professionalism is brought to the leadership of this very important institution. We have, coming out of our consultation, our discussions, our listening, then our collating, our modeling, our testing of proposals, come up, Mr. Speaker, with both the recommendations that have been laid in this honorable chamber this morning and that have been summarized in the ministerial statement. And also, that discussion has also helped to inform the bill which we also debate at order number 5. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely confident. And you know, I debate this bill on the day that Seventh-day Adventists refer to as the preparation day. Those of you who remember, the King James Version said when they took down Jesus because the day was the preparation for Sabbath. On this day that I consider preparation for my Sabbath, I am absolutely confident that the steps, the measures, the legislative arrangements that this government has put before this honorable chamber today, that this government has put before the people of Barbados today, are together fit for purpose, appropriate to the circumstances within which we find ourselves, and are of such a nature that will remove us from that trajectory that takes us into harm's way and puts us on a sustainable footing, governed in an environment that is professional and that is well defined in terms of every responsibility of those who are charged with the administration of this important scheme. Mr. Speaker, I believe and I'm happy to be part of a government that is not just able to, but is willing to recognize when action needs to be taken, consult with all of those who have a stake in the matter under consideration, and that is not afraid to take the decisions that are necessary. And I particularly am not saying the hard decisions. I am happy to be part of a government that is prepared to take the decisions that are necessary to ensure that the welfare of the people of our country is looked after, that our system of social security, our national insurance scheme, is placed on a footing, on a foundation that speaks to strength, stability, and sustainability. I am happy to be part of such a government, and as such, I commend this bill to this chamber. I also commend, Mr. Speaker, this bill and the report of the board to the people of this country and beg that this bill be read a second time.
Okay, Mayor,
Wait a second.
that.
All member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we suspend this sitting for lunch break until 2:15.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 2:15 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 2:15 p.m. She's out for extension. No, wait. Sitting is resumed. Huh? Yeah, who's- Just a 30. The sitting is resumed. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this debate has demonstrated thus far it is of great significance to certainly members, but also to the listening public. It obviously concerns not only national insurance, but also pension-related matters. There are a number of speakers who have requested that they be able to speak beyond the 30-minute period. Perhaps not all will do so, but I think it prudent for us at the start of this next session to move a motion to allow the suspension of Standing Order 31 which would normally have provided for persons to be able to speak for the 30 minutes, and therefore to give you the flexibility, sir, to be able to allow them to continue beyond the 30 minutes. Thank you, sir. So I therefore beg to move the suspension.
The question is that Standing Order 30.1 be suspended. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Standing Order 30.1 is hereby suspended for the remaining day sitting. Honourable member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the legislation before us today has come following a lot of consideration, as we heard from the Honourable Member for St. Peter. It's come following a lot of consideration, a lot of consultation, and a lot of, quite frankly, a lot of hard work. What was presented in the ministerial statement by the Honourable Member, as well as in his lead-off of the debate, these are measures and decisions, I assume, that by Cabinet were not taken lightly. It came as the result of a lot of modeling, a lot of discussion, and a real concern about the principles that guide us in taking care of each other. The principles that guide us in taking care of each other. When I say taking care of each other, I don't mean me taking care of the Honourable Member for St. George North, or me taking care of the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. I'm talking about across generations. We are concerned with making sure that we have the wherewithal to protect people alive today and people who are not yet alive. Everything that we do in this honorable place has to be concerned not just with equity among people who currently exist, equity between people and planet, and equity between generations. That's what we're doing here. So when we think about the measures that the Honourable Member announced, I entreat us not just to think about what that means for me. What does it mean for the children that I dropped to camp this morning? And what does it mean for the children that they will have? I start there because I want to make it clear that the work that is being done here, the decisions that have been taken by this cabinet here, are not convenient decisions. When I was first starting to be trained in economics and development, there was a certain part of what we learned, what we were made to do, that is known as political economy. Political economy is the study of how political decisions impact economic decisions and vice versa. And one of the things I used to read in my textbooks all the time and in the articles that we were made to read was about the notion that politicians take decisions that will ensure their own survival. That is really at the basis of the discussion on this whole business of political economy. There's this notion that we have to protect against this survival instinct of politicians. Politicians are thinking about, or lawmakers, legislators, policymakers, are thinking about only what will get me past the next election cycle, making decisions only for that purpose. And it always bothered me. At that time, I did not imagine that I would be in political service, but the notion always bothered me. Because I thought, surely there are political actors, surely there are legislators and policymakers who care about what happens to people and are not just looking to protect their own well-being. Sorry, this may be a controversial thing to say, but if the group of women and men in here in this chamber and in the other place were only concerned about their own survival politically, perhaps we would not be debating this legislation. If the women and men in here, if the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, the member who is leading this debate, and the rest of the members of the front bench, and all of us, were only concerned with keeping people warm and happy, notwithstanding the consequences, with keeping people warm and happy today, so that we could ensure that we make it past the next election cycle, we would do nothing about pension reform or about the sustainability of the NIS. These are hard decisions, and I am glad to be part of a political generation, because it's not just about this government, sir. I am glad to be part of a political generation that is setting aside its own self-interest in the interest of the people of Barbados and future generations, because that is what we are doing in here today. Sir, the National Insurance Scheme, the National Insurance Fund, needs attention today. It cannot simply be a case of saying, well, we have enough to get us to this next point, because we may not find that the people who come to occupy this place in 10 years or in 20 years have the courage to take these hard decisions. This group in here has the courage to do it. And I really think that we have to see it from that perspective. The NIS needs attention today, sir, for many of the reasons that you heard from the Honourable Member for St. Peter. And I won't attempt to go over them, but we do know that we have demographic challenges. And what do I mean by that? That we have a situation where people are living longer, which means that they will require benefits for a longer period. And we have a declining base of contributors, so fewer people who are paying in to be able to allow us to take care of those people who are living longer. This is a feature of most societies and most countries in the world. And in fact, this is a feature of most systems that are structured like our national insurance scheme is structured. Sir, within a span of 22 years, between 1995 and 2018, 78 countries in the world increased the contribution rate of their national insurance systems. 78 countries increased the contribution rate. 55 countries had to increase the retirement age. 61 countries adjusted their benefits formula and cut or froze old age pension. Grenada, closer to home now, is in the middle of reforming their national insurance scheme. Last week, the Minister of Finance in St. Vincent and the Grenadines called NIS reform in that territory an urgent and unavoidable imperative. The United Kingdom has also recently been in discussions about their own pension system and did not increase their retirement age, not because they did not realize that it would be necessary, but what they did, conveniently for them, politically expediently for them, was that they looked at their COVID deaths recently and used those figures to be able to adjust their life expectancy numbers and therefore collifox their setting of the retirement age. So in other words, they're able to justify not moving the retirement age on the basis of a newly adjusted life expectancy that is offset by the outlier of the high level of COVID mortality. That's what they did, because they, I dare say, are perhaps a little less courageous and a little bit more afraid of doing something that seems uncomfortable or painful in the short term, but that is absolutely necessary for the survival of the country and its future generations. Ireland, similarly, was called to do something similar because their life expectancy is increasing. They chose not to do it. Arguably, out of political fear. It is an understandable fear. But I wonder what is worse. Is it worse to preserve the fear and the risk for those who will come after us? Sir, I have friends who asked me in 2016, when I started the process of offering myself a political service, why on earth would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you put yourself in the firing line or the chopping block, however you want to call it? And I said to them, because my back is broad. Because I happen to know that I have the courage. And I don't expect everybody to have the same courage, so let me go forward on behalf of others who do not have the same courage. And it is not to boast, because courage doesn't mean that you don't get frightened. Courage means that you just do it anyway. And that is what is happening in this chamber today. And I dwell on this point because I want us to understand that these are not decisions that we take lightly. And I also think that we have to understand what the National Insurance Fund and the National Insurance System delivers to Barbadians, and what we stand to risk, the protection, the social safety net that we put at risk if we do not preserve it. National Insurance Fund benefits include short-term benefits like sickness benefit, maternity benefit, soon we are told by the Honourable Member for St. Peter, soon paternity benefit, funeral benefit. It also includes employment injury benefit. That is injury benefit, medical expenses, traveling expenses, disablement benefit, death benefit. The long-term benefits that are covered under the fund: old age contributory pension, invalidity pension, which I hope we soon start to call disability pension, because this word invalidity is perhaps a bit outdated, and survivors pension. The suite of benefits offered by Barbados' National Insurance Fund is among the widest ranging globally. Barbados was one of the leaders in establishing this kind of a system. And because of its age, the amount of time that it has been in operation and offering benefits to Barbadians is a part of the reason we are here today. Because a system such as this front loads contributions. So when it first starts out, you have more that you're getting paid in, and because of its history, you have fewer people that you're paying out to cover. But invariably, a system that is designed like this, and I have friends who are economists who have not very flattering language for the system. The national insurance system as it is set up, because it means that you are having to crowd in contributions today to pay for people who have already retired. So there are those who believe that perhaps it is time to completely unpack what we understand as this common approach to national insurance schemes, and to see whether there's another way that we can deliver these benefits, simply because of the demographic changes that are happening all over the world. So, sir, I want to take the opportunity then to talk about how the NIS works so people understand that it is not that you are paying money into a bank account and leaving it there, and then when you age out of work, that money is there for you. That is not the way the system works. Sir, national insurance schemes in Barbados and much of the Caribbean and many parts of the world were designed to be partially funded systems. So it means that in the early years, contributions exceeded expenditure, and the surpluses that you got at that time were invested. When expenditure exceeds the income that is invested, then the assets that you have to fill that gap, as we heard from the Honourable Member. So social insurance systems are usually designed on a principle of solidarity and pooled funding. I pause here because I want people to understand something else. National insurance systems are not private pensions. They're not set up to operate like private pensions. They cannot be individualized. So for those of us who are saying, look, let me keep my money, let me hold my money and put it somewhere else, if you do that, the old lady that you go to the shop for up the road will not get a pension. Your aunt will not get a pension. So by definition, they can't be individualized, otherwise they will collapse for everyone. They're built on pooled funding. So if you want others, and we really have to think about this. I said in this honorable place before that we keep saying this is who we are, but really we need to start asking ourselves, who is it that we want to be? Do we want to be people who just want to keep our money in our pocket and say, not me, I'm not in that? Or do we want to make sure that we are able to take care, not just of other people, but of our own children in the future when we are gone? So it means, sir, that contributions that are paid in today on behalf of an employee, let's say that employee's name is Lydia, don't accumulate in an individual fund for Lydia to draw down from when she retires or when she qualifies for a benefit. In a pure pay-as-you-go system, contributions paid in today on behalf of Lydia are used today to provide benefits to those who are already in retirement. And I felt it was necessary to say that because I want us to understand that it is not possible to opt out. And I think Barbadians believe that. Why? When we looked at the survey responses, 78% of survey respondents, 78% of survey respondents thought that the NIS was important to the well-being of the country and of Barbadians and wanted to keep it. I want us to understand that because I want us to appreciate that notwithstanding some of the voices that of dissent that we will hear invariably over the next few hours and days, Barbadians overwhelmingly understand why this scheme is important and want us to keep it in place. Sir, in 2018, when we came to political service, we did a similar survey. Why? Because let it not be said that we are in here doing as we like. Let it not be said that we went to sleep last night and had a dream and woke up and decided to change a benefit or to move a retirement age. What is happening here is the best outcome, the best reimagined design based on what Barbadians have said that they want. Just like how Barbadians and the Social Partnership agreed that they wanted to preserve the value of the Barbados dollar in June of 2018. Similarly, Barbadians have said, look, I need this national insurance scheme. We get the value from this national insurance scheme. During COVID, when I was self-employed and I didn't know what would happen, and the government at the time put together this business interruption benefit that was administered through the NIS, that had to pull out every stock available and some that were not even so readily available to be able to pay out benefits. Barbadians have realized that this is something that they need. But sir, the reason the NIS needs attention today is something else that I have to come to. It is to say that the structure of the population is the reason. It is not because governments have been reckless with investments of the fund. I know that that is the narrative. And I would say that the outlier, the anomaly, NIS has existed since 1967. And it is only in the previous 10 years, before 2018, that we saw this over-reliance on borrowing from the NIS beyond what was stated in the investment policy. That over-reliance on borrowing from the National Insurance Fund meant that when the debt restructuring became necessary, the fund was hard hit. The fund was overexposed to government securities. Those investment decisions taken at that time were the reason that we saw the NIS affected as it was from the debt restructuring. It was not the debt restructuring, because if the debt restructuring had taken place and the NIS had not been overexposed in the way that it was outside of the parameters and against the guidelines of the investment policy, then it would not have been hit as hard. But further to that, the savings that would have been made, or if that the NIS had not been as hard hit or as affected as it was by the debt restructuring, that would have given us 3 to 4 years time. That would have bought us 3 or 4 years only. It would not have really been any sustainable or sustained way of saving the fund. You know, it is common wisdom that a government should not, a state should not expose a system of social insurance like the NIS to the risk of overborrowing. That is common guidance. That is public finance 101. So, and it is for the very reason that if there comes a time when you have to take action on the debt, then that is going to be one of the first things to be hit. I want to say that I don't want us to get distracted or confused about the reason we have to take action on this national insurance scheme. The reason we have to take action on the national insurance scheme has to do with the fact that we do not have enough people paying into the system today to cover the benefits. That is the reason. Is there space to make sure that investment policy always lines up and that there are not others who will do what was just done and in the future opt to make bad investment decisions? Yes, there's lots of space, and you heard it from the Honourable Member for St. Peter today. And I'll come in a moment to some of the mechanisms, or one of the mechanisms, that tries to prevent that from happening. I'm not saying to Barbadians that it is wrong to be concerned about what happens to the fund. It is perfectly right and in order to be concerned about what happens to the fund. But I'm trying to dispel this notion that the reason that we are here to make these changes and to save the fund long term has to do with the fact that poor investment decisions have been made. That is not the case. Sir, I want to say further that when it comes to the financial sustainability of the National Insurance Fund, there are only so many things you can adjust. There are only so many things that you can play with. And the document that was laid by the Honourable member who led this debate references them as parameters. But really, those are just the things that make up the cost side. So how much you spend on benefits, and the income side, how much you get to be able to spend on benefits. There are certain parameters that you're dealing with. So you could adjust the contribution rate. You could give a smaller average new pension. You could start the pension later. You could make adjustments to the cost of living allowance or the cost of living adjustments, or you can increase the eligibility requirements. The survey that was completed by Barbadians, the town hall meetings that were attended by Barbadians, said certain things very clearly. One of those things was that people did not want to see the contribution rate touched. So I'm trying to say, sir, that you have certain levers. If you push one, you got to pull another. And the consultation was about what are the levers that Barbadians feel comfortable with having pulled or pushed. The trick or the issue with the contribution rate, what people are paying in and what employers are paying in, is that that hits your income today. Let me tell you what I mean. You are earning money, earning a salary, employees are contributing, and employers are contributing. One of the reasons most countries, most states, most economists, most governments, most people ought not to hit the contribution rate is that that's affecting your disposable income today. That's affecting what you as an employee are earning and taking home and able to spend on food and clothing and school clothes. And for the employer, it's also affecting what they can invest in their staff, in their systems, and so on. So it's affecting you today. And so it is right for Barbadians to say that they didn't want to address the contribution rate. But what I'm saying is, in simple language, if we agree that we want to save the national insurance scheme, we want to keep it sustainable for ourselves and our children. If we agree that we don't want the retirement age to go above 70, which was what we heard, people said, what, 70? Absolutely not. If we agree that we don't want to touch the value of benefits, what is the pension that people are getting? We agree that we don't want to touch that. We have to touch something. And it seems to me that what this government opted to do was to touch as few things, as little as possible, and still be able to address the sustainability, the financial sustainability and viability of the fund going forward. Sir, I think it is important as well to be able to understand what are the principles that guided this reform. And I think that the core group and the working group and the advisory group were driven by certain objectives in the recommendations that they made, reiterating that the cabinet is always, the government is always at liberty to accept or not accept recommendations. But there were certain objectives. One, as the Honourable member said, was the benefit adequacy, to make sure that the old age contributory pension met a defined portion of the basic needs of an elderly resident of Barbados. So, sir, this is not witchcraft. This is not putting your finger in the air and seeing which way the wind is blowing. This is thinking through, all right, the average elderly person who is relying on a pension, how much do they have to spend to survive? And what percentage of that can and should an old age pension be able to deliver? The truth is that a pension cannot deliver everything to that individual. And that is why one looks forward to hearing from the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, who will perhaps help us understand better what is this ecosystem of social protection? What does that look like? Because the National Insurance Fund exists in an ecosystem of social protection. It is one of the tools at the disposal of the state to protect people, but it is not the only tool. It cannot be everything to everyone. This government, this state, invests heavily in education expenditure, invests heavily in health care, and perhaps one of the things that we have to consider carefully is what is the balance of those investments between NIS, between the Welfare Department, between the National Assistance Board, between the QEH and the healthcare system, and the education system, and all the other benefits. How do those things work together to deliver for people what they need? Because with the best will in the world, on this planet or any other planet, a national insurance scheme or fund cannot deliver for a person who is at pensionable age all of the things that they need. That pension cannot deliver that. Not 100% of all the things that they want to do in those later years of life. So benefit adequacy. The affordability of contributions, important, I just spoke about that, and the sustainability of the fund. So the idea was that given future economic and demographic uncertainty, how do you protect the NIS reserves to meet future obligations? But, sir, for me, more important than these objectives are the principles that guided the considerations being made here. And I can only speak to the principles that guided the group that worked on this. I don't pretend to say or to ascribe these principles to the recommendations that were eventually taken, but I would be surprised if they were not the principles guiding the cabinet in these matters, because these are the principles that guide this government. The idea of not just doing no harm, but of making sure that we can go as far as we can to protect people, and not just protect people, to give them the best deal. Because the two things are different. This is not just about stopping people from drowning, you know, which in most countries is as far as they go. This is about designing a system that gives people their best shot at using their own productive capacity, giving people their best shot. So what were those principles? The idea was that the NIS would provide all qualified beneficiaries with a minimum pension that never falls below the poverty line. That never falls below the poverty line. The minimum pension right now is about 125% of the poverty line. And if you look around at different countries, their minimum pension is hovering somewhere around the poverty line or below. So other countries have already understood that their pension is really a contribution to people's survival. In Barbados, that the pension that is set is more than a contribution to people's survival. There's actually 125% of the poverty line now. I am not saying that the poverty line is where we aspire to have people. That is not at all what I'm saying. I am saying that there has to be a social floor that you agree ideologically that you do not want people to fall below. Barbados has one of the highest minimum pensions of countries that have national insurance schemes that are structured in this way. We consider that the minimum pension as a percentage of wages is relatively high. I know that there are some people hearing me who are thinking, you could say, well, you could talk chalk, but it's a question of what I can buy when I go in the supermarket. I agree. But what I'm saying, if we agree that the national insurance scheme cannot by itself provide everything, that we rely on the other social protection systems, we rely on the other social investments of the government, then this principle of making sure that the minimum pension, the minimum that you can get, never goes below the poverty line is a sound principle. The other principle that the group sought to work with is the idea that any future reforms must result in the NIS being financially sustainable for 25 to 30 years and reserves not falling below 2 times annual expenditure. And let me just say simply what that means. The Honourable Member for St. Peter was very resolute and clear on the idea that we cannot and should not responsibly as a government take reforms that we know we're going to have to revisit in 10 years. I feel strongly about this, sir, because I feel that uncertainty creates anxiety. And anxiety is a pre-existing condition for a lot of health concerns. What do I mean by that? I don't believe in making people frightened unnecessarily. If you have to bring reforms that are going to make the National Insurance Fund sustainable, make your timeline 25, 30 years. Don't tinker. Don't come back in 3 years because you was frightened to take this decision today. Don't come back in 5 years. Don't leave it for the next generation of those who will come to political service to scratch their head and think about what to do. If you have the wherewithal to bring about far-reaching reforms that are going to really affect sustainability, do it now. And that was the principle on which we were operating. The other principle, sir, is that the National Insurance and Social Security Act should include specific target funding levels and required actions to be taken if the actuarial projections suggest that the NIS will not meet stated targets. And this was covered in the presentation by the member who led the debate, is simply this. The document that he laid references it as something called a compulsory adjustment mechanism. What does that mean? It means that the government of the day, today, in 5 years, in 20 years, will not have the option to cross their arms and wait for the next government to do it. What does the young people say? Get somebody else to do it? You put in the legislation something that binds the state to act. Now, I would say that I would have loved it to be a bit more automatic. I would have loved it to be that when the reserve expenditure ratio, when the balance of what the fund has and what the fund has to spend gets to an unsustainable level, immediately, I ain't coming to the minister, immediately action is taken. That is what I would prefer. I understand why the recommendation is framed as it is, because I don't think there's a more uncertain time, there has been a more uncertain time, sir, now than there is today. So one doesn't know what the government at the time will have to deal with or spend on or consider. So one has to, I imagine is the reasoning of the government, maintain the capacity of the minister responsible to take a decision, to say, well, I want to adjust this and not that. I want to adjust that and not this. But the truth is that something that is more automatic would actually perhaps give people a bit more comfort. Why did we think that this kind of compulsory adjustment mechanism was needed? Because, sir, when we started these conversations with the people of Barbados, there was a concern that you are paying in NIS contributions and somebody could decide to take a poor decision and put your future at risk. It is a valid concern. That has not far and wide been the history of the fund, except for the anomaly, I like to call it that I spoke to earlier. But we understand that people felt helpless. Like, I put my money in there and I don't know what's happening. And so a lot of what you heard from the Honourable Member for St. Peter about the composition of the investment committee, the professionalization of investment decisions, go to that concern. But further, this adjustment mechanism that says, look, I am not leaving it to any decision later down the road. This act is compelling the state to take certain decisions. Within 6 weeks, the minister has to come and say to the people of Barbados, what are you going to do about the fact that the fund is not performing at target? And satisfy the people of Barbados that something is being done. Because we have to remove the sense of worry from people's minds. This sense of worry, look, people could have enough to worry about in your day-to-day life. And what this measure does is to be able to remove that sense that people are not certain about what is happening with the fund once monies are paid in. But, sir, I want to come to this idea of what the NIS is and is not. And I mentioned earlier that it is not a private pension. And I really have to address this issue because I think, sir, that there is a bit of tension with the role of private pension and what people understand private pension to do. The NIS for higher income earners, for example, is one of the pillars. But people who earn in the higher income bracket are at liberty to make other kinds of individualized pension investments. I know that there are those who think, for example, that there are things that the government can do to ease the pressure on the NIS with respect to private pensions. So, for example, the returning tax concessions for retirement savings is one thing that people have been concerned about. And it is something that is certainly within the purview of the state to do if the revenue numbers bear that out. But I want us to understand that the NIS is not here to be a private pension for people who are earning at a higher level. That's not what it's for. The NIS system is for people, the vast majority of Barbadians who are earning at a certain level, who are going to need that income in order to live or in order to contribute to the lives that they want to live and the choices that they want to make later in life. Sir, you know, in the couple hours since the ministerial statement was delivered and this debate started, there is discussion about what these measures mean. And I think that some of it comes from the fact that when we get to our feet in this chamber, sir, to share measures or to debate bills or to give perspectives, we cannot say everything. And so because the honourable member mercifully did not take 10 hours to go through all of the things that obtain, there are questions. And there are things that were unsaid. There will always be things that are unsaid. And the board and the staff who have joined us today and who work every day will have to do the work of completing some of this. This is not the end. I really think that sometimes we believe, and when I say we, I mean Bajans. I'm a Bajan, here as a Bajan. Sometimes we believe that you only come when you have all the answers. And so we have this kind of whataboutism, right? And you say, well, what about this, and what about that, and what about that? And that's fine. It seems to me that government understands, the cabinet that is proposing these changes understands that when it comes to issues like retirement age, there are certain categories that may need an earlier retirement age. I think that has been the discussion. There are certain categories that already have an earlier retirement age. So there are certain kinds of work that are physically laborious. There are certain kinds of work that mentally, if you are not going to be as sharp, sorry, no, that doesn't apply to your discipline, but you're not going to be as sharp later in life as you were when you started out. And so there has to be consideration, and I am sure that the government understands this, and the minister understands this. There has to be consideration for those kinds of works. Soldiers, police officers, there are, somebody's trying to whisper in my ear, surgeons, but I do not believe that qualifies.
That's an aside, Honourable. That's an aside, Honourable. Pay no
And
attention
it will be
to
treated as such. So I think that the concern that people feel about, well, the work that I'm doing now that is so hard on my body, for me to do that for an extra year, what will that mean? And I think that, and I know the government is open to looking at those categories. There are some that say that there are categories of work that the retirement age should be later. And I won't get into that particular conversation now. But I know that there are people who say that there are groups of us who qualify for pension earlier and maybe should not, and there are groups of us who qualify for pension later and maybe should qualify earlier. And I am sure that there are things to be worked out in the details and in the administration of the Act and in the work that is done at the NIS itself to give life to these fears and to give life to these ideas. We could not in this debate contemplate and discuss everything that will be necessary. But the legislation gives us the wherewithal to start the work to make some of these things a reality. You heard about all of the things from that the self-employed, those who are self-employed will be able to do to make sure that they get their contributions paid in and they're able to benefit. But there's something else that I want to say. I agree, of course, with the measures that are meant to make it easier for the self-employed. I agree with the idea that you pay in benefits when you are in a position, pay in contributions when you're in a position to pay in contributions. You have seasonal work. You know, I go and dance in the hotels certain times of the year, high season for tourist season, or I sing during crop over, or I'm a promoter, and that is when I can pay in my contributions, and I want to make sure I can pay as I get money. But there's something else that I want to say. While we make it as easy as we can for those who are self-employed, I think that we also have to have an honest conversation. It benefits you, especially when you are self-employed, to make sure that you are able to have access to the National Insurance Scheme. There is no time that was clearer to us than during COVID. And I think that for many people, because of the way the scheme is structured and because the benefits did not match, because the benefits available to the self-employed were not aligned perfectly with what people who had contributions paid in on their behalf, because they did not align perfectly, there was this notion that, well, I can hold my money and if anything happened to me, I can have it. You could not pay in cash, in the cash that you are holding on to, by withholding NIS payment, you could not pay for the level of benefits that you would be getting out of the NIS system if you are paid up as a self-employed person. One does not say that just to be able to get revenue into the system. One says that because it hurts my heart to see people working hard every day who should be able to benefit from this system the same way the rest of us do. But because they have taken a decision based on not having all the information, they're not able to benefit. Sir, I have to say something here in general about this question of non-contributory pension and who qualifies and who doesn't qualify. I think it is something that, and I won't try to address it all, there are other members who will speak after me, but I think that the question of who qualifies for non-contributory pension and in general, how the NIS as an institution responds to people's concerns has occupied the minds of Barbadians. Sir, there are certain things that before the core group went anywhere to touch parameters or to make any kind of recommendations to the board, in the principle of fairness and equity, one of the first things that occupied those groups of people who were consulted was the issue of compliance. The consideration was that we cannot ask anybody to pay more, to retire later, to have fewer benefits until and unless the issue of compliance and recovery of monies owed to the NIS is addressed. And so whatever else is contemplated in terms of measures to be changed, I think the people of Barbados need to have the assurance, and I hear it from the Honourable Member, but I think we need to be able to see it after today, that everything that needs to be done will be done to recover what is owed, but also in an ongoing way to make sure that there is compliance of payment, because it is an unfair ask that you're missing some of the money over here, but then you're asking people who are already compliant to carry more of the burden. I know the member agrees with me that compliance has to be one of the first ports of call. Similarly, the issue of general administration and general performance of the institution is one that concerns Barbadians. The issue of responsiveness, and if I have a query, if I'm making an appeal, if I want something to be considered, who is managing my case? Who is responding? What are the benchmarks for the response time? What are the processes that are in place? I am reflecting to this honourable chamber the concerns of the people of St. Michael's South Central with respect to the National Insurance Scheme. And it makes no sense to adjust parameters and not to adjust service delivery. Now, this is not a challenge to the executive leadership and the staff of the NIS. This is a challenge to the minister and the board to give those who work there the wherewithal to be able to deliver on the things that we say we will deliver in this legislation. One of the things, for example, that I think is absolutely necessary is to be able to align the data sets and the systems at the Barbados Revenue Authority with those at the National Insurance Scheme. If I were to go further, I might make the recommendation that we have one institution in Barbados collecting all revenue. It is done in the US. It was recently in another jurisdiction that does not come to mind now, also done in another country, that determined that, look, we have compliance issues at the NIS. I guarantee you that the BRA has fewer compliance issues. But it's the same clients. It's the same clients. So if I want to see what is happening, what people are earning, and to make sure that the schedules that are submitted then match the contributions that are paid in, that is made easier when those data systems align. Now, I know that there's a concern about bifurcation of money is going to the consolidated fund and money is going to the NIS. That can be done. That can be done easily. That is an administrative issue, and I do not want that we fail to progress and we fail to put in systems that will serve the people of Barbados because we are afraid of the admin or because a piece of legislation says something. We are lawmakers in here, sir. We are in here now affecting legislative change. So if there's something that would benefit the people of Barbados that we can do, let us do it. Because we are already taking the courage needed to make some of these changes. So let us make the changes that are material to people. The government owes people money, and the government is owed money. I'm saying that as plain as I can. For years, we have said that we will use a system of offsets so that if you owe me a VAT return and I owe you NIS, we can, through a system of factoring, determine what is the net payment. Having a system that aligns BRA and NIS allows you to do that. If we are really looking for reform, let us really look for reform. And let us not allow the same systems that were set up 50 years ago that don't serve us today to stop us from going any further. That is certainly one of the things that may help people to feel that there's a more equitable system. Sir, the question of the double taxation of registered retirement savings plans is another thing that I know is on people's minds. And the issue is that you pay income, you pay from your income into a retirement plan, and your income is taxed when it goes in, and when you take money out of the retirement plan, it is taxed at the point of taking money out. Principles of taxation tell us that that ought not to be done. There's similar concerns, sir, about the taxing of pensions that are payable to people once they reach the age of the pensionable age. And the similar idea is that if my income is taxed at the time to which it is, some of it is used to contribute to my pension, why is it taxed again? And there is space, I think, to consider some of these things. I know, perhaps more than many, that government at all times is managing cash flow and managing revenue. Government has to spend on health, education, roads, myriad things. And so it is not always the opportune time to take a certain reform measure. I get that. But I think that we have to be driven by principles of fairness and equity and, quite frankly, sir, good common sense. I have to say as well, sir, that and I started to touch on this before, but I think there is a notion, and forgive me, sir, because I'm talking to all Barbadians today, and Barbadians are not a monolith. I'm talking to all Barbadians. I'm talking to those that are concerned about the issue of retirement age, talking to those that are concerned about the issue of compliance, but I'm also talking to those, sir, who have notions about the NIS and who seem not to support it as a system of social protection. And that is why I make the point over and over that the National Insurance Scheme is social insurance. It is not there for high-income earners to be able to do better with their income, and it is based on a system of solidarity. But there is a notion, sir, that the National Insurance Scheme non-contributory pensions are a burden to the fund. And we heard this clearly in the conversations that people had earlier. So in other words, there are those who would say, we should not have a non-contributory pension, or we should have a lower minimum pension because if people didn't pay in, no matter what their circumstance, well, that doesn't matter for them. But that is not the Barbados that I was raised in. That is not the Barbados that created this scheme in the first place. This is not the Barbados that pioneered the suite of benefits that are available to Barbadians today. So I want to make it clear that in last year, sir, the NIS paid less than $8 million, or 16% of total non-contributory pensions. Non-contributory pensions, as the honourable member before me mentioned, this system is administered across the National Insurance Fund as well as government. So the fund last year paid 16% of the pensions that were paid. The non-contributory pensions are not a drag on the fund. But to be honest, sir, if it were more than 16%, I would have no problem with that. Because the idea of a non-contributory pension originated where? There are people who produce for this economy and this country. They do not get up in the morning and put on a jacket and go and sit down in anybody's office or in anybody's factory. They are raising children. They are taking care of the elderly. They are reproducing a workforce. They are doing volunteer work in communities. They are creating breakfast programs and going and feeding people's children at community centers and schools. They are productive. But our system says that we only see you and your productive efforts when you get a pay slip. The idea behind that non-contributory pension was that for those of us, at the time largely women, who were working within the household economy, because that's what a household is. It is an economy, it is an economic sector, it is a productive sector. That those people have an entitlement to be taken care of once they are no longer at an age where they can reasonably produce at the same levels. And that is the origin of that non-contributory pension. Women and others, increasingly now men as well, who work primarily in the home are not the only ones who should be considered, arguably, for a non-contributory pension. Now, I believe that the system of who qualifies for that may need to be relooked. We want to make sure that people are paying NIS contributions, but we similarly want to make sure that people who, for very good reasons, could not meet the number of contributions are not left outside of our system of social protection. Now, whether that is between a balance of non-contributory pension and other social protection systems in the Ministry of People Empowerment, we have to be clear and we have to understand that. But I want us to understand, and I'm speaking to those who believe that the National Insurance Fund should just be there to maximize their returns and not take care of people, that is not what it is for. Similarly, the idea that the NIS should be fully funded, that's not what it's for. It's not by design a fully funded system. And so we have to take the system as it was designed, which is with a social protection focus, to make sure that that is what it is used for. Sir, in my limited remaining time, I want to say two more things. One is that the Honourable Member for St. Peter was very clear in his explanation on and his understanding of the question of self-employment and the fact that it is not an employer who determines whether a person is self-employed. It's very clear what factors obtain that qualify somebody to occupy the status of self-employed and when a person is actually employed. All I will say in that regard is that the government has to always make sure it is leading by example on this matter. The government has to always make sure it is leading by example on this matter. And I know that the political will is there to do it, but sometimes when you look away and look back, the things that you believe obtain do not actually obtain. We have to make sure that there is no category of worker on the government payroll that is affected by this issue that the Honourable Member has outlined. The question of things like if you are required to show up for certain hours of the day at a certain place of work, and you have a set of duties that are assigned to you, that means that certain things come with that. That means that if I have to take a sick day, that I have to be compensated for that sick day. And I am not a labor lawyer or expert. I am just expressing the things that I understand. It means that I am entitled to vacation with pay. The people that we engage, we have to be careful that we do not, that the terms we set align with the category in which we have them. And that is all I will say on the question of who is self-employed and who is a contract worker and who must and should benefit from all of the things that we consider employed persons should benefit from. The other thing that I feel I have to mention, sir, is the question of semi-retirement. This idea that I have reached pensionable age or in the area of pensionable age, and I can still be productive. And there are many people who fit that category. Is there an option for me to take some pension and do some work within certain parameters? Sir, we have, I haven't seen the last census numbers yet, but we have a limited population, 275,000 people. And we just don't have the flexibility, we don't have the luxury of telling people that can still be productive, go home and sit down. We don't. We need to find frameworks in which people can work a couple days a week or a few hours and not jeopardize the income that they are due under a social insurance system. And as I said, I don't expect the member for St. Peter, the Honourable Prime Minister, the Vice Minister for Finance, I don't expect anybody to come in here with all the answers today. You know, I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central give some information about a proposed engagement to modernize the airport. And all of a sudden, notwithstanding the fact that there are things that are pending, all of the answers were demanded at one time. And I don't see how it is possible. I don't see how in a government that is this consultative But we got is either one or the other. Either you take the time and consult and ask questions and then get answers, or you come and say, and so it shall be. Which do we want? If we want consultation, let us get comfortable with not having the answers all at once. Now, government must tell you what it is doing in your name when it is doing it. But if you have a government that comes to you and says, look, this is what we're thinking of doing, we are going to come back to you to understand everything and what you would have us do, then you can't have all the answers on day one as well. And I really would like to see us as Barbadians get into a place where we are comfortable enough with consultation, where we can suspend cynicism enough to really show up for conversation. As the people who attended the last Paris Speaks in St. Philip did. Showed up honestly and openly for real conversation. And look, the women and men in here can take a couple of lashes, you know. If you have to honestly come and say, well, I don't like this, that's what we're here for. But I think that we have to really understand this spirit of consultation. Sir, I mentioned that there are some 270,000 people, perhaps 280,000 here. It means that the same 270,000 people for whom we are transforming the country are the same 270,000 people who have to transform the country. I don't think sometimes that we understand that. The same people who are benefiting from or affected by policy decisions are the same people who have to be a party to those policy decisions. The same Director of Finance and Economic Affairs who is on every board. The same public officers who have to show up for every meeting and who have to do the transformation, sir. Barbados is small, and even with all of the talent that we have, it is one small group of people who have to do everything. That may sound like a very pedestrian point, but it is a fact. And sometimes I wonder whether we do not need to pause and say, look, education reimagination, social insurance and social protection reform, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, are the things that we are prioritizing in the next 3 years. Pause. Figure out what are the details of execution. Execute those details. Take fresh stock, take fresh guard, and go again. I say that because when I review the document that has been laid by the Honourable Minister of Labour and Social Security, when I look at all of the things on this paper that I have not yet said but will not say, sir, today, when I consider all of the different permutations of a national insurance scheme, sir, the core group looked at so many options, not just for changing parameters, but for changing structure, for changing the very understanding of what a social insurance scheme is. There are so many things to do and to get right in this work. And this is so critical to get right. When it comes to investment policy and the funding policy, making sure that the compulsory adjustment mechanisms kick in when they need to. When it comes to risk and compliance, when it comes to corporate governance, when it comes to the parameters themselves, when it comes to making decisions about whether the old gentleman who must move around in a wheelchair because he's a double amputee and he didn't have enough contribution benefits, but at the time his application was denied, he was walking around, sir, like you and me, but now he does not. And now he has to get transportation to go into Bridgetown and sell greeting cards, which he does happily. Whether his...
That's one of your constituents, I don't remember, you know.
Well, if you say so, sir, I believe you.
That I know. I know him well.
But when it comes to decisions about that, how quickly are we responding to people? Do we have the systems in place to really have a fully professional, fully modernized way to answer people? Does it align with the social protection systems that the Honourable Member for St. Michael South is working on reforming as well? We have to make sure that these details are right. We have to make sure that the resources available to the people who have to make these decisions are right, and that there is no discretion in these decisions. That if I meet one officer today and I meet a different officer tomorrow, there is a principle guiding the answer that I get that will mean that it will be the same answer regardless of who is looking at the appeal or at the claim. These are the things, and so I really feel that the resources that we have to be deployed systematically, one after the other, to the things that we need to get done. Because we are in a reform space. We are in a reimagination space of everything. And you see, this is what happens when you now come to service in 2018 and have to start reimagining, because it wasn't happening before. And so everything is up in the air. Understood. But we have the resources that we have. We have the people that we have. We have the numbers that we have. And I'm not saying that we're only looking within our borders. Yes, we have resources from outside. But the people that have to buy in, are the same people that have to execute. And so I say, let us be systematic, and let us be deliberate, and let us be measured about what we choose to do when. And to those people who have to buy in, which is every Barbadian, I will finish where I started. And that is to say that the equity we're concerned with is not about individuals. Social insurance can never be about individuals. It is not just about equity between those people living with disabilities, equity between those in rural and urban areas, equity between women and men. It is not just about that equity, it's about equity between generations. There's nothing that we do today that should disadvantage those coming after us. And if we do not take these decisions today, we have nothing there as a safety net for those coming later. You know, most of us in here are starting to feel our mortality, sir. I know not you, but I know most of us are. And the more you feel your own mortality, the more you look at, I have a niece that's 9 years old, members in here have children. The more you look at them, the more you understand that the policy decisions you are making today are not about today. They are about leaving this country and this planet better off for you having been here. I am urging us to consider these measures in that context. I don't want to be one of those people that get old and start waving the stick and say, my day. But I am concerned about how individualized we have become. If it don't benefit me, I don't want to hear it. I wasn't raised that way, I have to say. I was raised to stand back and put other people in front. And that is what these measures aim to do. Sir, I commend these measures to this House. I want to assure the people of Barbados that this is not about what was the easy decision. If this government were here just to take easy decisions, we would not be in this place today looking to secure this fund for future generations. And for those that are alive today who will be receiving a pension for some years to come. If we were only here to do the easy things, we would not be discussing this today. We would not be discussing education reimagination. I am happy that having read, 20 years ago now, oh my goodness, talk about feeling your own mortality. Having read 20 years ago now about how politicians only do things that can secure the vote in the next election, I am happy to be associated with a government that has the courage to say, you know what? This is bitter medicine, perhaps, that may not go down well, but there are other measures that we have taken and are taking that are able to hold people up. It is not just the NIS alone. It is all of the things that were done to increase pensions at the beginning. It is all the things that were done to be able to make sure that welfare was increased. It is all the things that the member for St. Michael South is doing now to make sure that the National Assistance Board and all of those things that offer social protection to Barbadians are also kicking in. This is an ecosystem of social protection. It's not just about National Insurance Fund. This is about all of us. And I encourage all of us to be concerned about what happens to future generations and to be able to give this our support. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill and I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to participate in this debate, conscious that this may come to be recognized as one of the most consequential debates of our generation. And I say so, sir, because when the scheme who manages the National Insurance Fund was established, I don't think I had yet celebrated my second birthday. And I would like to believe that I stand here as a young person, but my hair tells me otherwise. And the fact that this organization has been around since 1967 reinforces what my gray hair tells me. Mr. Speaker, just over a year ago, we received a report from the Actuary that indicated that our scheme was not in crisis, but the trajectory, the path upon which it was trodden was such that without intervention, it could be not just in crisis, but there could be catastrophic consequences for those who rely on the National Insurance Scheme. And Mr. Speaker, those catastrophic consequences, while we accept that anything will ultimately trickle down, especially in the areas of economic decline, the reality is that because of the very nature of having a Social Security scheme, the catastrophic consequences will be first and foremost upon families and individuals at the very time when they are least capable of mounting an effort to mitigate against those catastrophic consequences. And Mr. Speaker, we are talking, of course, of our most vulnerable. We're talking about our pensioners. We're talking about those who rely on the scheme for invalidity benefit, disability. We're talking about people who rely on the scheme for maternity benefit. We're talking, Mr. Speaker, about benefits that go to people when they are least capable of providing for themselves. And that is why whoever came up with that strap line many years ago, we know it because of the ad. It used to play usually before the news or after the news start. National insurance, it's your lifeline. It's your lifeline. And we would hear it and not necessarily internalize it. But for that family, husband and wife, one may be incapacitated at 70, and the other one really can't do much. They might try to make a little sweet bread to sell on the side, a little pone to sell on the side. But without that pension coming in, how are they going to buy the food for the house? How are they going to pay the light bill? How are they going to pay the water bill? They don't qualify for welfare. The reality is, sir, that this institution is vital for the support of hundreds of thousands of Barbadians directly and indirectly. And that is why I say, sir, that this debate may come to be regarded as one of the most consequential debates of our generation. Since starting, there have been some adjustments. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I belonged to a government in 2004 that had the courage to also make decisions. It might be argued that we didn't go far enough. And had we gone far enough, and had we not had the level of population decline and the level of economic decline, that the projections that were made then would have become reality. But if I may recall from when we started this journey, those projections assumed that we would have had 30,000 more contributors today than we currently have. And whether we can stop and argue, well, why do we have less? Is it because of population decline? Is it because less people are working? Is it because those who were immigrants here were told ever so welcome and went home? We can pause and have many arguments about what it is. But, Mr. Speaker, that will only allow us to spend some time and not advance progress. And what is required to advance progress now is to accept our reality where it is and to take the decisions that we must. Mr. Speaker, this government, therefore, undertook an exercise which you heard, and I want to commend at the outset the Honourable Minister of Labour for carrying the burden at the ministerial level for us. I want to commend the board of the National Insurance Scheme, some of whom are members of Parliament. I want to commend in particular the Deputy Chairman who led from in front from day one, former Senator Rawdon Adams. And I want to commend the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central who just sat, who also worked with them to ensure that alongside the work of the actuary and buttressed by the considerable work of the management, the leadership of the National Insurance Board, the director, the deputy director, those who are with us, I want to commend you all, because without you, this country would not be in a position today to resolve matters with the level of maturity, but with the length of time necessary so as not to preside over a as painful an exercise as the adjustment might otherwise be. And Mr. Speaker, I want to do this also by saluting my colleagues in Cabinet and in the Parliamentary Party for having the confidence and the courage to recognize that there are simply some decisions that must place our country first, even if it means, as has happened on occasion in the last 12 months, don't fool yourself, there are those who would want to attack and take shots, and to recognize that there's going to be some discomfort. When a child is growing, the child has growing pains. They call them growing pains for a reason. Because when you move from one state to another, there will be adjustments and there will be some pain. But what we know is that growth is part of the path of progress. And similarly here, what we know is that if we don't fix this, not now, not next year, certainly not when I will be in public life, not when perhaps half of the people in here who are over 55 themselves may not be in public life. But somewhere between 2034 and 2041, this country would have had a date with destiny. And Mr. Speaker, we have done too much to stabilize Barbados, to leave it with an underbelly that potentially is cancerous, and that having saved the country in one respect, and saved the value of the dollar, and saved people's quality of life for now, we leave them in the middle of the train track for the train to come, sir, and crush them. Mr. Speaker, I like to tell the story of a mother who might have had 5 children. And 2 gone away. 1 actually passed away. So that's 3. The 2 that gone away, 1 has 4 children themselves and lost the job post-COVID. The other one is working, but the truth is that they're helping to support the sister that got the 4 children. You're left in Barbados with 2 more. 1 getting in an accident and is themselves claiming disability benefit. And you got 1 left to support your mother. In a very real sense, sir, that is what has happened to us. That the dependency ratio has all of a sudden changed. And the number of people that we had to be able to support pensions in this country, people drawing pensions, the number of people making contributions so that we can pay benefits out of contributions has significantly diminished. And it didn't diminish now. It was intended to diminish on the trajectory by 2018. But we reached that point in 2015. 2015. And therefore, since then, we've been taking money out of the investment income. When the investment income is really supposed to help grow the fund, so that the fund can exponentially keep growing and growing and growing and growing. But if you start to take out of your asset and make the asset smaller and smaller, it means that even when it starts to grow, you got problems. Your contribution is not enough to make it grow because you're taken out of it. Mr. Speaker, it's a perfect storm. So that even though we were not at the stage of utter crisis, we were on the pathway, trotting our way to crisis, and crisis could then become catastrophic. So, Mr. Speaker, I start here, and I want to give some context, because it is only 2 weeks ago that the cabinet had an initial report that came in. The member for St. Peter, the honourable member, shared with us that in 2015, Barbados had 2,874 children being born. And we had 2,538 deaths. And basically for every year up until then, we had more people being born than were dying. All of a sudden, the trajectory changes. And we now have more people dying than being born. Mr. Speaker, we have gone from 2,874 live births to 2,274. 600 less people being born in a 7-year period in this country. And at the same time, sir, our deaths have gone from 2,538 in 2015 to 3,349 last year. Mr. Speaker, roughly 811 more people dying per year last year than in 2015. Mr. Speaker, when I was Minister of Education, up to 2001, we had 4,200 people roughly sitting the exam. Mr. Speaker, you know how many people sat the exam this last year? Roughly 1,000 less. In the 20 years when the member for St. Thomas and I were in the Ministry of Education. And what is even more frightening is that within the next 10 years, based on these numbers, another 1,000 less will be sitting the common entrance exam in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, in my lifetime, from 2001 to roughly 2030, half of the numbers of people being born. We are half of the numbers of people being born, half the numbers of people going to sit the exam. And Mr. Speaker, instinctively when we became the government, we knew that, because had I not served perhaps in the Ministry of Education, I might not have been as sensitive to these issues as I am. And when I saw the numbers when we were in opposition, we agreed that one of the first things we would have to do in Barbados would be to set up a National Population Commission to do the thorough investigation. And they've had consultations, and their formal report is coming. They're tweaking the report. They've come back to us. We've asked them to look at a few things. But it is through that and the completion of the 2020 census, which was postponed, or delayed rather, because of COVID. Do you know what has happened to our population, sir? I've been talking in the last year about the fact that our population is going to decline. I've been talking in the last year about our population putting us at risk, because ECLAC and others have predicted that by 2050, 1 in every 2 Barbadians will be over the age of 65. And some of us may not be as lucky as the member for St. Michael East or the member for St. Thomas, both of whom have a alacrity and a nimbleness that belie the age that they may otherwise have. Not all of us may be born with those genes. So that a 1 in 2 ratio of people over 65 is a national security and a national development crisis. Not because we don't love elderly people, but if you get it, well, you got to love them. And if you had grandmothers raising you, you love them from young. Remember, for Christchurch, West Central will tell us that all the time. I'm told that some still want to help with population growth. In spite of, they may prefer trial rather than success. But the point I'm making, sir, in this very serious debate, but as Charters would say, if you don't learn to laugh, you go mad and write your epitaph. The point I'm making, sir, is that we kept talking about the future decline, the future reality. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet was stunned 2 weeks ago when we received the figures of Barbados' actual population as a result of the 2020 census. And Mr. Speaker, we use the number 287, 279,000, anywhere between 279 and 287,000 to describe Barbados' population. The actual population for the 2020 census, sir, is 269,090. So that the decline that we are seeing in live births and the increase that we have been seeing in actual deaths in the decade between 2010 and 2020 and continuing into this third decade of the 21st century has now given us our worst nightmare. Our worst nightmare, that our population has actually started to decline. I make the point, sir, that in 1950, Barbados had a population of 200,000. 73 years ago, Belize and the Bahamas had populations then of 80,000 each, roughly. Belize and the Bahamas today have populations of 400,000. There was a time when Barbados' per capita income easily outstripped all of the others. But the dwindling nature of the population, the dwindling productive base, the dwindling taxpaying base, the dwindling capacity to add value in the country is now undermining our quality of life and what we would wish for our people in terms of the suite of measures that we enjoy from birth until death. And Mr. Speaker, we should be conscious to remember that if we don't intervene, we will reap what we sow. Now, in this particular instance, this is a much larger issue than just simply Social Security. But I give it to you in the context of Social Security today. And this Parliament will have to discuss it in its broadest terms going forward, because as a nation, we need to explain to our people the consequences of taking no action. And today is not the day for that full debate. But its implications for the reduction in the number of contributors is there for all to see. Now, it means, Mr. Speaker, that we have to work harder to get more people into the system. And that is why the Minister of Labour has brought here recommendations from the board, which the Cabinet have accepted, to be able to ensure that we bring the administration of the system into the modern era and not be a slave to rules that would, one, first exclude people, and two, give people a headache just to fill out the forms. And if people can't get what they have to do done easily, what do? You put it one side, I can get back to that. You put it one side again, I can get back to that. Next thing you know, a year gone. Next thing you know, 2-3 years gone. You say, oh shoot. And you only remember about it when a pandemic comes. So, I was supposed to do that, you know. I was supposed to pay that, you know. And all of a sudden, this generation of Barbadians know what it is not to have that lifeline. And this government had then to introduce even benefits that were unknown to the scheme to be able to cause families to keep their heads above water when we introduce the business interruption benefit for self-employed persons. Mr. Speaker, we have in this, therefore, introduced a mechanism that will allow for the flexibility of contributions with respect to the uneven nature of a person's earnings. The minister gave the example of an artist. He gave the example of a taxi driver. How many taxi drivers we know? Just outside there, just outside this parliament. How many of them will tell you that there are times of the year where they can't break a cent? And there are other times of the year where they're so flush that the pockets bulging. Not just with Barbados dollars, but with foreign currency too. This system must allow people to make contributions when they have the capacity to do so. And it must almost operate like a menu. You pick up the menu, you see what the menu has to offer. If I put in this, I get this. If I put in that, I get that. And that people therefore have to be educated to understand what are the options that they have and how they may apply those options. The second point that we want to make, and I want to commend the Honourable Member for St. James South for raising it, and that is that there are too many people in this country. I've known it from the time I started practicing law. Oh, a 20 contributions short, a 30 contributions short, a 10 contributions short, a 50 contributions short. Mr. Speaker, is make your heart bleed. It's make your heart bleed. And people who might just be able to qualify, they want to pay up, you know, but can't pay up, can't do it, even want to pay up with a penalty. Because they accept that if I go and pay my light bill late, I got to pay a penalty. If I go and pay my water bill late, I got to pay a little penalty. If I go and pay courts late, I got to pay a penalty. You pay the bank late, you got to pay a penalty. So they want to know why we can't pay a little penalty and top up. You know how many old people have cried before us because of this? What we are now doing, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring that people will have the option of paying up, even paying up completely. But if you're going to pay half and you have been late, you got to pay a penalty. And if you're going to pay a small amount late, it will be a smaller penalty than if you got to pay a larger amount late, because you still got to be responsible for your actions. If I want to eat pigtails and pork chops every day, the former Prime Minister used to say, member for St. Peter's used to say that he was continuing to eat pork chops because for every pork chop you didn't eat, you only saved 7 minutes on your life. I used to apply that principle, but I think I'm having to avoid it now. But the point is that you know that there are consequences to your action. And therefore, every mother, every father in raising children know that this is part and parcel of what they have to teach their children. And similarly, if we can put in place something that enables people, in some instances it might have been no fault of their own. They might have thought that somebody was taking out the contributions for them, only to find out that they didn't. They don't want to be left without a pension because they're relatively fit. They feel they're going to live at least 20 years. They need some income. And this system now, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to be able to assist those people in that respect. Mr. Speaker, we did not, and I believe that the board felt the same way as we do. Barbados already has one of the highest contributions in terms of the amount paid by both employer and employee. And we felt that in these economic circumstances, we could not increase the amounts required to be paid by both employer and employee or self-employed person anymore. But that we had then to look at the sustainability of the payments out and the benefits. And Mr. Speaker, I want to make this point very quickly. In almost every country in the world, and the only reason I'm not saying in every country is because I've not done the research of all 193 states. But in almost every country, there is a crisis for pension arrangements and social security arrangements. And it is largely because, sir, as with us, in the mid-20th century, judgments were made based on actual life expectancy of persons. There was a feeling that a person would invariably live 5 to 8 years after retirement. Judgments were made, and those judgments have all been found to be wanting, largely because of the exponential improvement in the quality of human life, the improvements in medical technology, the progress that has been made in the last 70 years as compared to the rest of human civilization has been extraordinary. And Mr. Speaker, I was in the meetings at Google X this year in Silicon Valley. Mr. Speaker, I saw men trialing a handheld MRI that was as broad as this Samsung phone, but probably only about 3 inches longer. You heard what I just said, Mr. Speaker? A handheld MRI. We go to meet this evening with a number of them who are visiting Barbados. It is true they came to watch cricket, and cricket finished early. And we apologize for that. But we hope it will go long tomorrow, and that the man who has up the sign on Fontebelle that says free rum when West Indies wins will end up broke tomorrow after West Indies wins. We live in eternal hope. We will rally forever. I'm told that he will then say only while stocks last. But the point I'm making to you, sir, is that the precision-based medical technologies that are emerging, the things that I saw that Barbados is trying to work with some of them on, the ability to do trials in a tray rather than using mice and other animals to test the efficacy of pharmaceuticals, the mRNA technology that helped us get out of COVID, the mRNA technology that is at the core of treatment of cancer. Mr. Speaker, believe you me, this government is betting the future in taking this decision with the National Insurance Scheme of Barbados now, because we know that the life expectancy of Bajans will go beyond 80 years very shortly, and may well reach as much as 85 by the time of the end of the next decade. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to you that a responsible government, therefore, has to make sure that we change almost all that we do. It's not just in national insurance that we're talking this. Remember, for St. Michael South will soon bring to this chamber, hopefully before the end of this year, legislation that looks at how not just to protect the elderly, but to give opportunity and chance to the elderly. We've asked him and the member for St. Peter, the Minister of Labour, to meet and to start to focus on what jobs. People who lose their job at 55 sometimes feel we can't work again, we can't find a job again. But that phrase, global citizens Bajan roots, is not by accident. Remember, for St. Philip West, Minister of Education brought a program to this country in this year of our Lord to be able to train Barbadians. In this particular instance, it was cybersecurity. And the Student Revolving Loan Fund sponsored the program. Now, how many people you had? 100 and how much? You started with 140 or 150. They had some attrition for people who didn't feel they could make it. But the 110 who graduated in 4 months, do you know, Mr. Speaker, that every one of those 110 people have gotten a job at no less than $30,000 US a year? Mr. Speaker, just as NIS, it's your lifeline, is not a strap line. Global Citizens Bajan Roots is not a strap line. Remember, for the city of Bridgetown, the Honourable Member responsible for crime prevention is about to do the same thing with young people, whether in formal institutions or out on the block, with a Start-Wise program. And we're going to pilot it first with 200 people. And if that works, then we're going to ramp up to over 1,000. Mr. Speaker, we must find our work globally. So that, Mr. Speaker, our new reality must take into account that if we are doing all of these things to lengthen people's lives, then we have to equally apply our hearts to wisdom. Now, we feel that the example of 2004 was worthy of replication. And in 2004, once again, it was not something that was foisted on people just overnight. And that the gradual increase in retirement age was such that Barbadians could manage and get accustomed to it. Now, what is the most important message that we must give Bajans in here, regardless of anything else? That your lifeline is not your only line. That the NIS pension must be your foundation, but it cannot be your only income. And that from young, all like the member for the city of Bridgetown, the member for St. Michael North, the member for St. Andrew, even the ones a little older, like the member for St. Michael West Central and the member for St. Philip South, myself, the member for Christchurch West, the member for St. James Central, all of us who may not be as young as the others, have to ensure that all who we have responsibility for, including ourselves, find a way of giving yourself a little extra, whether it is an investment you make, whether it is a house you buy, whether it is a bank account that you're saving, although the rate at which interest don't come nowadays, that is not, you're better off putting your money in government paper, because you're going to get at least 3%, 4%, 5% boss bonds. And we hope that no future government will ever have to do again what this government had to do. And even when we did it, what did we do? We ring-fenced Bajans and the savings and the savings bonds for Bajans. Mr. Speaker, the reality of the 21st century existence, in the same way we now have gig workers, in the same way that we now have things that have changed, have evolved, is that we have to have conversations with our people about what is necessary to protect their pension, and that you have a responsibility to yourself. It's only people who expect to dead young that don't plan for the future. It is an act of recklessness. And I want to appeal to all Barbadians. We are playing our part to make sure that you will have a lifeline with the National Insurance Scheme. But you need to play your part to supplement what else you may need beyond this. And I believe that those words, if we hold fast to them, will do us well. Mr. Speaker, as a result, therefore, we believe that we give the country the length of time such that in 5 years' time, the retirement age will increase by 6 months to 67 and a half. And that thereafter, in another 6 years, in 2034, more than 11 years from today, it will go to 68. And Mr. Speaker, the length of time between that age and the life expectancy will still be longer than what it was when this scheme started in 1967. Will be longer than almost any other period coming along. And Mr. Speaker, concomitantly, it means that the age for early retirement also is adjusted, as the Minister expressed in his speech. And I want to make the point. I hear people say all the time, oh, I want to retire early. As if retiring early, I want to fire the work. As if retiring early and firing the work does not have a consequence. You can't put in less and get out more. And equally, if you put in more, you'll get out more. Now, one of the less known facts is that when a person retires, even now, at 60 instead of 67, they lose 0.5% for every month of what they would otherwise be able to draw. So you retire at 60 instead of 67, you lose 42% of what you would be able to draw. Because in 1 year, 0.5% means 6%. You retire at 62 instead of 67, you lose 30%. You retire at 65 instead of 67, you lose 12%. Now, there's some people that works for them because they may have other options, or they may have medical considerations, or there may be obligations for caring somebody that by the time they pay out the money to a nurse, they're actually paying out more than what they would lose in pension if they went early. So that the important thing is that all of us look different in here, you know. We're not clones of each other. And what you must therefore be able to accommodate, the member for Christchurch West Central is saying diversity. What you must be able to accommodate are the different views and wishes and aspirations of the entire population. And that is when you have a national institution that is being responsive to the needs of its people. Mr. Speaker, one of the other benefits that we have committed to as a political party and as a government, and I'm happy that the progress being reported to me is such that hopefully by the beginning of next year we can be there, is the establishment of paternity benefit. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be asking for gender equity and leaving out paternity benefit. I spoke earlier this week about the discriminatory practices against women who play for West Indies cricket. And they must go. But I have therefore equally to speak to the fact that if we want our men to bond with their children, it is only fair that they be given an opportunity to do so from birth as well. And therefore this government is happy that as part of the reform measures that we have contemplated, that a new benefit, in the same way that the Tom Adams administration introduced the benefit of unemployment, which the United States of America did not have for decades, and we introduced it. You heard who I said introduced it? Tom Adams. So you know what that means, Mr. Speaker? It was introduced more than 40 years ago. We take it for granted. But this government takes pleasure in being able to meet the needs of this society and to be able to put in place a framework for the introduction of paternity benefit for men in Barbados as a part of the National Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, we have reached the point where the National Insurance Scheme can no longer remain effectively a government department, where the Public Service Commission can this afternoon at 4 o'clock tell you that the man who is in charge of IT, as happened before, is to be transferred to the Treasury on Monday morning. And all of a sudden, an institution that is responsible for over $4 billion in assets in the National Insurance Fund, an institution that is processing tens of thousands of claims on a weekly basis, is left without knowing how it is going to achieve its mandate and get the work done. Because the people who have the knowledge and the expertise and the experience have been moved because the amorphous system of the public service, because of the needs for seniority and promotion and all of the other things at an individual level that work for the individual but may not work for the system or the institution, are allowed to dominate. Mr. Speaker, that is the major reason. You cannot have an entity managing the equivalent of almost 40% of Barbados' GDP. I want to repeat myself. You cannot have an entity that is managing almost 40% of Barbados' GDP being treated like if it is any other department in government. Whatever happens there can topple and destabilize the entire nation state. And therefore, it must have the autonomy, just as central bank does, to act in its own deliberate judgment. And I hope that we will be able to do it with another critical department, statistics, because this country must always have the assurance that those who provide the data are independent. We're committed to these things. And similarly, the National Insurance Fund must always be able to buy best in class and not settle for Cortinas and for other Escorts and Fords that may be nice and sweet and can rev up but might not do the distance. Or might do the distance but can't rev up. Mr. Speaker, it means that they're not tied to government for salary increases. It means that they would not be tied to government for regrading. It means that they can be competitive and become a blue ribbon institution in this country, capable of garnering the best because it is managing the most. And in circumstances, as I said at the beginning, where the consequences to families, to people, are immediate and catastrophic. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the chairman of the board and the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Labor and the minister in particular for them carrying the weight on the transition of the NIS from a department of government to an institution. I want to commend also the tripartite membership of the board for understanding that this journey is perhaps a journey taken too late, but it's still a journey necessary nevertheless. And the reality is that we need to be able to harness the best resources. Now, Mr. Speaker, this issue of the audited accounts of the NIS has been contentious for some time because of the length of time that we have not had audited accounts made in this chamber. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not an accountant, but I chose to get to the bottom of it recently. And the reality is, sir, that the simple adoption of the International Financial Reporting Standards, otherwise known as IFRS, and the countries, both central government and NIS's choice to move to accrual accounting meant that you therefore had to take into account liabilities wherever they are and to account for them. Mr. Speaker, the IFRS, particularly with respect to the recognition of income, identification of receivables, and the determination of bad debt provision, has presented peculiar challenges for the National Insurance Scheme. And let me explain what I mean. You, Mr. Speaker, may be registered as an employer, and you initially have 3 employees down working at home with you. You then, 6 months from now, might have 7 employees working with you, but in Bridgetown. And by the time next year come around, you might have 10 employees, 7 in town, and 3 in Oistins. Now, the standards require that the NIS be able to account for all, because under the law, you are liable to pay. The problem is that in revenue collection agencies, you will never know all who owe and all who are supposed to owe. So that what we have is an accounting standard system made primarily for the private sector, being utilized by a government, quasi-government collection agency. And Mr. Speaker, to meet the requirements of IFRS, the NIS is required to estimate earnings for employers who have not, you hear what I just tell you, have not submitted the earnings schedule by the stipulated date. And Mr. Speaker, reporting for receivables under IFRS requires the identification of every employer that is indebted to the NIS, the periods for which they are indebted, and the contributions used for each period in terms of months and years. Mr. Speaker, I just gave you your circumstances. If you don't come and tell the NIS that you moved from 3 to 7 to 10, how are they going to know? And how are they going to be able to record it? And Mr. Speaker, therefore, the NIS cannot predict the earnings levels of employers weekly or monthly, and hence the ability of the organization to record the total accounts receivable in an accurate way has been compromised. And that is why the Auditor General himself will tell you that he is constrained by what those rules are. And what we have to do, therefore, is to modify either IFRS or to move to the International Public Account Standards that the central government uses in order to ensure that the accounts are not qualified in a bad way. Mr. Speaker, would you believe that virtually I am told that every social security system in the Caribbean and outside, a lot of them, have agreed only to use a modified version of IFRS? Oh, Mr. Speaker, when I started to hear this thing hurt my head. Because I realized that what we should have been doing, as I said, I'm not an accountant, but what we should have been doing long time is framing what works for us. And part and parcel of when you hear me talk about the Bridgetown Initiative, it is because we have had foisted on us a one-size-fits-all prescription that is not appropriate for the circumstances of us sometimes as a nation or for individual institutions in our country because of the nature of their operations. And Mr. Speaker, I have been advised that this matter will now be undertaken by the National Insurance Board, but in addition, the central government. When you see the Auditor General every year tell you about no reconciliation and all kinds of things, it is because when we move from cash to accrual in 2007, we knew we weren't ready to do it immediately, and we didn't, but we eventually allowed it to come in. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that since we have been the government of this nation, that we agreed with the IMF because of the imperfection of the accrual system in Barbados, that we would use with the IMF our accounts on a cash basis? Because they too understood that you could not apply a set of rules even if the country had committed to it, that we were not ready to apply. Mr. Speaker, there is advantages to serving in certain positions. And Barbados, by virtue of hosting UNCTAD, is president of UNCTAD at this moment in time. I would have spoken to the Secretary General of UNCTAD because they have done some excellent articles in the past and studies on the extent to which small states suffer from these universal international standards. And in this particular instance, they were talking in the 2005 study on IFRS as well. And that you may have to tweak and to do many things, and even then you're still not sure whether these countries can build the capacity to meet the standards that have been established at a global level, but when they were established, did not see, feel, or hear small states such as us. Now I say all of that, Mr. Speaker, to say this, that we must put this unfortunate episode of more than a decade of accounts not being brought to the Parliament and by extension to the public behind us. And it is not, and I said it to the Auditor General up to the thing, people will believe that there's a hanky-panky. Now I can't tell you whether there is or there isn't, but it is not because of a hanky-panky, it is because of the fact that they cannot sign off on the reconciliation for the receivables. And I just told you why. And they can't sign off in some instances on the revenue. And what also has to happen that Barbados has not been good at, and as Minister of Finance, I've given instructions for it to be changed. You can't continue claiming debt from 20 and 30 years ago that you will never collect. But every company has provision for bad debt. Banks have provision for bad debt. And while we've spoken about it, the reality is that both in central government and in state-owned enterprises, there has been a slowness, and COVID really allowed everything to get put on the back burner. But, Mr. Speaker, we have given instructions, and we expect that there will be appropriate systems put in place for the provisioning of bad debt in central government. In the case of the National Insurance Board, Mr. Speaker, I believe that that has already been done at a board meeting that would have been held in June of this year, and I therefore expect us to be realistic. At the same time, we will collect what we have to, and this government has been different from others in the sense that we've said that we are prepared to play the role of financial intermediary. A lot of fancy words to be able to say, come in and make a plan to pay. But you must come and pay. If you do that, then there will be a consideration of penalties and interest being waived. And we understand, just as we do by putting this system in place, that self-employed people have earnings that are not in a straight line and that go up and down. And therefore, we accept, I announced it in my first budget speech and repeated it, that we would put systems in place that will allow people to enter arrangements. I'm told by BRA that that has started, and I'm told by NIS in some instances that has started too, but we need now to expedite it. Water Authority was another one that we tried to put arrangements in place, and I want to remind people that the amnesty at the Water Authority will continue until the end of September, but that at some point the Water Authority will take action against people, and I think they're starting to do it now, for people who just ignore the fact that they have used water and not paid their bills. And while we can condone some of that behavior during a pandemic because we did not want to make the pandemic worse, the pandemic is no longer a threat to the country in the same way that it was in 2020, 2021, and 2022. So I want to appeal to people who know you have large amounts or small amounts owing, just go and make the arrangements. The law of compromise says that so long as you keep to the arrangements that you say you will make, then that is the deal that we have. If, however, you commit and you stop paying, then the whole amount that you owe in the first place comes back there. And that is why the government has taken into account in its arrangements the cash flow, recognizing that because a man misses a month or two, don't make him a bad man. But if he misses a year or two, Papa, you're talking a different story. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to lay that on the table because it matters to us the importance of compliance, it matters to us the importance of accountability, and we want to be able to get this right once and for all. And the final point I'll make, sir, is this. The notion that only 15% of self-employed people may be paying contributions is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And I say so knowing what we had to do to put measures in place for self-employed persons to be able to live through the pandemic. It's a fact. And anybody who now wants to be burnt again, because I can tell you, as chair of the One Health Global Initiative, that there are many more pathogens out there that we should be wary of. And in the climate crisis, it is anticipated that instead of us waiting 100 years before we see the next pandemic as happened to us, that we could well see one in our lifetime again because of what is happening in the climate crisis. Sir, there's enough material available to all of us to know that the notion of the temperature of the earth, not the air, being 60 degrees is dangerous. The notion of the temperatures in the ocean rising at the rate at which they're rising and the implications for the biodiversity of the oceans are significant. I say all of this only to make the point that those of us who are self-employed would do well to take out some insurance called national insurance. Because you're playing with fire. And just as a child who has been burnt by putting the hand in fire doesn't want to go near fire again, I say to the self-employed people of Barbados, take warning and take heed. We live in a world that is highly unstable. And while you may not feel that you want to give up all that you have, you would be well advised to put in the contributions. The government has agreed to support the NIS in a different approach of outreach to self-employed persons. Just as insurance companies, traditional life insurance companies, have people walking up and down offering to sell you insurance, we believe that the NIS has to go in the highways and the byways, the alleyways, not only explain to people the benefit, but with the technology, be able to allow them to sign up and show them how they can put a $20 or $50. You don't have to buy everything in groceries or in a long neck every day or week, or an extra shirt or an extra dress. You don't got to be the one standing the bill in the shop all the time. Let the other stand the bill with you and take a $50 or $100 and put it down, especially those who are in their 20s and the 30s who need to build up a track record of earnings. And Mr. Speaker, I speak from my heart in this respect now, because I have seen too many people in this country over 30 years in public life be reduced to tears because of a lack of income when they most needed it. God knows what can happen to any of us when we walk on the road. A car can knock us down. You can become crippled. You can't work anymore. You might just lose the use of your hand, but it is your hand that earns your living. And Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to commend all who played a role in allowing this country to punch above its weight again by taking care of its people. And I want to thank the social partnership most as I sit. The social partnership has been around for 30 years. If government was easy, I think it was a member for St. Michael South Central who said it, we wouldn't have to do half the things that we were doing. And if we had inherited a government that was not the third most indebted in the world, we wouldn't have to do half the things that we're doing. But the reality is that life is not easy. I challenge anybody in this country, in this world, to tell me that every day of their life has been sunny and happy, and that they've never had to face challenges. Mr. Speaker, it is the nature of life. It is the nature of the destiny of a country. There will be some strong days, there will be some weak days. And Mr. Speaker, we therefore have to remember. We therefore have to remember, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes you just have to tweak and adjust. The fact that we had a country where contributors could get benefits after 500 was a great thing. But I've just explained that every pension scheme and social security scheme in the world is at risk. So what would we rather? Not to carry it to 750 and then 10 years from now everybody lick up? Or be able, Mr. Speaker, to move to that recognizing, Mr. Speaker, that the work life of a person is actually far more than 750 contributions. And that 750 contributions is still only a sample of your work life. And remember what I said, Mr. Speaker? If you put in less, you get less. If you put in more, you get more. But what we have done is just to change the basis upon which you can draw. And we have to carry it a little higher because we've gotten a little luckier in being able to live longer. A child who is 3 foot tall will go over a bar that is 6 inches. that is 9 inches. Then they may, at 3'6", go over a bar, that is 18 inches. If you're really acrobatic, they might get 2 foot. But by the time that child gets to 5 foot, the bar for the child now can be as high perhaps as 3 feet. So that as you grow, as your age, your life expectancy gets longer, you will work longer, and therefore your contribution base can get higher. All we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is fixing the car to make sure it's fit for the journey. They don't break down in 10 years' time. That you don't get knocked off the train track. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I really, really, really want to commend the social partnership for recognizing that these principles are universal, that they apply to all of us, and that in so doing, it will always be the lot, especially when you are recovering from a difficult period, to have to take some challenging decisions. But Mr. Speaker, like Buckley's, it might taste bad, but it works. And those who suffer from pneumonia as a result of a cold degenerating into that, or those who suffer from diabetes and have not controlled it and may lose a toe or a leg, will understand that the early intervention is what saves lives, and the early intervention of nations is what steadies nations and prepares them for growth. I am obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I intend to be very brief this afternoon. I know there are many speakers to speak after myself. I want to begin, of course, by commending this bill, the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Bill, that is before this House, sir. I think, as the Honourable Prime Minister said, this is perhaps one of the most important things we will debate over the next few years that we are in this place, sir. And I want to lend my support to it, sir, because I know that there are many things that we have to transform, but that perhaps this is one of the most urgent and most important. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are also many people who are suggesting that we are reforming a lot of things. We are changing a lot of things. We are in the process of changing my ministry in relation to the social services delivery. We are making changes in the Honourable Member for St. Philip West's ministry, the Ministry of Education. We're making changes in the Ministry of Housing, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Labour. There are lots of changes happening. And that this one in particular, sir, is very, very important, sir, and the changes that we are making here, sir. I think it is important to note that we have to do this now while we can manage it. It's either we take our time, sir, and bring this to the House and do this while it's manageable, or have circumstances forced upon us in a few years, sir, that none of us would want to see forced on anyone. And that is why I think it's important, sir, that we do this right now. We have to do it when it is manageable. You know, I would like to say that this is forward-thinking, this is transformative, and all those things, sir. This is necessary. This is necessary. And we need to do it now, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to commend the Honourable Minister, sir, the member for St. Peter. I thought his presentation was brilliant. But I also want to commend him, sir, on what was actually brought to the House, because this could be a much more difficult pill for people to swallow. I commend him, sir, because the truth is that we are only really moving the pension age by a year. You know, the average pension age in Barbados now, the pension age is 67. We are moving it to 68. Only a year. I'm following the social media conversation, sir. There are many people who are shocked and horrified by 68, arguing that at 60 they would rather go home, believing that they could have retired. I mean, they can. At 60 with benefits, full benefits. Some are saying that we've now moved it from 65 to 68, sir. The average age, the pension age in Barbados is 67. We've increased it by 1 year, sir. And there are many people who are having these conversations because they probably do not fully understand that for the most part, we can retire at 67. And as the Prime Minister said, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter also said, you can choose to retire early, but it has a cost. It has a cost, sir. I must tell you, I have no intention when I leave this place, and I don't intend to be in this place my whole life, but I intend to work for a long time. When I was a young man and I joined the VAT office, my first real job, my first job was stuffing pillows at 10 cents a pillow. I had to stuff real pillows to get $20. But when I got my first real job, sir, at the VAT office, there was a lady there, she said to me, buy land, when I wanted to buy a car, when I saved enough money, buy land and buy an insurance plan. Buy land and buy an insurance plan, because you're going to get old before you realize it. I had a friend on my 40th birthday, now at the Canadian High Commission, he said to me, yesterday when I turned 40, he said to me, Kirk, yesterday I was 40, tomorrow you will be 70. Meaning that time goes by so fast. And the last 10 years of my life, sir, as I approach 50, have gone by so quickly, sir. I advise Barbadians, those who can, to buy a private insurance plan, but those who are working to contribute to the national insurance. Because before you know it, sir, you're there and you need that help. As an MP, sir, I've canvassed St. Michael South several times. I've met many people at that age, sir, many men, regrettably, who receive absolutely no pension at all. Because many of them would have worked in their lifetime and have had several partners during that lifetime, several houses that they visited. Many end up with no house, so they have no real fixed place of abode. And many end up with no income because they did not contribute, or that they barely contributed to the NIS, sir. And it breaks my heart, sir, and people only realize it when they get old, sir. We in this Labour Party, we often say, you would have heard the Prime Minister say, I've said it, that you should not find yourself reacting to something that you ought to see coming, because you had enough time to plan. And I say so conscious of the fact that many of our older people will find themselves reacting to something that they ought to see coming. And I commend the Minister, sir, because he's preventing us from finding ourselves in that position. We're in the next 20 years or less, really. I heard 34 and 35. But in the next few years, if we do nothing, then we will find ourselves without an NIS that can support any of us. These are hard decisions. Sir, I used to, when they would show the 9/11, you would see people holding hands and jumping from the top floor of some tall buildings, guarantee that at the bottom of that fall is absolute and certain death. And I would ask myself, what decisions must you be faced with to make that your choice? But no rational person, sir, would choose to inflict pain on themselves or on a society. But sometimes the options, when you are at UE, the first thing they tell you, sir, you would know you taught for a long time, but when you are a teacher, do nothing is always your first option. There's always an option. In theory, the reality of this is that we cannot afford to do nothing. Do nothing is not an option in this case, sir. We have to do something to be able to save this country, sir. And that is why I think that this is important. So what are some of these things that I say that I commend the Minister for, sir? We just heard the Honourable Prime Minister speak of the potential for paternity leave. I'm happy for that, because in the big meeting we had at, the first big meeting when we were in opposition at Weymouth Pasture, I had the opportunity to speak about paternity leave. I look forward to it coming into being, sir. It is going to make a big difference, sir. Sir, no increase in contributions. That is huge, because before the deal was made available to the public, I had heard that we were going to be only able to retire at 70 or 72. You would have to pay all of this money in NIS contributions. You wouldn't be able to access it until way down into your 70s. All kinds of things were said. Gloom and doom became the narrative of the day. But sir, this is the easiest pill that any Barbadian could be asked to swallow, with consequences, sir, that would see you, me, sir, our children, our grandchildren being able to live in this country, sir. And people argue every day that they want to see children do well, but these are the things that we have to do. I commend the Honourable Minister, sir, because now we have easier ways, or will have easier ways for self-employed people to pay. That is going to be very important, sir. Easier ways for self-employed people to pay. I spoke with the people in my constituency. I had a man, sir, who had paid in, and I wrote NAS, so if NAS staff wish to go and check it, I can't help him now because the man is dead. He died, sir. He had paid in 498 contributions. 498. He needed to get to 500 apparently to get a pension. And I could not. He explained to me how difficult it was for him to pay. I wrote the NAS, sir. He never was able to receive the little trala that would allow him to live well in the last days of his life. 2 contributions short. That's a fact. That's a letter that I have documented in NAS. They can find it, I'm sure. But sir, we're going to make it easier for people to pay so that when they have to get to that 750 contributions or whatever the contributions are, that it's easier for them to do so, sir. That is important, sir. And at the end of the day, sir, we will have stability of the NAS. And we are doing all of these things and making all these changes while the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance, who sits next to me, will tell you that they're current with all of their payments. So it's not that we are compromising anything to do with anybody's welfare or anybody's well-being, sir. I would not stand here and be a hypocrite. I think that only asking persons to pay for 1 more year, sir, to do the things that it will allow Barbados to be able to do, to safeguard the future of your children and mine, is important. This is very important. Somebody on social media commented that they move into New York, they move into the States. And I was just showing the Honourable Member for St. Peter, where in the US, the full pension age is 67. And they too have to review. Oh, where are you going to move for? Where are you going to move for? In the United States, they have a view that a man should pull himself up or herself up by his bootstraps or her bootstraps. You know what that means? They don't support the idea that you might be going through scarcity and need help. It means that you have to find a way to dig yourself out of your poverty. That's why they call people welfare this and welfare that. That is why very recently in the US, when they attempted, sir, to give debt relief to the students, people came out and said, no, they have to pay it themselves. In Barbados, we will celebrate that, sir, because they have a completely different viewpoint. Barbados is a social democratic country, sir. We've held steady to the principles of social democracy for a long time. That means, sir, that we anticipate that in this country, that persons will be able to benefit from the state's intervention and the state's provision in their well-being. We expect that. We expect, sir, and we guaranteed it when we came in, that people could get free education in this country from birth until university, sir. That is what you get in this country. We ask people just to pay a little something more, not because anybody squandered it, sir, which is not to say they didn't have some squander media between 2008 and 2018, but that is not the main reason, sir. It is because the institution that was built, and the purpose for which it was built, sir, those things have changed. And as the times have changed, the institution changed, sir, the purposes changed, then obviously we have to make changes too, to be fit for purpose. Sir, all of us must ask, we've been asked by the PM to deconstruct. I mean, if I say they could probably finish it like a mantra. Deconstruct and reconstruct. We know it. Go through your ministry. See the things that were put in place for a different time and bring them now to some kind of modern reality. I commend the bill, sir, because I now have 2 daughters, sir, and a 3rd young lady whom I love just the same, that I raised from a previous relationship, another conversation. But the point is, sir, that I want to see them. I want to say when I retire, sir, that I was part of the administration that put things in place to be able to make sure that when they get to a certain age, they would have something. This is what this conversation is really about, you know. Sir, we could ask, if people ask us to do nothing, if people ask us to walk away and leave it, sir, then so be it. But then what happens to your children and your children's children? And what happens to this country, sir? This is about really and truly, sir, the future of Barbados, you know. This is not about politicians coming in here making mock sport at people, sir. This is not what this is. This is about a choice. We could choose to go down the road and stay a course, sir, that will lead us to certain disaster. Or we could come here, sir, and make the big, bold changes. In my last contribution in this place, sir, I said, sir, many of us believe, we watch movies and we say, were we the protagonists in these films or in these stories, we would make the big decision in the end. Faced with small little things in life, little hurdles, many of us stumble, sir. We have to make the big decisions, and we have to make the big decisions now, sir. This is the reality of our time, sir. And, sir, we must do so because I know, as the Prime Minister hinted at it, and I will spend a little time on it very quickly, though, the dependency ratio, sir, is something that Barbadians have to become familiar with. And the dependency ratio, sir, as a social scientist myself, sir, is something that you have to study because it tells you the trajectory of your country. Really. It is, sir, the population that is not working, sir, that is dependent on you. So 0 to 14 in Barbados, I would say probably 0 to 17, because up to 17 you should be in school, or 16. And 65 and over, because they too have to depend on people. So that population in relation to the working population and how much people are working to be able to support that population, sir. You have heard from every single person, every administration, professionals, that Barbados is aging and aging rapidly, sir. The average Barbadian is 40-something years old. We are not having children at the rate we used to have children. And Barbadians are living longer, sir, and it means, sir, that dependency ratio is going to become a problem. And it might sound like it's balancing out because we're not having children, sir, but understand we're not having a lot of children, but we're having more and more old people, and believe me, it costs about twice as much to provide for an older person as it does to provide for a child. Just go and look at the cost of the Pampers. Imagine the cost of going to the doctor, the frequency, the diseases that you're dealing with, sir, when people get older. So as our population gets older, you're dealing with a lot of illnesses, sir. So even the working population, and we measure dependency based on the working population, but a lot of our working population, sir, is sick. We have people dealing with more NCDs than they should have. That is why when we have this conversation about reparations, people don't understand it. It is because the slave food, the slave genes that we carry, sir, that give us now a higher propensity for NCDs, affecting us, sir, long after slavery was abolished. Sir, we have to talk about these things. But the reality is, sir, that dependency ratio is going to become a problem. And we have to be able to do something about it, sir, because in Barbados, let me tell you, sir, the struggle is real. It is real, sir. I am the minister responsible for people empowerment now, sir, after the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. She would tell you, sir, about what it is that we are facing. I know for a fact, sir, that every year we are increasing the amount of money that we put toward the social services. And persons who do not wish to pay increased money because increased time toward the NAS, sir, you have to pay one way or the other. Currently, sir, there are 2,000 persons on the welfare list with disabilities, and 500 persons who are considered elderly. This is persons receiving grants. Out of the 6,500, 2,500, 2,000 who are disabled or with disabilities, sir, and 500 who are above it, who are above 65. If we get to a point where people are over 65, 67, 68, and they have no income, where do you think they're going to end up, sir? At some point in somewhere, the country will pay. Either we manage this social problem by applying smart, common sense, deeply rooted in economics and planning and actuarial sciences and so on, solutions Or we find ourselves dealing with a mass of people going before the welfare department at 67, 68 years old, asking for financial support. The reality is, sir, that Barbados will have to pay either way. We could either choose to manage it, sir, and pay according to science and what we know is best, sir, or we will have to realize that many persons will end up before the social services department, sir. And we are already, as it stands, sir, under pressure. And I say so because, sir, at the end of the day, sir, it is not a case where, people think I will not contribute to the NAS. I mean, I've been reading the chatter on, I was saying to the Honourable Member for St. Peter that just before I got out, he had 295 comments on one of the many articles that are out about this conversation, sir. 295. And I was just perusing them very quickly, and persons are saying things, sir, and I feel like we have to engage Barbadians, sir, in a conversation, sir, so that we can educate them about the reality. First of all, the pension age in Barbados is 67. There's no retirement age in Barbados, so you can work as long as you're fit to work. There's some companies, the member for St. Peter was reminding me, there are some companies who might get you to sign a contract and tell you got to retire at 65. If you enter into that contract, then you've entered into that contract. But there's no retirement age in Barbados. You can work until you feel like stop working. I hope that I'm in a position to work for a long time. I know my mother, sir, she's a conductress, was a conductress, she's retired now. But we used to say, and many older people say, that when you start working, you just go home and then quick so. I believe that to be true. I want to work for a long time, because I don't want to hear quick so. I would like to work for a long time, sir. But we have to find now, sir, as our society ages, sir, ways to involve older people in doing different things. That's the truth. Because it is not enough for us to accept that our society is aging and our systems have not advanced in a way that is commensurate with the rate at which our society is aging. And by that I mean, sir, I've been having several conversations with the ambassador from Japan, sir. We've been studying this aging phenomenon, sir. Japan is a wonderful example as something for people to study. We looked at Singapore, we looked at other places, sir. But in Japan, sir, they have found a way to make the silver economy really mean something. The silver economy is the fact that people are up to a certain age, they're buying and they're selling goods and services. They are a whole market, a whole set of things to be done. So we have to find a way, sir, to retool our older population, sir, so that they can be productive too. That is what the Honourable Prime Minister was speaking of, that the member for St. Peter and myself and the member for the city will soon be having conversations around. How do we retool our older people, sir, to make them more, not that they can't work, but our minds, the problem with Barbados in many cases, sir, is our mindset. People judge people for all kinds of reasons. You come from Britain-Sill, you can't get this job. You're wearing locks. Well, not you, Mr. Speaker, sir, but you probably had your time with that. You're wearing locks, so you can't get that job either. You're a woman, this ain't a job for you. We bring our limitations to people's existence. So you see a person now who is 60, I hear it several times. You see a person who is 60 and you say, man, they want a job for so-and-so, and they tell you, man, they can't, about 60, they can't do the work. But I have just said to you that the vast majority of Barbadians, at the rate that we are going, will soon be 60. Barbados is an aged society. We can stop saying Barbados is aging. Barbados is an aged society. So it means that we have to find things for older people to be able to do and stop blocking them from having access to the resources that we make available to everybody else, sir. They tell me in Japan they have hundreds of universities for older people. I don't know if the Honourable Member for the city remembers that conversation, but hundreds of universities so people could learn new things, sir. The BARP, the Barbados Association of Retired Persons, doing everything in their power to help retool older people. We have to open new spaces for them, sir. as our population ages, I know these are conversations that we are going to have. The other thing, sir, I feel like this is a difficult conversation for Barbadians, but it is necessary. A conversation on immigration is equally going to be difficult, but it's also going to be necessary. If our people are getting older, if our working population is ill, some of them, and if we have young people, sir, where is the workforce? And if you don't have a workforce, where are you going to get your taxes? And if you don't have your taxes, how do you provide the roads and the social services and the education and the health? This is such a complicated and complex scenario. And I hope, sir, that we have the opportunity, sir. I understand that there's going to be a gut initial reaction, people feeling that the government has done something that is not to their advantage, not in their best interest. But I want to encourage Barbadians to try to appreciate that that is not the case, and that a lot of what is happening here is really in the long-term interest of this country. I say to anybody who's close to me would tell you that I ask them, if you're doing something now, and it does not align with where you want to be 7 years from now, why are you doing it? If this action that you're about to take or make jeopardizes your capacity to get to where you want to be in 7 years, leave it out. Surely leave it out in excess. I mean, you have a little fun sometimes, but in excess, if this does not take you where you want to go, leave it out. Where are we going to be, sir, in 7 years, in 10 years, if we do not change it, sir? And that is why I understand that people are concerned that we are making all these radical changes, sir. But the times have forced these things upon us. This is the exigency of the moment. That all of us, sir, in our various ministries have been called to make these changes because such is the demand of the time and the times in which we live, sir. But people can work longer. People can work longer, sir. Most Barbadians are living out to 78, 79, the average Barbadian, sir. It is projected, sir, that in the next few years, the average Barbadian will be living to 80, sir. We have to find a way to make sure, sir, that as people live, of course, you extend life. You don't want to extend life and then increase and extend people's morbidity, of course. You want to reduce mortality and then you don't want to increase morbidity. But, sir, you have to find a way to make sure people can live in this country. People start to assume that as soon as you hit 60, you should go home and do gardening and crochet. And, you all remember St. Thomas understands what I'm saying. People think that you have to go home and do crocheting. You look at a man now, the average Barbadian, 60 years old, they look good. They feel good, sir. There's a philosopher who was talking, sir, he was talking about the average French woman who at 77 looks like she's 60. He has to come to Barbados and see our average women looking at 77 like they're 50. Because Barbadians still look good. You will see, sir, over the next few days, and certainly a Monday not too far from now, how good Barbadians still look, sir. But the reality is, sir, that this increase of a year, sir, we're not asking Barbadians to pay for 10 more years. We're not asking them to pay more money every term, every month, every week. Just a year, sir. And the reality is that most Barbadians, when we look at the way life is extended, will live that year. Will live that year. Many Barbadians too, sir. When you go, and as I have done, when you go and speak to many retired persons, sir, they're actually asking you for a chance to come back and work. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas has a program that we should be bringing to Cabinet soon in relation to older men who want to go to schools on morning and help the younger men, the young boys, and mentor them and talk to them. And as a mentorship initiative. Older men eager to get out and do something. People want to do something, sir. The Honourable Member for St. James North, when he speaks, I'm sure he will speak about persons with disabilities. There are issues there, sir. It came up at all of our meetings. Persons with disabilities do not feel they're getting a fair deal from the NAS. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas understands this. We share the concerns. I will let the Honourable Member for St. James North get into it, but, sir, it is something that we have to address. It is something that we have to address, sir. Many persons with disabilities, sir, feel that the NAS is not really their lifeline. We have to find a way, sir, to make sure that it is. You know, in a system like Barbados that is built supposedly on meritocracy, sir, there are some inbuilt biases that come back to haunt people. I will give you the job if you have the most qualifications. I will give you the job if you speak a certain way. But the system, sir, is designed in such a way that the people who are getting the qualifications and who speak a certain way don't come from a certain place. Or that those persons, sir, who speak a certain way and who have all the qualifications are not necessarily persons with disabilities. So they say you have a fair chance of getting the job, but in reality, you don't. Because you don't have what it takes to get that job, because the system is so constructed. We have to review the system. So somebody once told me if they pay their contributions, they will be able to get certain things. How are they going to pay contributions? They can't get a job. We even have people in Barbados, sir, who have degrees, master's degrees, and are struggling to find work in this country. I told my permanent secretary that the Ministry of People Empowerment must look different. I must see persons with disabilities when I walk into here. I must see older people working when I walk into here. Because if we are representing people, we have to be the example for the rest of the country. That is what we have to be able to do, sir. And that the national insurance, sir, over time, so it's not even a conversation for the national insurance alone, really, because it requires proposals coming from the ministry. It requires education making changes, the labor market making changes, so that the NAS is in a position to provide for them. Sir, these are conversations that I hope to be able to have over time, sir. Then lastly, sir, the question that I ask myself, sir, at the end of the day is, what society are we trying to build? What are we trying to create at the end of the day? What do we want Barbados to look like? Who do we want Barbados to care for, sir? There are 2 points in Barbados, sir. There are 2 times in Barbados where I see the best in Barbadians. It is crop over and Christmas. Around crop over times, particularly on Kaduma, and I'm not talking about the hooligans who are going to come and jump in the band and break down fences. I still screw about that because it's stopping people from having a good time and releasing some pressure. But I'm talking about, sir, the average person will be talking to you, smiling, laughing. It is amazing. The same thing happens at Christmas. Everybody talking to everybody, and that is who we are, sir. And what kind of society do we want Barbados to be? So the question that we have to ask ourselves, sir, the question is not really, sir, if, you know, in the story of, as it close, sir, in that Martin Luther King tells, sir, but it's a biblical story, sir, of the Good Samaritan. How on the way along his journey, sir, a priest and a Levite passed and saw a man suffering. And the question that they asked themselves is, if I stop to help this man, because it is a dangerous place, if you know the time, sir, in the history, it was a dangerous road. It was a dark, lonely road, a dangerous road. And the question that they probably asked themselves is, if I stop to help this man, what will happen to me? But the question that the Samaritan asked is, if I do not stop to help this man, what will happen to him? And so that is the question that is before the country. If we do not stop to help all the older people, sir, who will need that help, if we do not stop to help the children of our children who will need that help, if we do not prop up the NIS, sir, what will happen to Barbados? That is the question before the country, sir. And with that in mind, sir, I would wish to conclude by saying that I fully support this bill, sir. I commend the passion and the intelligence and the width and depth of knowledge of the minister on this area. I commend his team for the work that they obviously did on it, sir. It is necessary, it is needed, sir, and it is something that we have to do now. Those few words, sir, I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish at the onset to assure this honourable chamber that the suspension of Standing Order 13.1 was not done for my benefit. the Minister of Labor.
Honourable member, you lost me somewhere.
No, don't to give extensions to speak extensively past the 30-minute provision.
You said it was not for your benefit.
It's not for my personal benefit.
Meaning
I
that
don't
you
intend to use it.
You see,
I don't intend to use
say
it.
that, but
you have extended my time.
Honourable member, I'm speaking. One must speak without equivocation. But what you just said was equivocal. So you
Yeah.
ought not to, because
Yeah.
that can be interpreted differently.
Yeah, I do not plan
right. But
to
say that.
take advantage
Right.
or abuse any privilege
Say
that has been extended,
Right,
Mr.
say
Speaker.
that. Because they thought it was done for the benefit of the entire chamber. But when you start to speak, it is as though it was not extended to you.
But since I'm in the chamber, I think it will be taken that
No,
it
it's
will
not-
be extended
no,
to
no.
me. So we've corrected it.
I'm grateful for the correction.
And maybe I should reconsider having been interrupted several times.
The chair can't interrupt you. The chair
Take
can
advantage
never
of the
interrupt a speaker. I am vested with the authority to speak at any time and not be deemed interruption. It is if the member for St. Microsoft speaks, then that can be deemed interruption, not when the chair speaks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the advice. But the Honourable Member of Parliament for St. Peter and Minister of Labour, in his very extensive contribution this morning, spoke quite extensively on a number of issues. I think he took great time to ensure that anyone who is following the debate really could understand what is being done. I would wish to make a few observations, however, around some of the factors that he indicated in his submission that the amendments before us consider. He spoke about demographics, the factor of demographics, and of course the birth rate and death rate and so on. He mentioned the fact that life expectancy is now 10 years higher than it was when the national insurance system was effectively designed back in 1967. He also made reference to the reduction in the contribution base, the number of people that are actually contributing into the system, and tied that into, I thought very skillfully, to the growing informal sector. And of course, there was the governance factor. And I plan to focus on the last three of those in my contribution, where I hope that I'll be able to make the point that the amendments proposed, all being well-intentioned, will fall only on stony ground if we do not rein in some bad practices that lead to law and policy, or cause law and policy to be observed mainly in the breach. Mr. Speaker, if these changes are to take effect, if these changes are to achieve all that the Honourable Member has indicated so eloquently, if these changes are to deliver on everything that has been stated as an objective, it is very important that the system must rebuild trust. And what do I mean? We have embarked on ensuring that across all levels of this society, ordinary people had the opportunity to weigh in on an understanding, making sure that they got a better understanding of the challenge that was before the country, that they could also have an opinion and offer some recommendation on the things that they would like to see going forward in the Social Security system. But what also happened, what also emerged during the very extensive consultations that took place across the country, was that some commentators use the discussions to trigger panic among our people. So that notwithstanding that we had the information given to substantiate the fact that the NIS system was not immediately in crisis, but that the action being taken was really action to ensure that those who are younger among us, and I include myself in that number, that those who are younger among us can benefit from a sustainable social security system, notwithstanding all the evidence that was provided by the actuary to substantiate that fact. Some commentators twisted conversations to make it seem that the NIS was in crisis now, and a whole number of things were apportioned as contributing to the urgency for action for a system that was in crisis now, as we spoke and embarked on the discussions back in 2022. So that it should come as no surprise what the honorable member who spoke before me indicated when he said in following social media, there are so many people who are preoccupied over the fact that an additional year has been added to the age of full pension, for which a person can receive full pension. I'm sure that there are those like me who would have hoped that there would be no need for the full pensionable age to be extended by a year or any time for that matter. But the reality is that the intention of these actions were contemplated not to assist those individuals like any of us in this chamber, including those like myself who will probably have over another 20 years anyhow before you could benefit from a full pension. But these are more so to protect those who have not even come into the world of work as yet, those people who might still be students. So I speak of our children and grandchildren for that matter, and younger relatives and friends who might not be thinking about retirement now, but on whose behalf we have to think and make sure that systems are in place to guarantee them the same benefits that many of us will enjoy. So, Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, I am able very comfortably to support the gradual extension strategy to increase the pensionable age by 1 year by the year 2034. And I'm also very among those who are relieved that the contribution rate would not be increased as well. I am happy also that in this honorable chamber we could learn today that plans are in train to ensure that the paternity benefit is one that working men who are able to benefit from a provision for paternity leave will be able to in short order. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that a lot of times when pieces of legislation are introduced, there is little or no reference to the institutions that would have lobbied to make these things possible. Like when we hear about maternity leave and so on, there is no mention of institutions like unions that would have ensured that these provisions would have been put in place in collective agreements as a means of triggering the system towards considering it for even those workers that are not members of unions. So it should come as no surprise to me or others that when we mention the paternity leave, there would be no mention of the very useful work that I know the largest union in this country has done over the years to ensure that within collective agreements, paternity leave exists to the extent that the social partnership, it has become so normal to see it, that the subcommittee of the social partnership that met from as far back as 2018 was able to see this as something that was urgent and necessary. Ministers and governments are known to speak in terms of what the government does and not what advocacy groups do. So, Mr. Speaker, to give effect to the positives contemplated, I would wish to have us consider 3 areas that I've chosen to zero in on. The first of these is the employment relationship. The employment relationship. The absence of or lack of recognition being given to the employment relationship in law increases the chances, or the factor, contributes to the factor that was raised by the Honourable Member for St. Peter, where he spoke about an increasing informal employment relationship. What am I saying? If we do not consider an employment contract for what it is, then there will be the tendency to consider an arrangement or relationship that is supposed to be a formal one as an informal one. What makes the situation worse is that where a system has a law that expressly states what a contract of employment is, but where all the criteria for a contract of employment exists, but in that system, there are employers allowed to treat to it as if it does not, then it makes what is wrong not only wrong, but it makes it seem or appear to many as if it's being supported. I know that in this honorable chamber on numerous occasions, my voice was supported by others, like the Honourable Member for St. Peter, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, St. James Central, and others who have had to speak on the vexing issue of how employers are labeling workers as contractors or contract workers, notwithstanding the fact that they fulfill all the criteria under the Employment Rights Act for contracts of employment. Mr. Speaker, this trend is worrying. And why am I mentioning it under a debate for the amendments of the National Insurance Act, the NIS Act? I mention it, Mr. Speaker, because when workers are labeled as workers who are performing their contract under a contract for service, there is every likelihood that these workers will not be paying in to the national insurance system. Workers who ought to have contributions submitted on their behalf to the national insurance system will be denied that protection. And I say protection because we don't consider it as an expense today when it is intended as a future benefit, whether or not we get to use it. This is a worrying trend indeed, and it's one that I dare say that has been drawn to the attention of the Minister of Labour, and he's very, 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 very well aware of, but that we have to take more urgent strides to address. Because if we don't, then what we may be doing is creating a situation where custom and practice disadvantages people in the system. Because if we make provision, for instance, for self-employed people, and these workers are not workers who should be in formal employment, are not being paid for, contributions are not being submitted on their behalf, and they're not contributing as self-employed people, but they're being told, because there's provision now under amendments, that self-employed people can catch up and so on. A blur may be created. A very gray line may be created where individuals who ought to have been catered to otherwise and are not find themselves still reaching pensionable age or reaching other points where they need to tap into benefits where they cannot access it. I think that as we introduce these changes, we need to take urgent steps in other areas to ensure that employers, where they are in breach, that these employers are corrected. And when I say corrected, I mean penalize. The Employment Rights Act and other areas makes provision for remedies where breaches occur. I say this very well aware that it is not only in the private sector that we may find these breaches, but I raise it too against the assurance to any worker out there in the public sector that where I certainly am aware of it, and I know where this government is aware that we are in breach, that active steps will have to be taken to correct it. I well recall when we had the situation of the ash workers, for instance, that situation, when government recognized that what was intended to only be a very short-term arrangement had to be extended, that there were moves to correct it to ensure that these workers could benefit from the provisions of a national insurance scheme. Conscious, too, of not only things like injury and sick leave and so on, sick leave benefits, but that when they reach pensionable age, there's something, a consideration for the amount of contributions you have in, so that denying workers the opportunity to contribute when they get a chance to work will not only have immediate short-term consequences, but could also have very long-term consequences for them. But the government that is the government in power today, and any government of Barbados must be very conscious that if it does not behave in an exemplary way, that it will have consequences for those in the private sector who will conveniently use government's approach as the approach to follow. And I say that very consciously because even as we are speaking now, there are some areas in the public sector where the alarm bell has been rung, and where even within the context of this discussion, we have to act now to correct this specific breach where workers are being labeled as contract workers when they should not be. And we hope to have those corrections to being addressed in short order in some statutory organizations of government. Mr. Speaker, there are those who sometimes will hear complaints about workers being treated as contract workers or workers under contracts for service when they should be on contracts of service. And there are some employers who immediately get very offended, and they get on their high horses sometimes, and especially when organizations like unions challenge them, and they call for evidence, for instance. They call for evidence of the bad behavior, which they know that some of them and their colleagues in their associations and so on are exhibiting. I know the unions that I know of and that I associate with have no interest in providing any evidence to any of these employers, because you know who you are. You know what you do. You know where to find your paper trails, and you need to go and find them. But guess what? The workers in these organizations also have the evidence because they experience it. They live it every day. These are the workers who would have been, for instance, if we are to take an example of the tourism sector, would have come on the best program, and before COVID would have had fully functioning work lives, employments of contract, where they could be a part of a bargaining unit, a collective agreement, and who now, even after COVID, when things have picked back up, might see themselves on 3 months contracts, Mr. Speaker. A contract for 3 months. I well remember when the Employment Rights Act was being conceptualized, one of the things that was a foremost concern of workers and their representatives as the provisions for a bill were being contemplated was this whole issue of contracts, and to ensure that where companies knew well that they needed positions, and where companies would be putting people on 6 months and 1 year contracts and repeating them year on year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, that system had to stop. Because it isn't a case that you have a special project going on. It isn't a case that you don't know that you need a receptionist, or that you need a front desk clerk, or that you need a laborer. That's not the case. You know that you need these functions, but because it's convenient not to grant workers security that would provide for them, even as it relates to the social security that these amendments seek to address. The Employment Rights Act at Section 26, therefore, would reflect the concern that a worker may claim to be unfairly dismissed in circumstances where, at the end of their contract, that contract is ended, and where the worker asks for an explanation, they can't get it. Now, that falls short of what the workers and their representatives would have wanted, because they would have preferred that a worker shouldn't even have to ask for an explanation. It should be provided, so that it would force an employer to say, because this function is no longer needed. But where an employer is not forced to say that or to answer to that question, they can end a contract at 12 months and bring in somebody else under the same contract. Nothing to do with performance. Nothing to do with performance. And I dare say that there's a situation that I'm aware of, and some of us may be aware of, where there's some employers now who will engage workers for 11 months and 1 week, or 49 weeks. And then they don't get vacation, but they break the contract for 3 weeks, or 4 weeks, or 5 weeks, and then enter into a contract with the same worker with a different effective date. Because people will find a way to get around the system. But in undermining some of their own, they're not only denying people the benefit of a secure job, but everything that we've spent the whole day discussing suggests that they are undermining people's secure future. So that a female in the circumstances I described gets pregnant and may not, as a result of these actions, depending on the periods between employment and so on, not be eligible for maternity protection or maternity leave benefit. So that a worker under the situation that I mentioned may or may not be entitled to sick leave benefit, unless the national insurance, as it is known to have done, while it is working to correct the issue, moves to grant the worker some kind of benefit, recognizing that it is not the employee's fault. Mr. Speaker, these things are wrong. And Honourable Member for St. Peter And minister responsible for labor, I dare say that unless we fix these wrongs, then the very important recommendations, which I hope will be approved so that it would be the amended act, will fall only on stony ground. Mr. Speaker, this is the employment relationship, the first point that I wanted to speak about. But I won't end that point without suggesting that employers shouldn't have to wait for legislation or sanctions. I made a mention to a group of people earlier this week that my mother, who only ever worked one place in her life, from the age of 17 to the age of 67, when she retired, 66 and a half, sorry. When she retired, she told me, you know, if every employer operated like mine, trade unionists won't really have a job. And the simple message that she was conveying is that she had an employer that may not have been perfect, but that did right by workers. And the simple message is therefore that employers should not have to wait on sanctions or penalties or see if they could try a thing or get away with it. And especially living in a small society like ours of 166 square miles, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. I'm saying, therefore, that notwithstanding an IMF program, notwithstanding anything else, that as employers, whether in the public sector or the private sector, we have to go through, we must commit to doing right by workers and seeing ourselves in others. Mr. Speaker, the Board of NIS is to be commended for its approval of measures that will see self-employed people having to go through less burdensome processes in order to be able to file for self-employment benefits under the NIS. Registration, contribution payment, delivery, and claiming mechanisms have to be considered as we construct this mechanism for which we will do it, because very often the criticism for social security schemes worldwide is that they do not often take account of the limitations of self-employed people and informal workers who are really termed hard to cover or hard to identify workers. One of the challenges, if we do not address the whole issue of whether a worker is under a contract for or a contract of service, was very, very evident at the National Insurance, where employers and in the public and private sector regarded workers as being under contracts for service, but when they went to the NIS officers wouldn't allow them to file the claims for self-employment. And why? It was the NIS officers sticking very close to the letter of the law where those provisions were made under the Employment Rights Act for what constitutes. So we see, therefore, the importance of making sure that these kinds of hindrances are removed so that, one, workers are properly recognized or identified within the system for the types of relationships they work under, and two, that we may address to the processes that will probably deter workers. And one of the things that I hope that we will do as we consider this process as well is maybe re-examine also the thinking that informs us now that self-employed people should pay, or that a system could emerge that will see them paying both the employer and the employee portion. Some self-employed people will be able to afford that. If you think about the self-employed in the informal sector, like your hairdressers, some will, others simply will not be able to. If you think about the hot dog vendor, might not be able to. So I think that we may still have to do some more work when we actually get to rolling out that system to ensure that affordability informs the ultimate solution that we derive as well. So I mentioned the first one was the employment relationship. Secondly, I wish to draw attention to the fact that there's need for us to strengthen awareness and access to information. I am very aware, very certain that the National Insurance plans to promote information sharing and elevating awareness regarding the usefulness of Social Security and the administration of Social Security within Barbados. I am very sure that there is plan as part of a very extensive campaign to target the informal sector and therefore the self-employed. However, I would like to suggest that it should not be left only for the National Insurance, but that across all levels of stakeholders and interested people, that there would be the need to undertake efforts to raise awareness and educate our workers and employers, including, as I said previously, by ensuring easy access to information about the importance of social protection and the conditions and rules that are available to them. I heard the Honourable member for St. Michael Northeast made mention of the fact that employees can often fall through the cracks if employers do not declare that they have an employment contract with them. When the point was made that you may have 5 employees today and 17 tomorrow, and if you don't declare these. But I take this opportunity to say to workers of Barbados that they also have a personal responsibility to ensure that their contributions are being paid in, and that's why the NIS over the last few years as well instituted a process that you didn't have to walk in and ask. You register on the system, log into your portal, see what's going on, so that if there's anything that raises a red flag, then you can go in and check that out. That's not to say that we don't have to fix the honesty issues that there are with employers declaring workers, but also encourages workers to take the responsibility to ensure that their lifeline is secured. The third and final area I would wish to speak to is amplifying governance. On the subject of good governance, the Minister of Labour spoke of the active involvement of all stakeholders, including workers and employers' organizations on the board of the National Insurance. He also spoke of the very extensive consultations that were had in contemplating the changes before us. But key to providing the governance structure and key to ensuring the restoration of trust that I spoke to earlier in the system would be the application of the system of inspection. So I'm happy to hear about the plans to make improvements to the inspectors and so on, and I believe that that would be in terms of the numbers and so on of inspectors. But where inspectors do what they are supposed to do, i.e., go into companies, verify that employers are paying the requisite, making the requisite levels of contributions and so on, we must ensure that there is no interference at any levels. I'm sure that it is evident to all from the amendments before us that there could be no contemplation on the part of this administration to undermine the very amendments that are before us. But over the years, governmental interference has undermined the sustainability of the NIS. See, honorable members looking at me like, what are you talking about? So I will explain. There are companies in Barbados who are known, the inspectors have identified and so on, who are known not to be in compliance with the national insurance system. Employers in Barbados, they don't pay in their portion of the NIS contribution, but worse still, they don't pay in the worker portion. No, the worker portion is not theirs. It is deducted from the worker's salary for the worker to be paid in to the national insurance. Scandalous enough that they don't make their own payments, but then they take from the very workers, the very poor people, and don't send in. And the worker goes now because they ring the foot in a ditch on the employer's property and wishes to claim injury leave, and they go into NIS. 20 more? Well, you haven't made a contribution since 2004? Because that worker may not have had, and that's why I speak about the personal responsibility for workers too, because everybody that you associate with or you have to associate with will not do the right thing on your behalf. And I urge workers again to check it out. Don't wait until it is too late or it becomes critical. So they don't pay in, but guess what? Some of these employers then will come to the Ministry of Finance, no doubt, and appeal to the minister and the Ministry of Finance and the Director of Finance and Economic Affairs to give them a blight. You don't get your workers a blight. You don't give them the opportunity to benefit from the provisions that have been carefully provided for under a mature system dating back to 1967, but you want to blight. Some employers owe as much as $80 million. They may ask me now to provide the evidence. Wrong bird. I ain't gonna provide it. But they know who they are. They know who they are. I dare say that yes, a consideration in fixing the demographic challenge is more people coming in. But we can't bring in more people on top of bad practices where we have been allowing unscrupulous people to get away with murder. You go into their work, you go into their business places, and you have no evidence that the company is not thriving, customers galore, long waiting lines. But them in paying into the NIS. And this is something that has been allowed to obtain from administration to administration, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I also welcome the changes that are being proposed to change the structure of the NIS so it doesn't fall into government, but that the board really has more flexibility to deal with these situations. And I will challenge this government that I'm a part of, that any of them, because once I know they come for blight, and I know that they're not honoring their commitments, this government can't say it doesn't know, because I will make it know. And I will challenge this government, therefore, to make sure that it does not join hands with people who are not doing right by workers. So yes, the amplification of the system of inspection, the improvements to the inspectorate of both the National Insurance and the Labor Department, because these two bodies must work hand in hand. We have to establish the rules, for instance, for different types of employment, how you are going to go into private homes, for instance, where employees are domestic employees, and ensure that the system is functioning as it ought to. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to ensure that for all of these things, to make sure that we keep faith with all of the good things that we are putting on the books, that there is adequate financial resources for a rigorous inspection process. And I say rigorous because I've had cause, not during this year's estimates discussions, but certainly during the last one, to raise the fact that we can't be serious about the laws, the many laws that we are rolling out, if we are not serious about enforcement. And if we are serious about enforcement, we can't expect a handful of people to do it. So we must look seriously at improving the resources that will be able, therefore, to give effect to many of the good plans that we have and that we discuss in this chamber week on week. So yes, a response may be to bring more people into the system, but what is absolutely necessary is what we can fix now, those things that we can fix today. Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned too about the fact that a number of people have been able to benefit over the years once they had 500 contributions in to receive a pension. But the very fact that we have so many people that will fall short and will only get that lump sum payment that you get when you fall short for the contributions you put in, at least our system provides for you to get it back, thankfully. Some systems, some people won't get back a cent. You're just here, you don't qualify. But the very fact that we have so many people that will be falling short is not only a function of those people not making their own payments, but it's also a function of payments not being made on their behalf. So that everything I've said in relation to governance and so on, in relation to informality versus formality, where workers are really formal workers, all these things must come together for us to protect workers. Mr. Speaker, I can commend the amendments before us. I certainly think that they hold the potential to go a very long way in fortifying and strengthening the system of national insurance that we have in Barbados. And any comment of mine is not therefore taken to throw cold water on the measurements and the amendments before us. But my comments, Mr. Speaker, I hope could be taken within the spirit. And I hope that I was able to support that spirit with clarity in the words I use, the language I use, Mr. Speaker. And I hope—
And the time that you use also.
Yes, I hope that this honorable chamber and in going forward, that we would be able to pay attention to some of the critical areas that I mentioned for consideration, shoring those up to ensure that workers of Barbados, not only for today, but well into the future, will continue to benefit from what most of us have been able to benefit from during our working lives, and that is a strong and sure system of social security and social protection in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member St. Michael, West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour is late, and I'm not going to detain the House unduly, but I could not allow this opportunity to pass without saying a few words on this bill. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to join this debate at this time and at this hour because, one, Barbados needed the reforms that we need now, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to say and to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Peter for his sterling contribution. Mr. Speaker, he did very well in presenting the case in his ministerial statement. He spoke to the issues as he should be able to, Mr. Speaker, because we both serve, that is the Honourable Member for St. Peter, we both served on the board of the National Insurance Scheme prior to 2018, prior to the change of government. And when I was there, I had an opportunity to sit, we were independent directors, of course, and even though we had political aspirations, Mr. Speaker, we served the board in our respective capacities on behalf of our respective organizations, with grace, I may add, Mr. Speaker. So that it didn't surprise me at all when I listened to the Honourable Member for St. Peter in his presentation, as he's well known for. He's therefore well prepared to speak on matters relating to national insurance and with the confidence, Mr. Speaker, associated with the subject matter. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the Honourable Member for St. Peter assumed ministerial responsibility and obviously would have exited the board. I remained, Mr. Speaker, but not as a member at the time, but as chairman. And having served the National Insurance both as a board member and later as a chairman, I must tell you that it could not have blessed my heart today to realize what we had discussed when we were at the National Insurance Scheme. Certainly, and I'm not boasting, but I just thought I would put it into the record, that as chairman of the National Insurance Board, I led the way for the board to consider whether or not we should continue to operate as a government department or we should continue and transition to a statutory entity. Mr. Speaker, and of course the member for St. George North is an eyewitness to this because she was present when the decision was taken. And Mr. Speaker, might I add that when the decision was taken, it was a unanimous decision to show the level of responsibility and maturity of the members who serve with us on the National Insurance Board at the time. And Mr. Speaker, there were several initiatives, including the transition to a statutory board that we took. There were a number of other initiatives that were undertaken within the period we served to better the National Insurance Department. I am not going to, Mr. Speaker, on this late evening, spell out the issues and to spell out the initiatives that we undertook. Suffice to say that there are critical issues revolving around an effective functioning and efficient functioning of a national insurance scheme. And that the question that we have to ask ourselves, why was it necessary for us to transition to a statutory board? You would have heard some, Mr. Speaker, today, and I will also add, but very briefly. We had a situation where you be at National Insurance Board because the employees obviously were controlled and directed by the Ministry of the Public Service through the Personnel Administration Division or People Resourcing Department. And you would walk in, and then tomorrow you have a senior officer who might be directing your IT or directing your investment unit or a finance person being redirected to another ministry. Well, Mr. Speaker, that can't be good for any business, certainly a business like the National Insurance with billions of dollars in investment. The second issue is that when you required staff of a certain caliber, you would have to go through the public service. Now, of course, if you have somebody who wants to perform at a higher level and you decided that you want to go and get a competitor, secure maybe an employee from one of your competitors, you also are faced with the issue of the level of remuneration for the post, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you also had a governance structure tied in to a reporting requirement to ministry. Not that that is wrong, but Mr. Speaker, you have to be very flexible in this arrangement. And therefore, what the bill, as we have today before us, would allow, as we transition the national insurance to become even more flexible, not only in its decision making, but, Mr. Speaker, become very flexible in other areas. Mr. Speaker, you have to give a fund the opportunity to be very flexible, obviously with the attendant governance protocols. You have to make the national insurance and allow, Mr. Speaker, the National Insurance Board to have greater autonomy. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, be managing a $3 billion fund and have all these restrictions, Mr. Speaker. Not all these restrictions. What is important is to have a governance structure that responds in a very flexible way, not only to the investment decisions, but also to the managerial decisions. Now let me, at this point, Mr. Speaker, salute and thank the workers at the National Insurance Scheme. I have seen them having to work, Mr. Speaker, when I was chairman, during the COVID period, when they had to generate unemployment benefits checks for thousands of Barbadian workers who didn't know when they were going to get a payday, Mr. Speaker. I saw it firsthand, and I really want to use this occasion, because this will be the first occasion since I left the institution, to publicly thank them for all the work that they did during the COVID to realize the execution of the unemployment benefits to the workers. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to single out the investment unit of the National Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the National Insurance has one of the best kept secrets in the world, but that the investment unit is responsible for safeguarding the investments within the National Insurance Fund. And, Mr. Speaker, the people who work within that unit, they're not paid when compared to some private sector agencies as handsomely as they would wish to be paid. They don't have any bonus incentives to compare with certain people in the private sector that will allow them, if they had achieved a greater rate of return than the prior year, that they will get assured, Mr. Speaker. But that these are men and women within the investment unit who went to work, and they still go to work every day, and sometimes on their day off as well, monitoring the external markets, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the investments in the external markets are not going south, Mr. Speaker. In other words, not going, I call it, that's why I have to be mindful of my corporate language, but that they're not going in the wrong direction, Mr. Speaker. These are people, Mr. Speaker, that have to prepare, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter knows this, that they have to prepare comprehensive investment analyses to present to the investment committee of the board. And I must tell you, for the period that I served on the board of the National Insurance, and I also had the opportunity to sit on the investment committee as well before I became a chairman. And I can tell you, not only were they very comprehensive, but they led you to the right conclusions, Mr. Speaker. And that every investment opportunity, in fact, most of them, not sure every, most of the investment decisions led to a very good conclusion and a good rate of return for the National Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, they also have the responsibility for monitoring the regional and the international market as well as domestic market. Because what a lot of people don't know, Mr. Speaker, is that the National Insurance Fund, that they have a wonderful but healthy investments in overseas, including the Caribbean. The National Insurance Scheme is responsible for investing in several Caribbean countries, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps Barbadians don't know this, They also invest heavily in the United States and elsewhere. But they invest to get returns for the investment fund. And as a result of the very sound investment policy that the National Insurance Board continues to follow, that has caused Barbadians and caused the National Insurance Fund to be as rich as it is today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is due to that investments unit due diligence that we continue to have a very solid investment platform in Barbados. And that's why I said, Mr. Speaker, that the National Insurance investment team, perhaps this is the best kept secret in Barbados. And why do I say, Mr. Speaker, that it is the best kept secret? Mr. Speaker, I challenge anybody in here or outside of this August chamber to demonstrate that they have greater returns than the National Insurance Scheme, Mr. Speaker. I challenge any one of them. And I don't believe that has changed since I left there, Mr. Speaker, because the investments continue to be safe. But the rate of return, Mr. Speaker, that the National Insurance Scheme and the fund, Mr. Speaker, earns for Barbados and Barbadians is unmatched in Barbados, and I say so because I know what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. And the other issue, Mr. Speaker, is that you have some local investment firms, Mr. Speaker, who would approach the National Insurance Scheme for them to take a portion in their opportunities as presented. And Mr. Speaker, I remember once there was a presentation, and when you look at the rate of return that they were offering versus the rate of return that the investment unit of the National Insurance Scheme would have delivered, Mr. Speaker, it was like chalk and cheese, and I know what I'm talking about. So that, Mr. Speaker, Barbadians must remain confident that they have not only an investment unit that will look after themselves, because they too will become pensioners in Barbados, because they are Barbadians, Mr. Speaker, who work in the investment unit. They're Barbadians. They're not foreigners, they're Barbadians, Mr. Speaker. So they have a vested interest in the success and the outcome of the funds that they invest. So that when you hear people in Barbados making certain pronouncements, and they're talking about, oh, the National Insurance got this amount of debt, and the National Insurance this, and the National Insurance, Mr. Speaker, I sit back and really ask myself sometimes, the people who are peddling this nonsense, Mr. Speaker, they have no clue about what they're saying. And I hope in the new arrangement, Mr. Speaker, that we can continue and will continue to attract the quality of officers that we have within the investment unit. But I also make this point, Mr. Speaker, and then when you hear all the naysayers and all the people who are critical of the National Insurance, I will ask them one simple question. Has the National Insurance Scheme ever failed Barbadians? Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, since 1967, the National Insurance Scheme has never, ever failed to pay pensions and benefits in Barbados, Mr. Speaker. Not one contribution or pension payment has been missed in this country. In other words, since 1967, Mr. Speaker, counting 55 years, the National Insurance Scheme has never failed pensioners in Barbados. They have never, ever reported to the country or to their pensioners that they can't pay, Mr. Speaker, the pension or the benefit that they're properly entitled to. And that is the measure, Mr. Speaker. So when we hear all these people who will want to confuse the public, Mr. Speaker, let the message go from this chamber that the National Insurance Fund is sound, it is solid, Mr. Speaker, and that we have people working in the investment unit and persons sitting on the investment committee, Mr. Speaker, who know what they are about, Mr. Speaker, unlike other entities in Barbados. And I had to reinforce that point, Mr. Speaker. I also make bold, Mr. Speaker, this point, that during the COVID period, the National Insurance officers had to work around the clock to make sure they get the money to the workers, and I made that point earlier. But why am I re-emphasizing the point, Mr. Speaker? I'm re-emphasizing the point because even at that point, when the call on the National Insurance Unemployment Benefit Fund was severe, Mr. Speaker, who stepped in and filled the breach, Mr. Speaker? This Barbados Labour Party, the Ministry of Finance, stepped in and replenished the fund so that Barbadians who were uncertain about their future and didn't know whether or not they would get any income, the National Insurance Scheme did not fail them, Mr. Speaker. Thousands of workers in Barbados received the unemployment benefit thanks to the Barbados Labour Party's administration, Mr. Speaker. And I, Mr. Speaker, really, in addition to all that I've said, would like to lay a challenge, Mr. Speaker, to those who, I call them critics on occasion, Mr. Speaker, and on other occasions, Mr. Speaker, I say to the uninitiated, Mr. Speaker, to the uninitiated, how many, I would like to simply ask them this question. How many countries, not only Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, how many countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, can boast about a benefit system that we have? Mr. Speaker, when you look at the range of benefits offered by the National Insurance Scheme, because even though we call it a National Insurance Scheme, there are multiple funds built in. Mr. Speaker, you have funds for the pension, and I just made the point that the National Insurance Scheme has never failed to deliver a pension payment in Barbados. Not one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but name a fund, even in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, it is not widely known that you have Caribbean countries that don't have an unemployment benefit fund. Mr. Speaker, we are fortunate in Barbados to have an unemployment benefit fund, Mr. Speaker. When you look at it, severance fund, Mr. Speaker, might I add that the workers in Barbados do not pay into the severance payment fund. It is the employers, Mr. Speaker, who contribute to the severance fund. But we have a severance fund here. And we have a severance fund to protect workers just in case, Mr. Speaker, that an employer cannot honor his or her obligation, that the workers will never be disadvantaged, and we have that. Mr. Speaker, we have survivors' benefits. So that, as happened to me, Mr. Speaker, if your mother should leave you at a very young age, and I was a beneficiary of it too because my mother paid national insurance, that your guardian can get a survivor's benefit. That is a fact, Mr. Speaker. That is what obtains in Barbados for Barbadians. Mr. Speaker, we also have disability benefits. Disability benefits. But equally, Mr. Speaker, we also have a benefit that few can contrast and compare. Mr. Speaker, we refer to it as the Employment Injury Benefit Scheme. So that if you are at work, Mr. Speaker, and you are injured on the job, you will not only get 90% of your average insurable earnings, Mr. Speaker, but you too will be reimbursed or shall be reimbursed for all the medical expenses associated with your injury on the job, Mr. Speaker. I mean, and I'm not going to go through the range of benefits. And we heard the honourable member today making the point about what is to happen with paternity benefits. We have maternity benefits, Mr. Speaker. And the maternity benefits are paid to Barbadian women, right? Whenever, of course, they give birth to a child. And that is on record. And there is no limit, Mr. Speaker. There is no limit to the claim from the National Insurance Scheme for maternity benefits. That is the beauty about our system, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this is something that is not, the point I'm going to make is not widely known. Even if you are working for an employer in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, and the employer does not pay the contribution, but the employer submits the monthly earning schedules, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that the employer, for whatever reason, did not pay, we have a social security scheme in Barbados that says you will not be penalized, that even though the employer don't pay the cash into the national insurance scheme, that they will look after the collection and how to retrieve that money, but that the workers in Barbados, once the earning schedules are submitted, can get all the range of benefits provided for by the national insurance scheme. So, Mr. Speaker, I made the point that these benefits are matched even in the Caribbean, and it's something maybe, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, the honourable member for St. Peter, who has responsibility for labor and that institution, perhaps during a further explanation session, would demonstrate to the country the range of benefits and compare those benefits, not that we are boasting, Mr. Speaker, but to say how mature we have become as a country in respect to how we manage our national insurance scheme. Mr. Speaker, the other significant point, and is a point that Barbadians must always remember, because oftentimes when you realize that you have a representative from the Ministry of Finance on a board, that people believe that you only put in somebody there to do government's bidding. That was under the last administration, Mr. Speaker, not under this BLP administration. But that the government of Barbados, and it must be made aware, has a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, because you also need to have somebody on the board representing the Ministry of Finance's interests, because you have to make sure that the right decisions are taken. And I make that point because anytime there's a shortfall as obtained during the COVID-19 pandemic in respect of the unemployment benefit fund, that the government has to shore up, the government has to make good of the shortfall and to ensure that they pay into the fund the necessary shortfall. So when you hear people talking about government's participation in the board, put that aside as nonsense, Mr. Speaker, because it's always good to have additional oversight. It's as though you have somebody there who is a trustee just having oversight to ensure that everything is going according to plan. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Board of the National Insurance Scheme for their foresight in having a flexible payment arrangement. Mr. Speaker, for contributions, this is critical. We've heard several examples, including the example of maybe cited in here about taxi operators and other seasonal workers who during the season they will have an opportunity to earn some money and they will have an opportunity to pay into the national insurance scheme, so that when we enter that period where perhaps cash is not as liquid as it ought to be, they will have an opportunity not to pay into the fund, but they can pay in advance. I commend the minister for bringing that flexible payment arrangement is absolutely necessary, and I believe it will go a very long way in addressing especially the plight of small self-employed persons who otherwise would have to complete. The burden of not having to complete all these schedules, Mr. Speaker, that is good for a business when you have an entire accounting department, entire accounting apparatus that can support it. But when you are a self-employed person, when you are hustling for the dollar and you want to make sure you get every dollar, you don't have the time sometimes to sit down, and you certainly may not want to go and pay anybody or every month to complete the schedules. And I'm so pleased that this is now being realized, because you can pretty much activate payment with your national insurance number, and obviously, as the minister would have announced, you can pay it through multiple platforms. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage the workers of Barbados to continue to have faith in the national insurance scheme. I want them as well to continue to check on their contributions. The last speaker made reference to this. It was a very important change that was made to ensure that you can go online, log in, and check your contributions. And it is important, Mr. Speaker, because automation will become the future, as we all well know, and is important, Mr. Speaker, until we can find a mechanism whereby warrants would have to be prepared for declarations of payments to the National Insurance Scheme. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to discuss the point, because when I was there, I had a couple ideas as to how best you can deal with this issue of non-payment. In fact, I recall that I went on record, I believe it was a Sunday Sun publication front page, when I made certain comments on how perhaps we should deal with this issue of collections at National Insurance. It is a challenge. We have to confront it, and I know that this matter obviously is engaging the attention of the board. Mr. Speaker, I want to join all other honourable members in thanking the management and the staff of the National Insurance Scheme for all that they continue to do on behalf of the Barbadian worker. It is an iconic institution. It is an institution that has helped many people in Barbados, Mr. Speaker. It's an institution, Mr. Speaker, that even through at the point in time when we have to pass, Mr. Speaker, that your family or whoever is undertaking the burial arrangements, Mr. Speaker, can get a funeral grant from the scheme. It shows not only the range of benefits, Mr. Speaker, but it also takes into consideration those workers who have worked hard, and at the moment when they have to pass and move on and transition elsewhere, that their families too can get a contribution. And Mr. Speaker, I know well, because like you, Mr. Speaker, we represent St. Michael constituencies. And you know, in St. Michael constituencies, you get a little more pressure than you get in the rural areas, Mr. Speaker. And oftentimes, we also have to help people in a number of fundamental ways. But that the funeral grant, Mr. Speaker, has allowed a lot of people, especially in our areas, Mr. Speaker, to benefit largely from a program that will help people at the point where they transition. I really want to say to the members of the board and supporting staff, and particularly to the chairman. I had the honor of working with the chairman at the board when I was the chairman and he was the director, and I was happy that he succeeded me as chairman. There are a number of professionals there who continue to go to work and work hard, and for that we have to be grateful. But I really want to assure Barbadians, and this is not because I'm a politician, because I'm on this side, Mr. Speaker, but to assure Barbadians, the National Insurance Fund is safe, Mr. Speaker, and it is sound. And that is why I went to great lengths to explain the fact that you have an investment unit led by Barbadian workers, Mr. Speaker, who look after the investments and the returns associated. And that is why I also made a very important point and particularly challenge, Mr. Speaker, that if anybody were to try to suggest anything other than the National Insurance was a very successful scheme, Mr. Speaker, I challenged them to name another investment company in Barbados who can drive and deliver more returns than the National Insurance Scheme. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I promised I would not delay the House unduly, but I felt it was necessary as a former chairman to join in the debate, as somebody who I believe had a vision to suggest that we had to go the route of a transition. I'm very pleased to see that that has been executed by the Honourable Member for St. Peter, and I really want to thank him for his sterling leadership, not only to this debate, to the National Insurance Scheme, but also his sterling contribution earlier this morning. Mr. Speaker, this is the second ministerial statement and debate that we would have had within a week. It shows that, Mr. Speaker, our government is hard at work, working on behalf of everybody in Barbados. But this debate, Mr. Speaker, is one that speaks, Mr. Speaker, to the heart of Barbados. The fact that we are here today to make meaningful changes to ensure the sustainability of the National Insurance Fund, which remains, Mr. Speaker, the lifeline of all Barbadians. And to you, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to rise and to make a contribution in what I think is one of the most important and critical debates that we will have in this House for some time to come, as we look at the amendments to our national insurance and social security mechanism here in Barbados. And I think I will start off where my good friend, the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central, would have ended off by first congratulating and applauding Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Peter, the Minister of Labour, and his team from the NIS board and the management, and all those who have played a critical role in bringing these amendments to the fore today. And not only the amendments, but those who have been working assiduously over many, many months to be able to do the analyses and to do the legwork that would have been able to feed into the recommendations for amendments to this very seminal and critical piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we know that the National Insurance Scheme is one of these legacy initiatives, programs, institutions that Barbadians have become very familiar with. It has become almost a part of the DNA of what it is to be a Barbadian. And I like to be a part of these types of debates, Mr. Speaker, because I think they represent the happy marriage and convergence of the past, the present, and the future of our country. And of course, when we think about social security schemes across the world, they provide a social safety net for the members and citizenry of that specific country, even as our national insurance scheme does here in Barbados. It reminds me, Mr. Speaker, of even our national ID, something that has been such a feature of our society, even dating back before 1979, but 1979 when we would have issued the blue ID card that we are now very familiar with and that we are in the process of replacing. And that represents the past, much like the NIS scheme in 1967, through to now, the present, when we are seeking to make those changes. And I look ahead, Mr. Speaker, to a Barbados where we will have, in due course, we will have a mobile ID, a digital ID that would allow our people to be able to remotely authenticate their identity no matter where they may be physically in our country. And even as we have had to make that type of change to our identity system, we have seen it necessary now to make what I call critical changes and amendments to safeguard the stability of what is one of the underlying safety nets of our people, our national insurance scheme. But, Mr. Speaker, as I sat here during the course of the day listening to my various colleagues speaking in this debate, and then I had occasion to review some of the comments online, etc., and to see what the people of Barbados have been saying relative to the announced and proposed changes to safeguard this scheme of ours. And it started to make me reflect, Mr. Speaker, on where we really are as a people and as a country. It seems like there are a lot of persons out there who think that the changes that as proposed, and in particular, the one where we are extending the pensionable age by 1 year, it seems as if that proposed change has been met with significant negative response from the people of Barbados. And I have to ask myself why. I really have to analyze this situation, and I put myself in the position of every other citizen of Barbados, not as an MP, not as a politician, not as a minister, but really as the average citizen in Barbados. And I ask myself the question, why? Now, Mr. Speaker, is this the same national insurance scheme that during the pandemic had over 40,000 claims upon it of persons who would have been unemployed due to COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, sir? Is this the same national insurance scheme that would have been used to administer a business interruption initiative, Mr. Speaker, sir? Is this the same national insurance scheme that right now pays out on a daily basis maternity leave, sickness benefits, funeral grants? Is this the same injury benefits if you get injured on the job? Is this the same national insurance scheme that has been providing the people of Barbados in so many different ways, means, and methodologies, providing our people support, financial support, when they needed it most? If this is the same national insurance scheme that has been serving the people of Barbados so well for so many countless decades in this country, I am finding it hard to understand and appreciate why changes that are being proposed to ensure the stability of this scheme going into the future, why changes are being proposed to ensure the longevity of this scheme into the future, why changes are being proposed to ensure that this scheme can be here for my children's children's children to provide the same benefits to them. I find it hard-pressed to understand why we are getting pushback from the people of Barbados relative to being able to make slight amendments and adjustments to ensure that this thing continues well into the future of our country. So I ask myself, why? And I think there may be some level of misunderstanding, and I would hope that persons who are online commenting and making all of these different, putting all these different ideas out there into the cyberspace, that they would also take time to listen to the various members, all of my colleagues who have spoken in this debate today, that they would take time to come and listen to the rationale behind why these changes are necessary at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, sir, no politician got up in the middle of the night and decided they're going to go and make changes to the NIS scheme. None of us, even in the cabinet, just up on a whim and a fancy, decided that it was time for the NIS to be extended by a year. No, but not one of us. A team of diligent, hardworking, highly qualified persons, actuaries, economists, people from varying backgrounds, technical backgrounds, would have done the analyses required, looked at the NIS fund in its entirety, and they, through all of that examination and through robust consultation, Mr. Speaker, came to the conclusion that these proposed amendments would give our NIS the best chance not only at remaining sustainable, but being maintained for a long, long time to come. Now, Mr. Speaker, my perspective on this is interesting because I am the youngest member in this House. At 36 years old, pardon? You didn't know that? You're 26. Oh, the honorable member for St. James South seems to be a bit younger than I am. She does look younger. But I think by my ID card, my Trident ID card, I am actually 36 years young. And I say that with pride and honor because as a young person in this debate, looking at a national insurance scheme that provides for old age pension, I have if God grants me the opportunity to live long, I have a number of years before I reach the pensionable age as is now being proposed to be 67, then 68, 67.5, then 68 eventually in a few years. I'm about halfway there. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, the benefit of having such a scheme in place. You see, Mr. Speaker, when I started working, the first job that I actually went to secure on my own, it was working at a supermarket, Price Chopper. It doesn't even exist anymore, but Price Chopper supermarket, and I was a push-out boy. I was a merchandise and a push-out boy in that supermarket. And I remember going there in the summer vacation and the Christmas vacation of that same year, and the ladies that were there treated me so well, Mr. Speaker. I am indebted to them forever. One of the first things that they said to me when I came on the job, they said, "Young man, do you have an NAS number?" I said, "No, I don't have an NAS number." They said, "Okay, here's what you need to do. You need to leave work now, go down to NAS and apply for an NAS number." Mr. Speaker, I did exactly that. So at a very tender age at that time, I was about 18 or so, I went down and I got my NAS number. I applied for my NAS number, subsequently received my NAS card, the same NAS card I have to this day. They told me that it was important for me to make contributions to my NAS. I have never, Mr. Speaker, questioned the importance of making those contributions. Because once I understood that as I put it in, much like insurance, much like a savings account, health insurance, life insurance, etc., once I put in my contributions to it, there may come a point in time where I may need to draw upon the fund. So I understood the value, Mr. Speaker, of making contributions towards my future. Whether it is the old age pension, whether it is the disability benefit, whether it is the sick benefit or sickness benefit, whether it is now the introduced and announced soon to come paternity benefit. I don't expect to have that one again, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm done with that. But at least it is there available if I ever needed to apply for it. But all of these benefits are there, and I am happily making my contribution to our NIS scheme from the time I started working up to this day, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I understand the value of putting into something and contributing to something that not only benefits me, but benefits not only my people like my father, Mr. Speaker. All of the senior citizens of our country right now that are drawing on that pension, my contribution is helping them to live a good quality of life now in their senior years, in their twilight years of life. So I understand how it all interconnects, and it is therefore important for us to ensure that the fund is stabilized, to ensure that the fund is able to grow, and ensure that the fund is able to keep us all safe and secure for many, many years to come. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to be long tonight. I just wanted to make a few points. My dad, Mr. Speaker, is 78 years old. He worked for over 40 years, and he made his contributions to the same NAS. He made his same contribution, and that he is now drawing and benefiting from the same NAS. And I, Mr. Speaker, hope that one day, if I should live that long, that I too will be able to benefit from this same fund. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, life as we know it is changing rapidly. You have heard many of the honourable members today speak about the demographic challenges that we now face. And the fact is that this is not a Barbados alone situation, but all across the world, people are living longer. Even as we have advances in our medical technologies, we are seeing people who are actually able to live longer and to experience high qualities of life as they age. So we've seen that the life expectancy, Mr. Speaker, as you would have heard from honourable members already, has moved from where it was 68 or so many, many years ago, and is now hovering around 78 years here in Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, as we continue to go on, and as advances continue to occur, we may see and reach a point where that may go beyond 80 years. This means that even as you're living longer, that means that you have the potential to work for longer as well. So when we make this slight adjustment in terms of the pensionable age, we are not, it is slight in terms of just 1 year at the end of the day. And what I really appreciate about the way that we are approaching this adjustment is that we're doing it in a phased manner, Mr. Speaker. So we're not saying that all in one fell swoop, come X date, you're going to have to reach 68. But we're saying that with, in a phased way, I think it's by 2031, 2028, the first adjustment is 67.5. And then by 2031, the next adjustment is 68, Mr. Speaker. So we're doing it in a phased manner that would allow for people then to be able to put themselves in order. So we know, Mr. Speaker, that with all of these demographic challenges that we've been experiencing across the world, that there needed to be some intervention. We have a situation where, because there's a growing base of persons receiving the benefits of the NAS fund, but yet we have a shrinking number of people who are contributing thereto, we have a situation where an intervention had to be made. And these interventions and these proposed amendments are going to give us, based on what the experts have said, based on what the technical persons have said, they will give us the opportunity to ensure that the fund continues to be viable going forward well into the future. Not only the near future, but in the distant future as well. And I say all that also to say, Mr. Speaker, and to reiterate the point, the NIS is not currently in any crisis. I read in some of the comments where people said, we don't do it all the money at NIS. Mr. Speaker, you have heard many times today, the fund is managing over $4 billion in assets. The fund is strong, it is robust, it is stable. It is very stable as of now. What we are seeking to do is to ensure its stability going into the future. Because as we look at it, and there are people, actuaries are trained in the sense of looking ahead, not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, Mr. Speaker, but 20 years and 40 years and 50 years down the line. And they do their modeling and their forecasting and their projections. And when they did that, at the current trends, the demographic challenges being noted, they recognize that we will have a severe challenge in a very few years. Mr. Speaker, by 2034, we would have had a significant challenge. And as I think I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, the Prime Minister said, we would have had a date with destiny. We would have encountered a significant challenge if we had continued on that same trajectory. But we are making these changes to ensure that we do not encounter significant challenges. Another proposed change, Mr. Speaker, is to the number of contributions that are required for us to be eligible for a contributory pension. Mr. Speaker, it was set at a period of 10 years of working before. We are now proposing that it will be moved to 15 years of work or 750 weeks of contributions for us to be able to qualify for, be eligible for a contributory pension. Once again, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that people are living longer, given the fact that people are still coming into the workforce at 18 and 19 and 20 and 21, 15 years is not a big ask for the average citizen, Mr. Speaker. I've been working for over 15 years now. I never would have thought, but I've been working for over 15 years now. So I've already reached the threshold for eligibility for my NIS pension whenever that time will come, if God should allow. So when you think about it in the context and the reality, and I think our people need to do that and stop, and instead of getting caught up in what may be at the surface, a sensational response, that we need to really listen and stop and take note of what is really being proposed here. Yes, it is moving from 10 years to 15 years, but in reality, majority of us in this house have already reached that 15-year threshold. And the majority of our citizens, as long as they continue to work, they will reach that 750 weeks or 15-year threshold as well, Mr. Speaker. But I'm also happy that we're also proposing a more regularized pension adjustment system. We're starting at a 3% cost of living increase in 2023 as proposed. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, is going in increments of 1.5% in annual increases going forward thereafter, as long as the average over 3 years, the 3-year average of inflation does not go above 3%. So I think that is a very good and noteworthy benefit as well, an adjustment that's being made and proposed to the NAS and the administration of the NAS. Because right now you have it now in a very structured, timely manner that shows you that you're due for an increase, not only the 3% this year, which I think needs to be applauded and celebrated by the government, giving our pensioners that another increase right now for their contributions. But also, you can expect that 1.5 annual increase, again, only in cases where the inflation does not go past 3% in a 3-year average. So I'm very pleased with that as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I see these changes as prudent and necessary. I think that they will safeguard the future of myself, my constituents, my family, my children, my children's children. And of course, I think all of us in here, we understand and appreciate why it is necessary for us to have this debate today. So I want to applaud the Minister of Labour, the Honourable Member for St. Peter. I want to applaud his team. I want to applaud all that have had any say or contribution in getting us to this stage where we can make these decisions. And it was said that these are not always comfortable or convenient decisions to make. If we had our way, Mr. Speaker, we will leave everything as it is because we wouldn't want to have the public crying out and saying, oh, not bad things about us or negative things about us. If we had our way, we would say and do nothing. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not why we were elected to serve the people of Barbados. We were elected and put in these positions so we can make hard decisions when necessary in the best interest of the people of Barbados. That's why we were here. That's why all of us have come to serve. That's why all of us have come to public life, to make the decisions that are necessary to safeguard not only Barbados of 2023, but Barbados of 3033, Barbados of 2053. There may be a Barbados of 5033 too, God willing. So we're here to secure the future of our country, and that's why we take this job very seriously, and all of us come to work every single day to move the needle just a bit forward, more forward every single day in the interest of the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to, in closing, encourage all Barbadians. Make your contributions to the NAS. I remember the jingle coming up as a young lad, even to this day, is still played. It's more than a contribution. It's your lifeline. And for many people in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir, the NAS has been a lifeline for them. I just this morning happened to pass one of the post offices. And as usual, around this time of the month and around this time, you will see lines and lines of people going. People go, people depend on the assistance that comes through the NAS scheme in its many different formats and modalities. I want to encourage our self-employed people who now have been given the assurance that we're making it easier for them to participate and to contribute to the NAS scheme. No more forms, no more schedules, no more due dates. You don't have flexibility. You can make any contribution, anytime, however you feel like, and you can use the online modalities to do it as well. All the various bill payment services you can utilize to make your contributions to the NAS. So we're trying to make it easier because, of course, if it is difficult, you may find a reason to say I can't do it. But we're now removing those difficulties. We're removing any hindrances or blockades so that more of our informal sector, more of our self-employed people can contribute to the scheme as well. So I'm encouraging not only self-employed, but the employed. Check and make sure that your contributions are being made. Make the contributions if you can. If you have to do it yourself as a self-employed person, make those contributions. Because the fund, even with these changes that we're making, it will continue to need the contributions of the people of Barbados. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I implore all of the people of Barbados, let us have a reasonable conversation about this in the coming weeks. I would encourage everyone to think through this process, to look at the amendments that are being proposed, read them through for themselves. Don't just take the word of others on it, but read them through for yourself. Think about them logically, and I believe that the majority of our people will come to a place where they appreciate that what we're doing here today is in the best interest of all of us as citizens of Barbados. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Murphy, City Bridgetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me just get to it by thanking you for the opportunity to speak at this time. I just want to lend my voice to this extremely important bill in relation to the national insurance and social security of Barbados. And as many of my colleagues said today, they reiterated the slogan, "This is more than a contribution, this is your lifeline." And I want to make my contribution to this lifeline in this debate, sir. When I think about the lifeline, when I think about the amendment, I want Barbadians to understand the significance of this particular debate. I believe all debates in this chamber are very important, but some rise to the level of legacy work done by the administration. Some rise to the type of bill and legislation that affects us all. And I believe that in these times, that we should broadcast these particular type of debates in a different way so that Barbadians pay a little different attention to these types of things. Now, these amendments, these changes, as you heard from many of my colleagues, they do not take effect next week or next month. A lot of them speak to a future, but I want Barbadians to understand that the impact of this can be next week or next month, as proven by the pandemic. So I had the privilege, the difficulty, but the privilege of managing the Adopt Our Families program in a certain aspect under the Household Mitigation Unit, sir. And a lot of people came to understand the importance of having such a social security net. Over 20-something thousand claims within a short period of time. And if they did not have this this sort of scheme, or the privilege to be able to call upon a scheme, many of them may not have been able to get a meal when the day comes. Many of them may not have been able to survive that very difficult period, particularly at the beginning of the pandemic, sir. And that is why I want to lend my voice to this. Many of my colleagues have outlined to the public in a very, very clear fashion what are the changes to come. The number of contributions, the year, the age. I will not repeat, sir. I will encourage all Barbadians hearing my voice to go on YouTube and listen back to the many contributions, but particularly the contribution of the member for St. Peter, who would have put it in context in the most comprehensive way. I would encourage Barbadians hearing my voice to read the report on population. Do not take our word for it. Go back and listen, but go back and read. And that is why I lend my voice to underscore just a few points so that we can elevate some of the points made in this chamber today, sir, for Barbadians that I feel are very important. Sir, I want to lend my voice to urge persons to get the information and to get involved. That is the first point. The second thing I want to ask them to read and research. Don't just read the headlines. Read all the lines. Read the bottom line. Read the fine print. Read everything. Because sometimes we read just the opening saga and we run off and we don't have the context. Sir, the debates were long. The speeches were lengthy. But get the link and play it in the car in traffic then. Play it while you're in the bath. Because this is important. The contributions of the National Insurance Scheme and our Social Security affects us all, whether directly or indirectly. Sir, when I saw the pandemic and I got the many calls for assistance, I knew that I always knew this scheme was important. But that is when I realized that this is not just a scheme. These are not just contributions. This is the actual lifeline of many, many Barbadians. Sir, we brag of a 98% literacy rate, so I'm asking, I'm begging, I'm pleading that we use it. Read. I know over the last 5 years, and the Minister of Education can correct me if I'm wrong, we invested about $1 billion in schooling and education in this country. And I say invested because at the end of the day, there must be a return on that investment. And what is the return, sir? The return is an educated populace, an educated people of Barbados, to ensure a high standard of living. When you look at index after index across the globe, you will see that Barbados is in the top 10, and the top 5, and the top 3 in relation to quality of life. Now, on the other hand, we have many people who suffer day to day and the bread and butter issues. So it's not to say that we live in a paradise and we live in a community where everybody's fridge is full and everybody can go to the gas station or everybody can afford bus fare for work, because that is not the case. I know through the Ministry of People Empowerment, and I know through my canvassing, and I know through my day-to-day life in public life, that there are many people who out there are struggling to make ends meet. But I know overall, the situation collectively in this society, in this country, that for the most part, we live in a peaceful society. We live in a society where we have access to things, though not perfect, access is available. So for instance, I am reading online about people who are upset about the length of time in A&E, for instance. But we have an A&E to go to. Now, we need to improve the timing. We do. We need to improve the service. We do. But we got to start with where we are. That we have access to health care. We have access to education. We have access to a road network. Not perfect, sir, but we got that access. So it is an attitude of gratitude that I am really trying to promote. That's the truth. Now, sir, moving on, we have to be at a place to understand where we are in this society. I made some mental notes for this debate a couple of days ago, and particularly last night. But I rewrote and edited those mental notes after one or two events that I attended today with some young people. Some young people who are crying out saying, I am glad for this particular session because all my life I had no one to turn to. That touched me in a particular way. But the one that really rewrote and edited my speech for this particular bill was when I attended the Safe Zone session with 18 young men from different schools, backgrounds from schools from the most prestigious to the less prestigious schools in this country, different communities, different economic backgrounds. And what they were learning there, sir, is financial literacy, financial empowerment, wealth creation. So when we in here talking about retirement age of 67, they are being taught how to retire at 45. So we're going to move the discussion, sir, up a notch and ask ourselves, what can our young people do? What can our people generally do to be able to create wealth that we're not sucking salt at 67 and hoping for earlier retirement age? What type of private pension plans can we add to the system? What are the things that people can do to truly empower themselves so that if a pandemic comes again, whoever is running the household mitigation unit don't have to field over 18,500 calls from Barbadians? That Barbadians have savings in the bank. That Barbadians have investment in mass. That large middle class that we have become known for globally is strong and so large that the upper middle class is even large too as well, and that we do not have that working class and that poor class so big that the NIS will have to be revitalized again. We have to be doing another amendment very soon. Those are the sort of questions and those are the sort of policy proposals that I want to contribute to, sir. That retirement must not be only about old age retirement. Let us get real. But, sir, one of the things I want to say to Barbadians, I want to underscore. Member for St. Peter mentioned this, and I want to underscore it. I want Barbadians not to miss the point. I have the privilege, sir, of being part and privy of the discussions. I was in the room, sir. And one of the things that I'm very happy and I am proud about, and I want Barbadians to feel proud about, is that when these discussions were going on, not once, sir, not once, cross my heart what today, did I hear anything about votes? Did I hear any kind of politicking? Sir, you know the sort of phraseology that went on in these discussions? What is in the best interest for Barbados? What is in the best interest of future generations? That is the sort of talk that I heard, sir. That is the sort of sentiment that went into the recommendations and the acceptance of those recommendations. And I feel very proud to be part of an administration that thinks and operates at that level, sir. Now, sir, albeit said of this responsible government, I underscore what the minister said as well in terms of the fact that we have an administration making the hard decisions. Now, I am not one to get too involved with the comments. I think it was Barack Obama back in 2010. He said, don't read the comments for your mental health. Right? Now, I like to still engage in it because you have to feel the pulse of the people. But I'd like to do that better by walking and talking to my constituents. Because when people get behind the screen, sir, something happens. I don't know what it is. I ain't a psychologist. But something happens, sir. And the fact of the matter is that internationally, we have an issue with population. Internationally, a lot of governments kick the can down the road so that the next fella go and make the hard decisions. But what this administration have been doing time after time after time again is making those decisions, governing for the future. Because while people are upset to hear, okay, this move from here to there, this tweet here may affect this person, what I want my Barbadians to understand is that these tweaks are to ensure that we have an NIS and benefits for people for 10, 20 down the road. Because we heard that the alarm bells and our difficulty will run into just 2034. Now, sir, that may sound far from here, but that's about 9 years, sir. And the administration take it upon themselves to take some blows to do the right thing. Not the popular thing, but the right thing, sir. And that is something I want Barbadians to understand. Not just those who support the administration, but those who support the country. Now, sir, one of the other things that I feel very happy about is the fact that there was a lot of consultation. Now, this thing about consultation, sir, is something that we have to be very careful about. Because when we have these town hall meetings, there's a set of people that turn up to those. We did the surveys, we do the suggestion boxes, but then when you look at the comments today, sir, already, there are a lot of people who did not contribute to the consultations. And what I am saying to Barbadians is that do not complain after the ink has dried. I want Barbadians to get involved in the decision-making process. This is a listening government. This is a government that is very connected to the wishes of the people. You see it in the rubbing shoulders, you see it in the parish speaks, you see it in the reasoning sessions. This is a government that not every 5 years they come in knocking on our door. Every week and every month, we're going out there and we want to hear and we want to create policies and programs based on the wishes of the people who has put us here, sir. And that is the mission. And that is what is happening. So when you see town halls, don't say, man, that boring, I'm going to die, I'm interested in that. And then when the legislation and the policy come, you upset. We want to hear you in the beginning, in the middle, and not just at the end. And I'm asking all Barbadians that can hear my voice. Look, not just the ones that can hear my voice. I want who can hear me now to tell a friend, to tell a friend, to tell a brother, to tell a cousin, to tell an ex-girlfriend, that when the government have these exercises, please, please, please participate. Now, in summary and in closing, sir, I want to tell Barbadians that this thing called an actuarial review. And what this is that the professionals that understand projections and population and contributions and payout do some calculations. And they recognize that we have a population issue. The births are down and the deaths are up. The deaths exceed the births. More people dying than people borning. That can give a problem with numbers. That's all that is. So actuarial review, that's the way it is. We got some problems, right? Now, the measures in this bill, sir, what it is doing is kind of setting back the balance of things, because things out of balance. Now, we are waiting till we fall off the cliff. What we're looking to do is adjust the vehicle now so that we have time in the future to be able to do what it is we're doing. So I want people to understand. I want to break it down that everybody, honorable member for St. James South, that they can understand. Right? Good. Now, the measures in this bill is aimed to ensure that we look okay at the end of the exercise. And it's just one cog in the wheel of the machine of development in this country. Now, I believe that the other measures, colleagues, have to include the increase in compliance. Now, the honourable member for St. George North spoke to the fact that we have some employers that fall out of line with compliance. And I know that for a fact because there are many people who call during the pandemic, during the bad times, and they said, when I went to the NAS to get my thing, I discovered no money was paid in for me. And that is something that we must make sure is a thing of the past. Now, the honourable member for St. George North spoke about personal responsibility, but I know a lot of people don't understand how these things work. And I think in this age of digital technology, there should be a way that employees get a digital summary of their contributions on a weekly or monthly basis. It doesn't cost anything. The cost is in the setup. So they can get an email or a message on whatever platform there is to say this is what has been paid in for you, so that when the highways come, that is not the time that you are discovering that nobody is paying in for you for the last 10, 20 years. I have a constituent who's been working at a place for 22 years, and she's now discovering that a same thing paying for her for that 22 years. I now have to go and fight that battle but she should know after 22 days that nothing ain't paid in. And that is one of the mechanisms. So the next one is that we have to grow the economy. We got to increase exports. Member for St. Michael North. We got to increase investment. Member for St. Michael North East and Christchurch East Central. We got to get the project starting. Member for Christchurch West. These are the things that will grow the economy, grow employment, reduce underemployment, and get more contributions in. Sir, we got to consider managed migration. Something that when we think about xenophobia that people don't want to talk about. But notice, don't underscore the word migration, underscore the word manage. We got to get managed migration. We got to consider this. We got to look at new industries. We got to look at the increased contributions. Better level of jobs mean more contributions, mean more money, more dinero. Sir, we also have to look at, we may have to consider our nocturnal activities. What do young people call Netflix and chill? We may have to reduce the Netflix and increase the chill in terms of increasing the number of births that we get as well. But that is the more long-term way of looking at it, sir, in terms of increasing our population as well to help with the pensions and the contributions. We have to facilitate greater self-employment payments, and I heard that that is being done. I'm very happy about that, so I underscore that as well. Private pension plans is something that we have to look at as well. I think that self-employed persons can see this as a nationally subsidized pension plan, and therefore it could contribute to it. And there's nothing taken away from you contributing to a separate one if you want to help to subsidize the expenses of the future. So, sir, with all of these things, I believe that if we do a combination of these things, I am thoroughly convinced that the measures in this bill, although some tweaks, I say, would affect some persons, that overall, this protects the scheme, this protects all of the people, and this protects Barbados. And it is for that reason, sir, that I give my full support to this legislation, to this bill, and I am obliged to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Honourable for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg that the House be adjourned for...
Suspend.
To be suspended for 5 minutes.
Question that this honourable chamber be suspended for 5 minutes. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended for 5 minutes. This sitting is resumed. All member for Christ Church East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Peter for a very robust and comprehensive presentation today on the national insurance. And naturally, sir, it is something that strategically for this country is absolutely important. Now, as you are aware, sir, this really is a cognate debate, and I'm going to take an opportunity just to go through a few aspects of the second bill. But before I do that, sir, let me say that the discussion around national insurance as a strategic asset, sir, for this country is important for Barbadians to understand that it is not just a function of demography, meaning, sir, the age cohort or profile of the population. And those things equally, sir, are important. But once you're talking about social security, sir, and I've said in this chamber already, as an economist, we are often concerned, sir, with the concept of overlapping generations. So we live in a house, sir, with your great-grandmother, your grandmother, your mother, you're the children, sir. And therefore, the interest of the household, sir, the welfare of the household is important to understand how, not just how wealth is transferred from one generation to the next, sir, but equally, sir, how the development of the household impacts, sir, the development of the country. And therefore, the idea of Social Security and making sure that the system, sir, is strengthened and robust to deliver for all citizens, sir, of all ages, is an important element. And therefore, the changes being recommended here, sir, I believe are important given the demographic profile that Barbados currently has. But let me say to Barbadians, sir, that one of the key things that we have not really mentioned sufficiently today, sir, and I want to just briefly touch on it. Because whilst we are talking on different subjects, sir, education one week, sir, health the next week, social security the next week, sir, crime prevention the next week, sir, welfare in terms of the reform of the social security system, the social services system, sir, all of these things, sir, are interrelated. Absolutely interrelated, sir. And I want to spend just a few minutes, sir, just a couple of minutes, on why we need to ensure that for the strength of the social security, that we need to get education reform absolutely, absolutely, absolutely right, sir. Because having made significant investments over the years in education, sir, in 2023 moving forward, sir, if we are going to be looking at how the generations overlap, meaning, sir, like a relay race, if your grandmother, sir, bought the piece of land and build a little house on it, sir, it means that the child and the grandchildren, sir, they really should be contributing more to the family's welfare going forward, sir. And therefore, it's going to be important that as we embark on education reform, dealing with the matters in relation to how people's health and well-being, sir, health and wellness, dealing, sir, with providing young people with opportunities, the idea of being able to contribute to a social security system would mean, sir, that our young people really should be earning, sir, relative to their grandparents, sir. Their earnings should be 3 or 4 times higher relative to what their grandparents, sir, were making when they buy the house, sir, working for at one point 25 cents a week, sir. You know, back then, they were still able to save and buy the piece of land, sir, even with 25 cents a week, and 25 cents a week back then, sir, was still significant sums of money. And therefore, in today's environment, a young person, really, relatively speaking, should be earning in real terms 3 to 4 times that of the level of their grandparents, such that when they contribute into the system, sir, that they're able to supply and support the provision of the benefits for their grandparents, having worked hard and reached retirement, and be able then to still set aside something for themselves and their grandchildren, sir, such that the family unit, the overlapping generation, sir, it gets stronger and stronger one generation to another. And therefore, the education reform is intended to help bolster that and to ensure that the earning capacity of our young people today, going forward, sir, notwithstanding the declining birth rates, notwithstanding, sir, the increase in death rates in the country, that we're able to settle that. So I think we must not, as a country, think of the NAS as something over here, education over there, health over there, sir. It's all part of the same pie. This little small rock, sir, requires us to be focused on how we are going to do things quickly in order to have the benefits accrue earlier, rather than taking 10 years to do this, 15 years to do that, 25 years to do something else, sir, which then all that does is just add to the clogging of the artery, so to speak, and you're not able to see the true benefits, sir, in relation to where we are going. Now, let me just say, sir, very quickly, for just $21 a week, sir, just for $21 a week, anybody in Barbados, sir, can contribute to the national insurance and receive those suite of benefits that the honourable member for St. Michael West Central spoke about very briefly in his presentation, sir. $21 a week. And therefore, whilst it may seem as if it's this amorphous thing, this thing called Social Security, $21 a week, sir, is all that it takes at the moment to have access to this thing. So when people hear about 500 contributions or 750 contributions and all that, sir, that is small relative in the context of making that small contribution, sir, every week as you're working to be able to get access to the system. So you're self-employed. Yes, you're a taxi man, you're an entertainer, you're whatever, but that $21 a week, sir, should be the first thing that comes out and you put set aside for the NAS. You do your direct debit, let the NAS take it out, and you're good to go. But the reality is, sir, that we must reinforce to people that you have to be able to put something in the pot, sir, before you can get something out. And the reality is that you have a choice. You can take a risk and decide, I can back myself. And when you back yourself, sir, if something happens, then you can't have a reasonable expectation then that the rest of us will look after you. I know that our society is born, sir, that we like to look after people, but people should not take advantage, sir, of that generosity, because all of us, sir, have a responsibility to put something in the pot, because we never know, sir, how much we may need to draw from that pot at any point in time. And therefore, we have to be able to put in our 2 cents, sir, in relation to solving that. And so I think these amendments I am absolutely supportive, sir, and therefore it's something that we need to ensure that we do quickly, so that as we age gracefully, sir, as we age gracefully, and as we do more stuff within, whether it's immigration, and it's going to take some time for us to be able to build back the population naturally. I almost rose, sir, on a point of order when you heard the honourable member for St. Michael North, being the youngest member in the parliament, saying that he don't think he will need access to the paternity benefits to be introduced, because the truth is, sir, he needs to get to work like the rest of our young people, sir, of that generation, in order to no, I'm serious, sir. I mean, these are discussions that people need to have about how we are going to increase our population. So when he made that statement, sir, I know I understand what he was saying, but the reality is, sir, that these are conversations that as we invest in our young people, they must see building a family, sir, raising a family in this country as part of their responsibility as well. And therefore, as we continue to invest more in giving more opportunities, economic opportunities for young people, equally, sir, part of that has to be about how we can build a strong population. And therefore, that is something that we're going to have conversations with both men and with young men and women about how they're able to make that contribution into the context of building back Barbados community. Now, sir, I'm going to turn just very quickly to the the other bill that we're debating in the Cognate very quickly, just to highlight a few things. Because as we are moving the NIS, sir, to an independent statutory body, for all the good reasons that have been articulated before, sir, the substance of the miscellaneous pensions, miscellaneous provisions bill, sir, really relates to the provision of pensions for public servants. And it is important to appreciate, sir, just as the Honourable Member for St. Peter raised in his presentation this morning, that for existing public servants, sir, existing public servants, that there are no changes at all, sir, with respect to the rights of any public servant that is already employed in the government service, sir. All of the necessary amendments relate to, in this bill, sir, relates to public servants who will enter the service on January 1st, 2024. So let me repeat, sir. There's no change with respect to the rights, pension rights, of any existing public servant. These measures will apply for all new public servants entering the service on January 1st, 2024. So in much the same way, sir, as we are making the national changes in relation to Social Security, we too must appreciate and understand the changes that have happened over the years. And I don't have all the time now, sir, to go through all of the things from when people were getting two pensions, sir, and all the long leave and all the different things that happen. But the reality is, sir, in the same way that persons within the context of the private sector, in a sense, with their employers, have some companies will have pension schemes. The reality is twofold, sir. On the one hand, our national insurance, effectively, sir, is a national pensions provider. So every single employee and every single employer contributes into the national insurance, sir. In the private sector, it is 6.75% for the employee, 6.75%, sir, for the employer in relation to the contributions. And it's a similar level in the context of the public sector for temporary workers, 6.75, 6.75. For appointed persons in the public service, it's 6.25. 6.25 is the level of contribution in relation to pension. So I want to make it clear, sir, that there are those who should know better, saying that public servants, sir, who work for a period of time will only get $38 from the Treasury or $70 from the Treasury and the like, sir, as if to say that people working in this country, that there are already pension arrangements in place. And I want to make it clear, sir, to you and to the public through you, sir, that all responsible employers, sir, pay into the national insurance scheme. Those who can afford it, sir, sets up a scheme separate from the national insurance scheme to give additional pension opportunities for the employees, such that the whole idea, sir, of planning for retirement is an important element that we need to ensure that people understand. That the Social Security gives you pension up to a certain level, sir, up to a certain level, and no more. And therefore, if you want to have additional income in your retirement, which is the earnings, the earning ceiling is the limit. If you want anything above the earning ceiling, sir, it means you got to plan for it, sir. You got to set aside something to make sure that if you want something over and above the earning ceiling, that you're able to do that. And therefore, we are proposing, sir, that in this bill, that for new public servants, sir, new public servants entering the service on January 1st, 2024, sir, that for those employees in the public service who enter the public service from the first day of January 2024 that for those employees that are under the maximum insurable earnings ceiling, that they shall contribute, sir, 2% of their emoluments in relation to contributions, and those who are above the insurable ceiling, sir, that they will contribute 5% of their income into the fund. There will be, sir, a separate fund created. I'm going to get the precise name, sir. Created in order to ensure that these funds are managed, which too will be managed, sir, by the National Insurance Scheme. And therefore, it is something that we want to make abundantly clear, sir. I'm trying to find these. Oh, yes. The establishment of the Public Service Fund, sir, on page 16 of the bill, is where these funds will be administered, sir, in relation to new public servants entering the service from January 1st, 2024. Now, as I spoke, sir, those would be the mandatory contributions into the fund, sir, which will be managed by the National Insurance, which we are now setting up independently, sir, to ensure that, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central indicated, the National Insurance Investment Committee, sir, and the rates of return of that investment committee, sir, is perhaps, sir, the best set of returns for any investment entity in Barbados. And therefore, any person entering the public service should have confidence in the management of those funds by the said National Insurance Scheme, sir, given the track record that they've had in relation to the investment opportunities. And therefore, it is something that we want to encourage, sir, persons to ensure that they understand that planning for retirement starts from the day, sir, you enter the workforce. And in the same way that the Honourable Member for St. Michael North indicated that when he first started packing the shelves and the ladies told him to go down and get his NAS number, sir, that what he was in effect saying, sir, that he was started planning his retirement at 18 years old. And I thank those ladies for informing him of that, and many other persons in our workplaces who will mentor and speak with young people about what they need to do as young working people to be able to ensure that they get on the right path. But the national insurance is not the only, sir, opportunity for retirement planning, and therefore it is important that we get people to appreciate that if you put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak, and it's not the best term, but the reality is, sir, is that things change, and if you don't plan for having some additional type of income, then you may find yourself upon retirement recognizing that your obligations are clearly much higher than what you anticipated it would be. And if you don't take care of yourself, sir, in the way that you ought to, sometimes, ill health can also cause some issues in relation to your financial situation, and therefore you find yourself faced with mounting expenses, but on a fixed income. And therefore it is important that we understand that living as healthy as you can, sir, looking out for yourself, getting insurance and the like, sir, is a very, very important part of not just for pension, but just for living, sir, and taking care of yourself. And therefore you have to plan for these elements, and it's important, sir, that we do this in a responsible way. Now, sir, what we will also encourage people to do is, where they can, to make voluntary payments into the fund. And in much the same way that we are doing this for the public servants, we say to all Barbadians, as I said, sir, it only takes $21 to get access to NAS benefits. So any little extra that you have, sir, you could put in, whether NAS, sir, or to the public service fund, sir, because it is important that we understand, sir, that every little bit that you put in, sir, extra $5, if you could put in extra $5, $10 every week, sir, over 30, 40 years, sir, that makes a significant difference to the outcome at the end. And therefore, where persons can afford to put in those extra funds, sir, we are making provisions in relation to that. And within the context, sir, of the bill, for those persons who are under the maximal insurable earnings, sir, there is provision for an additional 1% in terms of voluntary contribution, sir. And for those above the maximal insurable earnings, there's voluntary contribution of up to 3% in relation to the rates of contributions, which we know, sir, given the length of time that people are living, it is going to be important that as part of our pension planning, sir, that we are able to ensure that over and above that which the government or any government will contribute with respect as an employer into national insurance separately, that the establishment of this fund, sir, would allow for public servants to equally, sir, have additional mechanism for enhancing their pensions, and therefore we feel that this is a very critical intervention today to ensure that as the population ages, sir, and as the population ages, the pension cost for government will increase, but as we make these interventions now, then it means then that we're able to manage, sir, the fiscal situation much better, because the contributions in relation to pensions will be smooth over time. Now, let me just say, sir, very, very quickly, that there were much consultations on this matter over the course of the last few years, and I must say, let me thank, sir, there was a pension subcommittee established within the social partnership, sir, within the social partnership with representation from the Employees Confederation, representation from the BPSA, sir, the government of Barbados, sir. There was representation, obviously, sir, from the unions. We had 4 representatives, sir, from C2SAB, 2 representatives, sir, from the Barbados Workers Union, 1 representative, sir, for the NUPW, and 2 representatives, sir, from ECLA, which was the entity, sir, that did the evaluation of the public pensions system in relation to being able to come to this specific position. And the truth is, sir, that whilst we were intending to do this earlier, the pandemic obviously delayed its implementation, and therefore, having done the actuarial report, received the actuarial report, we felt it was an opportunity, sir, to ensure that we synchronize and harmonize, sir, with respect to the implementation of these reforms, which we know, sir, will not just make sure that the fund, whether it's the National Insurance Fund or this newly established Public Service Fund, that we're able to ensure that pension provisions for the public, sir, will be strengthened in relation to being able to help persons plan for their retirement. Now, sir, much has been said already in this debate, and I plan to wrap it up shortly, but this is an important element in terms of securing Barbados' future. And I started by saying, sir, that every particular reform that we're undertaking as a government, sir, it is all related. And therefore, this is not just about pensions in its own right, it is really about how do we secure families, sir, in this country to ensure that persons can live out their lives, sir, in relative comfort. And so, sir, with those very few words, I beg to move, sir, that this bill be read a second time. I'm obliged to you.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Honourable member for St. Peter.
Can I go ahead first?
Honourable member for St. Peter. You go nominate somebody for. Yeah. Chairman, you have to honourable member. Acting chairman has to be nominated in the absence of the substantive chairman of committees.
Mr. Speaker, if I understand you correctly, I beg to move that we ask the, sorry, that you nominated.
No, we can't.
No.
No, we can't get to that yet, sir. You have, honourable member, you have to, a resolution, you have to move that.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Honourable Member for St. George North be appointed temporary chair of committees.
The question is that the Honourable Member for St. George North be appointed temporary chair of committees. All those Honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The Honourable Member for St. George North is so appointed. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
You do not leave the chair, and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of these bills.
No, it has to be done one at a time.
Sorry, this bill. This bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair, and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
The House is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I beg that clause 1 stand parked.
Clause 1 stand part. Aye. All against, please say no. He thinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 stand parked.
Question is that clause 2 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those members against, please say no. He thinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 be amended to insert at 11T1 a new E, which will say the Chief Investment Officer, and that the current E becomes F, the current F becomes G, and the current G what is supposed to be G becomes H.
The question is that clause 3
As amended, stand part.
stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 4 stand part.
Question is that clause 4 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 5 stand part.
Question is that clause 5 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 6 stand part.
The question is that clause 6 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 7 be amended to include at 25B1B after the word by and just before 1.5 the words up to. And I beg to move that that amended clause stand part.
The question is that clause 7 as amended stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 8 stand part.
The question is that clause 8 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say no.
9.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 9 stand part.
The question is that clause 9 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 10 stand part.
The question is that clause 10 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 11 stand part.
The question is that clause 11 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 12 stand part. The question is that clause 12 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 13 stand part.
The question is that clause 13 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 14 stand part.
The question is that clause 14 stand part. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
First schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the first schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the schedule to the bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg that you do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passage of one bill in committee with amendments.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee with amendments. One bill with amendments. With amendments in committee. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill with amendments. Honourable member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I do now beg that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methink the ayes have it. Honourable member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I do now ask that this bill do not pass and be cited as the National Insurance and Social Security Amendment Act 2023.
One second again.
In a second.
One second the bill.
No go vote.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Methink the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Order number 5, sir. Order number 5 on the order paper in the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance, to move the second reading of the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023.
Honourable member for Christchurch, East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methink the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, do now beg to move that you leave the chair and the House resolve itself in committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methink the ayes have it.
The House is now in committee.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 stand part.
The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule of the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you know report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. All those members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2023.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am sure on this Friday night, in the heat of crop over, we did not expect to be in this place, but we have come to the end of today's sitting, certainly after doing the people's business. Mr. Speaker, we are intending to adjourn the House for a period of 2 weeks until the 11th of August. It's Friday, the 11th of August at 10 a.m. I just want to wish everyone a safe and enjoyable crop over at that.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Friday, the 10th day of August at 10 a.m. the 11th day of August at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Friday, the 11th day of August at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.